You're a new trainer growing up in Pallet Town. You live in a world where Pokemon, strange creatures alongside humans. I'm gonna turn on the text to speech. One sec. You're a new trainer growing up in Pallet Town. You live in a world where Pokemon, strange creatures, and special abilities live alongside humans. Some people keep Pokemon as pets, but many also like to capture them and battle with other Pokemon. These people known that the world is Pokemon trainers. Notably, Pokemon can be stored and carried in small devices known as Pokeballs, and trainer is able to carry 6 Pokemon at once, while the rest are kept in a virtual storage system that can be accessed through special PCs. You've dreamed of becoming a Pokemon trainer ever since you're little, and you've received official certification from the Pokemon League, which means you're now officially set off on your journey to catch and train Pokemon. You waste no time in getting ready for what will be undoubtedly be the best time of your life. So you're excited. You end up staying much later than usual. Nevertheless, you wake up following morning, and after a fond farewell from your parents, take the first step, finally starting your adventure. You go to the Pokemon lab nearby where new trainers go to select their first Pokemon. You're given a choice between 3 different Pokemon for your starter. Bulbasaur, the grass type, poison type Pokemon, Charmander, the fire type Pokemon, Squirtle, the water type Pokemon. Wait, there aren't any left? Wait, what's that brown Pokemon? Wait, one second. I'm going to try capturing the window again.
A berry bush just off the side of the dirt path.
What?
Together, you and Evie head over to check it out.
What? Uh, there we go. It's Pooper! Okay. As you debate your choice, you notice a different Pokemon at the corner of your eye. It's a brown, furry, dog-like Pokemon with big eyes and long ears. When you ask what it is, Professor explains it's an Eevee. You know what? I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna see. What? There aren't any left. Sounds a little more funny. All right, hurry up. I'm gonna play some Pokemon music. What? There aren't any left?
Captivating pink flower amid the green blades of grass.
Okay.
You quickly dig it
It
up,
seems you
put it in
overslept.
your bag.
And all this starter
Pick up a
Pokemon.
few other plants as you go.
What? All the starter Pokemon have been taken. You are absolutely devastated by this news and turn around to leave, feeling dejected. However, the professor takes pity on you and stops you, saying that he does have another Pokemon you could take, but they're a bit unconventional. He takes out a Pokeball and reveals there's a Pikachu inside of it. It's a small mouse-like Pokemon that are very popular among children. It can be very hard to handle due to their electric power. It's also very fast and be difficult to keep up with for a beginner, but he wouldn't be making this offer if he didn't think you could handle it. It wasn't quite what you had in mind when you came here, but you decided to accept the rather generous offer. Afterwards, you're gifted the Pokedex device that lets you scan Pokemon for information, and some empty Pokeballs with which you can catch wild Pokemon and add to your team. Thus, you head to Route 1 with your Pikachu at your side and begin your new journey. As you walk through the grassy field, something catches your eye. You turn up toward it and see captivating peak. What? No, that's completely nonsense.
Scattered bones of another creature.
Scattered bones
You
of
feel
another
pretty
creature.
disgusted and want to ignore it, but suddenly your mind flashes back.
Who the hell is
Becca's
Becca?
beautiful, smiling
Alright,
face.
I'm gonna have
Her
to
long
turn down
blonde
the randomness. This is really ridiculous. Um...
hair flowing in the wind.
Name your Pikachu something.
A wild Pidgey. This
It's
should be an easy capture for you, especially with Pikachu on your side. B, a wild Rattata. You call out for your new companion to help you catch the Pidgey. He complies, and unleashes a Thunderbolt attack, which hits the Pidgey and causes a lot of damage.
Pikachu.
The Pidgey falls to the ground, and it's clear that it won't be getting up anytime soon. You rush over to it and throw a Pokeball in an attempt to catch it.
Pokeball.
You catch Pokeball, caught Pokemon fail, Pokeball, no caught Pokemon. You've caught a wild Pidgey. Now you can add it to your team. It wiggles for a moment, then goes still. You've caught your first Pokemon. Your Pikachu runs up to you and pats you on the leg, celebrating your victory. You continue on your way, and eventually come across a sign. It reads, Viridian Forest Pokemon may attack you. You're super duper. You smirk. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It reads, Viridian Forest Pokemon lurk in the shadows. You're super duper.
Pikachu, why are there all these signs?
Pikachu looks at you, and you realize that he can't read. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign.
Pikachu looks at you and realizes he can't read. Pikachu, destroy this. You tell Pikachu to sign. Thunderbolt.
Pikachu
Really?
unleashes a Thunderbolt at the sign,
No
destroying it.
more
You
signs!
continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign.
One second. Pikachu versus Science EXP hack. Whoops. What, you were thinking of the cursed Pikachu too?
The sign wiggles a bit, then falls over. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. You run away from the sign, and it chases
No!
after you. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you.
Okay, it's the same sign that was chasing you. Look for an exit to Meridian Forest.
You see a clearing up ahead. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. It's the same sign that was chasing you.
Consult Pikachu for advice.
What should we do about this sign? You ask. Pikachu looks at the sign, and begins to make a weird noise. Pika? He asks. What
does that mean? Check map. Check map for location of... Where are we going? Meridian City.
You open up your map, and check where you are. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you.
Oh, I forgot to change the... Oh, whatever, I'll deal with it later. I'll do it now. Twitch. AI dungeon 2. Right. Find a helix fossil.
You find a helix fossil. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. It's the same sign that was chasing you.
Very, very repetitive.
You open up the helix fossil, and find a note inside.
I'm gonna change the randomness.
You open up the helix fossil, and find a note inside. The helix fossil speaks to you, telling you to kick the sign. My faithful servant, I need you to kick the sign, it says. You kick the sign, and it breaks. My servant has been freed of this burden, the helix fossil says. You continue on your way, and eventually come
No
across
more
another sign.
signs!
I'm not holy, I'm a fossil,
Fossil.
the helix says.
Please.
Fine, I'll help you out. The
The
signs are put there by this dumb bird, the helix says, pointing to a Pidgey. How can a Pidgey put up signs?
How can a Pidgey put up signs?
The Pidgey is under the control of Team Rocket. They have brainwashed it into doing their bidding. The Pidgey puts up signs to disrupt the peace and bring fear into the hearts of men.
Yes. So what happened was we entered this forest, and at the very beginning I see this sign that says Viridian Forest, Pokemon learned in the shadows, you're super duper. And then I went down the road, and then there's another sign, and then there's another sign, and then there's another sign, and then it turns out the signs are following me. So I'm trying to so I start beating the crap out of the signs, and now I picked up a helix fossil and I'm asking it for advice, in which it says, "My faithful servant, I need you to kick the sign." Let's see what else it has in mind for Pidgey. Sign, everywhere a sign. It's like a Left
I don't
Fantabulous
know.
game.
He just likes putting up signs for no reason, the Pidgey says. Why would you do that? Pidgey, why are you harassing us with signs?
You
ask. Signs, give me signs. No pictures. Sign SNO have pictures. The Pidgey says.
Oh, who does this? Helix. You speak English.
I have no idea.
The Helix says.
Pidgey wants signs.
Give me the
signs.
sign.
No more pictures. Only signs.
What can
The
we
Pidgey
do to
says.
help?
What can we do to help? You ask. Pidgey wants
What's
signs. Give me signs. No more pictures. Only signs. The Pidgey says, rather impatiently. What can we do to help Pidgey?
Attempt to capture second Pidgey.
You throw a Pokeball at the Pidgey, trapping it. Pidgey has been caught. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. Pidgey, what are you talking about? You ask. Signs, give me signs. No pictures. Sign SNO have pictures. The Pidgey says.
Is this dragon or what? Yes, it's dragon.
Pidgey, what are you talking about? You ask. Signs, give me signs.
No,
Pictures.
Let's see if we can escape
Sign
this
SNO
loop.
have pictures.
How did you get this Pokemon related adventure? I started with there was a template. There was a scenario in the Explore tab. But it went downhill really quickly. Breaks free almost instantly. Pikachu Pikachu use thunder the fuck.
Pikachu unleashes a massive thunderbolt, but the Pidgey evades. Pidgey, give me signs. No more pictures. Only signs. It says.
Pikachu, use self on the annoying Pidgey. Annoying. Pikachu, use ASL.
Pikachu's body begins to spark, and
And
it
it
races
races towards
the
a Pidgey.
You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you.
Read the new signs.
The Pidgey notices this, and begins to flap its wings to try and hover out of the way, but it instead explodes mid-air. The annoying Pidgey has been defeated.
Ask Helix Fossil how we get to next town.
Go north for about a mile,
Then
then
turn
turn
right
right and
and
continue on that road until you get to the bridge.
Cross the bridge.
and you'll get to Viridian City, the Helix says.
Yes, master.
Thank you, Ancient One, he said. The Helix fossil slowly began to disappear back into the rock face it was embedded in.
Put Helix back into backpack. Helix over here with his GPS.
You put the Helix fossil in your backpack, and continue on your journey. I can't wait to get my first badge, you say. Chew. Pikachu says in agreement.
Shut up, Pikachu.
Chew. Pikachu says, even louder this time. Shut up, or I'll shove you into my backpack. You say angrily. Pika. Pikachu says, nodding slightly before shutting up.
Okay. Pokemon abuse. Walk for a mile. Mile north. Checking nearby grass for trainers or Pokemon.
You walk along the road, staying alert for anything in the nearby grass. You see something move in the grass up ahead. It's a Rattata.
But something is wrong with the Rattata. But something is wrong with... something is wrong with the Rattata.
Its body is torn and tattered. Its skin has been ripped apart and its blood
no, that's not what I meant.
You've never seen a Rattata scored before. It's unusual. It looks strange, somehow. You draw closer, and get a better look at the Pokémon. It's purple, instead of the normal grayish-brown color. Its skin has turned a faint purple color, and it seems to be standing on 2 legs instead of 4. It appears to also have grown a pair of black, bat-like wings as well.
It stares at you.
The Crobat lets out a faint screech.
Why is it a
its wings at you
Why is it a Crobat? Alright, I'm gonna see if I can find something a little more cursed.
It seems to be made of wireframes and polygons,
like a 3D
model. It suddenly leaps at you, its teeth bared. Shit. You shout, as it tackles you to the ground. It begins to tear into your flesh with its razor-sharp teeth. Ah. My face.
Shit, you shout. Pokemon.
You scream in pain, as the creature gnaws through your skin. Tendons, and muscles, reaching the bone.
A man must know his limitations.
The Rattata says in a horrible low voice.
What?
What? You ask? The creature bites into your throat, killing you instantly.
The end?
You have died.
Okay. I want to see if it comes up with anything miraculous. But if I don't, I'll just rewind. Alright. What?
A man must know his limitations. The Rattata says again. Suddenly, the creature vanishes, as you lay bleeding on the ground.
Pikachu, help!
Greater than you say, Pikachu, help. Pikachu? Pikachu asks in concern, running up to you.
Please get help. Consult Felix Fossil.
After a quick consult with the Helix fossil,
You decide
to head
to
to
the bridge.
You walk for a few hours.
Oh,
before
okay.
reaching the bridge.
I just will just forget about our injuries. Describe current physical state.
You are currently at the beginning of a long wooden bridge that spans across a massive canyon. On the other side, a dirt road leads. You are exhausted and have many bite wounds on your body. How will you describe your mental state?
You have been talking. You have been repeatedly taking out an inanimate fossil out of your backpack and asking it for advice. So take from that what you will. You seem to be walking walls a lot as well.
You reach the bridge. There's a man standing there, waiting. He wears black jeans and a black t-shirt, and has a backpack just like yours. Hello, he says nonchalantly.
Hi, what's your deal?
I'm just a guy who is also looking for the Viridian City Gym, he says.
I need medical... I need medical attention.
What happened to you? The man asks you in genuine concern. I got attacked by a Pokémon, you say.
He bursts out
laughing.
You can see the bone. You can exposed bone on my face.
He gets quiet. That would explain some things, he says. A car pulls up to the bridge. A woman steps out of it.
Walk directly into the nonchalant man.
Hey, I'm talking to you, he says angrily. I need medical attention, you say, explaining yourself. Well, since I'm collecting passengers, get in the car. You best listen to him, the woman says from the car. Shut up, woman. The man yells at her. Pikachu. Pikachu says angrily from inside the back.
Are weird.
You turn around and begin to walk away from the bridge. Hey, the man says angrily.
Hey!
Come back here. You hear feet pound behind you and feel a tap on your shoulder.
Run. Run.
You sprint as fast as you can. Hey, come back here. You
Run
hear the man yell from
faster!
behind you, his feet pounding along the asphalt road. Suddenly, a hand grabs your shoulder, and you fly forward. Let go of me. You yell angrily, and elbow the man in the face. He falls to the ground, and you begin running again.
Run from me.
You yell angrily at the man. I'm not getting back up, he replies, you can just leave me here to die. A car drives past. Yeah. You yell at the man, as loud as you can. He stops, and falls backward. Pikachu. Pikachu says, using Thunderbolt. The man falls to the ground. Pika.
Pika? Thanks, Pikachu. I'll release you last.
Thanks, Pikachu. You release Pikachu from the ball. Pika? You continue running along the road. You run for about a mile, before the road ends. Great. You say, a dead end.
No.
You turn around, to see the man you ran into standing before you. Give me your Pikachu, he says angrily.
Return. No. No.
Don't be stupid, he says. Give me the Pikachu, or you'll get hurt. You hear a crackle.
He's pointing a
gun
gun at you.
Last chance.
Shoot. Use Thunder Gun.
Pikachu lets out a thunder, hitting the man straight in the face. The gun flies into the air, and the man falls backward. Pika?
Thunder? Grab the gun and run. Catch the gun in a Pokeball.
You catch the Pokeball, and release it. You throw it at the man. You're under arrest, you say. What the hell is going on?
Catch the gun in a Pokeball.
You catch the gun, and open up the Pokeball.
What the
You release Daisy the M3, and begin running back to the bridge. What happened? I'll explain later. Come on.
Throw a Pokeball.
The gun flies into the air, and lands in your Pokeball. Good one,
okay,
Pikachu, you say. The man begins laughing.
Throw a Pokeball at the gun flying in the air.
The Pokeball hits the gun, and it opens, sucking it inside. The ball then falls to the ground, before it closes once more. Char.
Char?
You look at the badge.
You look at the McClanky.
You did it, Pikachu, you say, picking up the ball.
I once had my
now we can get out
young
of here.
trainer
You turn, and begin to walk
career
away.
with my Pidgey
Suddenly,
ruined by
you
a
hear
group of
loud
mercenaries
scream
with the tank. That's so much. There was not. If you're interested in hearing about fucked up AI dungeon streams, I really recommend looking up Jabroni Mike's Pokemon stream. It was one of the most demented things I'd ever heard in my life. Let me see if I can get you a link. A Pokemon AI dungeon. Alright. Whoops. Here you go. You can check this out later if you want. The mystery of Sherbaity. Anyway, the Pokeball hits the gun, sucking it aside. The ball falls to the ground before it closes once more. This often gets very silly, yes. You did it, Pikachu, you say, picking up the ball. Now we can get out of here. You turn and begin to walk away. Suddenly, you hear a loud scream behind you.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey! He stole my Pokeball. The man yells.
No, I didn't.
Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. You yell. You turn to see the man you encountered earlier. What happened to you? You ask.
No.
I just got attacked by a ghost, he says. Oh, that would explain the scream, then. You turn around to see the man, who is on fire. He begins flailing around, screaming and yelling. Og. My face. Og. He yells, running around.
Take out Helix Fossil from bag and ask if there is anything we can do.
You take out the Helix fossil from your bag. What is that? The man asks, as his skin continues to burn. A fossil, you say simply. Give it to me.
What do we do, Helix? What do we do, Helix? AI knows in a lot of Pokemon names, even attacks, it cannot connect them properly.
What
in
do
the
we
same
do,
run,
Helix?
the tank guys, I've had a girl trainer in combat commanding her mouth to use
Suddenly,
fly.
the road begins to crack.
It's funny you should say that. Because earlier, there was a Rattata that looked strange, and then it started describing a kind of bat, and then the Rattata turned out to be a Crobat.
Don't listen to him, Helix, you say quietly. Hey, what are you doing? The man yells. Helix, use. Let's ignore him and use it later. Let's ignore him and use it later, you say. Fine, then, the man says, calming down a little. I don't know, the fossil says. The man begins to calm down, his skin returning to its original color. Give it to me, or you'll regret it, he says shakily.
Helix, you said... Helix, you said that Viridian City was at the end of this bridge. Where do we go now?
I don't know, the fossil says. Please, please, please. The man begs. Head to Viridian City, the fossil says. I think there's a way to heal my pain in there. Okay, okay. Follow the path around the lake, then head up the peak. You'll find it, the man says. Now give me that fossil. No, I'm not giving you anything. I don't not shut it, the man says angrily, cutting the fossil off.
Now you listen.
You listen to me.
No. Let's go. Let's go, Pikachu. Let's go, Pikachu. You're jumping this bridge.
What? Pikachu asks, confused. We need to jump off the bridge. No way, Pikachu says, electricity flaring through its cheeks.
You can speak?
The water's going to kill us.
Wait, you can speak?
Of course I can, Pikachu says, as if insulted you asked such a question. Watch it, or you'll make me shocked. You roll your eyes, and jump off the bridge.
I think my trainer's sanity is slowly falling apart.
You yell, as the water rapidly rushes up to meet you. You swim upwards, and reach the surface.
Okay, Helix. Take out Helix from bag once again and consult it for divine advice on how to get to in city.
The Helix fossil remains quiet. Hey, you alive? You ask the Helix fossil. Don't mock me, the fossil says in a low voice.
Swim to shore.
greater than you swim to shore. After a few minutes of swimming, you manage to reach the shore. You walk out of the river, soaking wet. All right, let's try that again, you say to yourself. Once again, you begin to run along the path heading towards Viridian City. After an hour of jogging, you reach the city.
Finally.
I did it. You yell, punching the air. You walk into the Viridian City game corner. A security guard immediately confronts you. You're way too young to be in a place like this, he says, staring at you.
Okay.
You nod, and begin to walk out of the building. Hey! The security guard
You
yells.
can't just listen to me
You
and then
can't
do
just
whatever
listen
you
to me
want.
and then do whatever you want.
What's the big
What's
deal?
the big deal? You ask?
I was just leaving.
What's the big deal? He says angrily. You think you can
y-
come into my place of work and
yes.
disrespect me like that?
Yes.
What did you just say? He
Yes.
asks. Yes, I think I can come into your place of work and disrespect you, you reply. I'll kick you out right now. You go ahead and try, you say confidently.
I'm already
The man
leaving.
approaches you, a fierce look in his eyes.
Leave the building. Leave the building.
You leave my place of work right now, or I
Leave
swear to
the
God.
building.
He begins. Please leave, the security guard begs. The man begins to walk away, a mixture of anger and embarrassment on his face. You decide to explore Viridian City. A nearby shop particularly catches your eye.
This reminds me of fucking Touch Plays Pokemon when the players were not able to like go anywhere they wanted. They would just enter things randomly.
Greater than you leave.
Please leave!
Be horny or ever will be horny. This is not a joke. Please.
Okay. Audio. Alright, you decide to explore Viridian City. A nearby shop catches your eye. Observe surroundings. Check map of Viridian City. And identify where everything... identify... available locations.
You walk out of the game corner and into the streets of Viridian. The first thing you notice is a pharmacy across the road, and a trainer's school next to it.
Look around.
You see a shop opposite with a sign reading pharmacy.
Get medicine for torn up face.
You go into the store and approach the counter. The shopkeeper, a woman in a white lab coat, smiles at you.
Please
Hello
help.
and welcome to the
My
Viridian
face
City Pharmacy.
Got mauled
says.
by a weird polygonal... wait, no.
This is a bit embarrassing, you say. I was attacked by a weird, polygonal ratata. It tore my face up pretty badly, and I need something to put on the wounds.
Okay, that works. He really wants you to go to the pharmacy,
Do you sell anything? Yes, we do. It's rare to get human customers here in the pharmacy. Most people go over to the trainer's school next door.
Okay. I need to find out what the deal was with the
I don't
signs
know, what do
earlier.
you have? We have all of the usual items: potions, antidotes, super potions.
Just give me, just apply them all to my face. Please. Just... It sure does.
Certainly, she says with a smile. She reaches below the counter and pulls out a tray of potions, antidotes, and super potions.
Please spray them on my face.
Certainly, she says with a smile. She sprays a potion onto your face. It burns like hell, and you double over in pain. The shopkeeper looks on in horror.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh my. I'm so sorry. The shopkeeper says. I've never had anyone use our items before.
Walk into a wall in pain.
You groan in pain, and lean against the wall. A man who is walking past looks at you in disgust. Get out of the way, kid, he says. Your face feels extremely hot. You walk into a wall by accident, due to your fog judgment. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. You walk outside.
1 second. I need to get the sound effect. Take a moment. You walk outside. Look for Viridian City Gym.
You see the Viridian City Gym in the distance. It is a large, impressive building, covered with plants and vines.
Check inventory.
You have a letter to mom, a map of Kanto.
Check party Pokemon. Check party Pokemon.
You have Pikachu, LV.
Pretty sure I had a Pidgey.
Pictim TPP. So you have one Pictim, the weakest Pokemon in all of Kanto,
What
and a
the
TP, a
fuck?
tadpole, the weakest possible Pokemon. You have a Caterpie, sitting at 1 horsepower, a Metapod, sitting at 1 horsepower, a Weedle, sitting at 1 horsepower, a Kakuna.
There's a list where you can write. You can list things you want. Okay, sure, I'll do that. You have Pokemon. 1 Pidgey. Pikachu. Pikachu. Pidgey. Gun. Your Pokemon includes just a literal gun. A literal gun in a Pokeball.
You have Pikachu, Hoshi trained into a Pikachu, Pidgey, LV. 8. You decide to leave the Pokemon Center and head straight for the gym.
Hoshi brained?
You have Pikachu, LV.12, Pidgey, LV.9, Far, Pikachu, Pidgey, Rattata.
1 second. Uh, 1, 2. Doesn't know what to do.
You have Pikachu, LB.
I'm gonna keep trying until he figures out.
You have Pikachu the Pikachu, Pidgey the Pidgey. You see a Pidgey in the distance. It looks like it wants to fight.
You have come the muck. Ignore the, walk haphazardly to Viridian City Gym.
You continue to walk towards the gym. You feel a stinging pain on your face as you walk. The medicine is wearing off. Suddenly, an old man approaches you in the distance.
Does he want to teach you? To teach you about the Chi-Chi TV?
If you do, then find a way. If you don't, then ignore him and walk to the gym. Then, it becomes real. You have to fight
He
a
even
trainer
knows
of the
about the
Viridian
old
City
man.
Gym. Will you hello? The old man yells.
Do you
running
like
towards
medicine?
Do you
Yeah,
like
yeah.
medicine?
Yeah. Sup, Masamune?
The old man's face lights up. Do you want it for free? Yeah, sure, you say. Why not? The man pulls out a pink spray bottle filled with yellow liquid.
Okay. Do I just take it? Okay, do I just take it?
The man throws it in the air and
Shoots at it with his gun.
It breaks into multiple pieces, some of which hit your face. You are unsure of what it is. What the hell was that, you say? Acid? It feels like acid on your face. No, the man says, laughing. It's lemon spray. You are unsure what he means, but you feel a soothing, cool feeling on your face. I made it myself.
Conventional, but thanks. Your voice kind of reminds me rock. What?
No problem, the man says. If you're ever in Cerulean, look me up. I'm the owner of the spray shop there. He takes out a card and hands it to you.
Take out Pidgey from Pokeball and hand card to Pidgey.
Pidgey takes the card in its mouth and hands it back to you.
No. No. No Pidgey. No Pidgey. Hold on to the card. No Pidgey.
ARGH.
What
My
the?
asking face. My asking eyes. My beautiful pink lemon scented face. Take it easy, kid, the man says. Give Pidgey back his card. You try to take the card from Pidgey, but it flies away from you. Pidgey.
Got a hurricane hitting where I live at 1 a.m. my time
Pidgey shakes
central,
its head
noteworthy
and
in
hands you
that
the
by the
card
time
again.
they get this far
Pidgey seems
inland they
unwilling
always,
to let go of the card.
as
You
far
take
as
it
back as
and look at
parents
it.
can remember
It has
either.
the name David.
What? Oh jeez. Damn. Hands it back to you. Give the card back to Pidgey.
Pidgey places the card in its pouch and returns to your shoulder. You continue to walk towards Viridian City. You arrive at the gates of Viridian City. Now arriving. Viridian City.
No. No. No, 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 no. Rip.
Pidgey takes the card back in its mouth and hands it back to the man. Thank you, little Pidgey, he says, putting the card in his pocket.
Oh,
You're a
no.
smart Pokémon.
Whisper to the man. Whisper to the man, can I have another one of those cards, please? Whisper, exasperated.
Here you go, he says. Thank you, you say, taking the card from him. Pidgey drops the card, but it gets stuck on the side of its beak.
Return Pidgey to Pokeball and approach Viridian City Gym.
You knock on the door to the Viridian City Gym. A tall man with a bald head answers. Hello, he says. How does this?
Wait.
Gym work? You say. You want to challenge this gym? The man says. I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to give away that information.
What? What?
I'm not authorized to give away that information, the man says. You are unsure how to respond. Have a nice day.
Open
he
the
says.
door and
The man
open
closes
the
the door.
door and challenge the old man to a battle.
You open the door and walk in. There is a large throne in the middle of the room,
No. I
with
want
an old man sitting on it.
No.
You approach the throne. You decide to be bold and open the door again. I won't be giving you any information today, the man says. Go away.
Break
The
the
man
door.
closes the door. You're acting like a child, the man says. You may not come in. The man closes the door. You decide to give up and leave.
Destroy the door. Tell Pikachu to reduce the door to cinders. You know, it makes sense if you think about it.
Pikachu shoots a bolt of
You
lightning
can't
at the
access
door.
the gym
It
initially.
explodes in a shower of splinters. The man looks shocked. Oh my, he says. This is highly irregular.
Either you tell me how to enter this gym, or I fight you with my explosion, my deadly Pikachu. Wait, no, that was
I'm
supposed
telling you right now. You don't want to battle me, he says. I'm the gym leader, and I'm very experienced. Bring it on. You yell.
You say. You, Let me try that again. Uh,
Okay, he says. But
I hope
your
your Pidgey is strong.
The man takes out his own Pokeball. Go, Abra. He throws the ball into the air.
Unleash Pidgey. The unbreakable.
The man throws a Pokeball into the air, and it releases a Pokemon. It's Abra.
Psychiar!
It's been with me since it was a tiny Psychiar.
Psychiar, the fucking pre-evolution. This is fucking Digimon pre-evolution. What the hell is a Psychiar?
A baby Abra, the man says. The Pidgey and the Abra stare each other down, ready to attack at any moment. Let's make this quick.
Use quick attack. Use quick attack, Pidgey.
Quick attack, you command. Pidgey speeds toward the Abra, but it moves out of the way at the last second.
Use extreme speed. Speed.
Greater than you say, use extreme speed, Pidgey. Quick attack again, you command. The Pidgey speeds toward the little psychic Pokémon, but it dodges the attack once again.
Is it working? Go, Pikachu! New headcanon. From now on, I'll refer to Baby Abra as Psychiar.
Pikachu, you yell, sending it into the battlefield. With a lightning-fast speed, the Abra strikes Pidgey, knocking
return.
it into the air.
Even in an AI dungeon Pokemon, it always ends up...
It's a one-on-one battle. Now let's see how you handle my Pikachu. Pikachu.
It always ends up with like the one super powerful Pokemon.
You yell, sending it into the battlefield. The Pikachu and the Abra stare each other down, ready to attack at any moment.
Pikachu uses self-destruct.
Pika. Pikachu says. What? You
What
ask.
is it?
What does that mean? Chew, it says, looking at you.
Hell yeah.
The Pikachu releases a ball of light, which slowly gets bigger. What is that? You ask. The ball explodes, releasing lots of stars flying everywhere. Well, the man says. You're a very interesting person. What the hell just happened? You ask. Why did my Pokémon do that? If I were to guess. The man says, you're a very lucky person. That was your Pikachu's miracle message. Miracle? You ask. Yeah, the man says. Miracle. What? You say. What does that mean? It means your Pikachu wants to be with you.
Okay,
What does that have to do with the
stupid.
explosion? Wow, you say. I've never seen that move before. Chew. Pika. Pikachu says, looking proud. What? You ask. Pikachu. What was that? It's a sign, says the man. This battle is over. You look at the Pikachu, which now has a bunch of stars circling it.
Where's Abra?
You won the battle. Abra returned to his Pokeball when he saw the stars. The stars scared him? The stars represented his soul, says the man. It's quite pretty.
Try again.
Gone, the man says. He teleported out of there. That was some expensive psychic power, you say. Well, I had to make he's dead, the man says. At least, for the next few minutes. You look closer, the ball of light has stopped moving. The Pikachu is gone. In its place. It's a Zoroark, you say. What does this mean? It means you lost, the man says with a smile. Good game. Is a large, yellow mouse. What? What is that? That's your prize, the man says. You've caught a Pikachu. I don't understand. A star? You ask? When a Pikachu evolved, it has to re-earn its abilities, the man says. Each type of Pokémon has a different type of evolution. Is a tiny kitten. You're kidding, you say. No, the man says. Is that? You ask. Yep, says the man. It's a star. The man throws another Pokeball, catching the star. I'll be holding on to this.
Hey! My Pikachu star thing. You can't just steal him.
You'll get him back, says the man. Eventually.
What do you...
The man walks away, not answering. Come on, he says. I don't need to tell you everything. You follow the man, until you reach a strange purple building. You'll have to get through Victory Road in order to reach the Pokémon League, and pass those to become champion, right? The man asks. I'll tell you everything you want to know about your father, says the man. But only if you come with me. You'll have him back when you beat me, says the man. Are you ready to battle?
Go, Pidgey.
The man throws a Pokeball. A seal appears, and charges towards you. Seal, hurry. The man yells. Take it out with Ice Punch.
What? 118,803 posts? What? Dodge quickly. Dodge quickly, Pidgey.
The Pidgey flies around Seal, confusing it. Stay still so I can hit you. The man yells. The Pidgey dives down, avoiding another Ice Punch, before retreating back up.
Use... Brick Break.
The Pidgey slams into the Seal, breaking its ice armor and knocking it out. Return, return, the man says, returning the Seal. Go, Alakazam.
Oh, come on. Hyper Beam? Okay, I'll do Hyper Beam.
The man releases a Pokeball, releasing the Pokémon. It appears to be pink, wearing a spiky crown, and is glowing slightly.
What is it?
That's a Mewtwo, says the man. And no, it's not an Alakazam. It's much better.
What?
Alakazam, get in there and use Recover.
That did not make any sense.
What do you mean? The man says. This is my Alakazam.
Pidgey, use, what was it? Hyper Beam.
Pidgey flies forward, but is stopped by the shield. Get out of there, Pidgey. Go, Alakazam.
Let's see if I can get the music for gym battle.
Pidgey. Pidgey yells, opening its beak. A massive beam of pure light is released, striking the psychic Pokémon. It is blown backwards, before regaining its footing. Get back in there and use Confusion, the man says. The Pokémon begins to glow, before it releases a pinkish energy that flies towards Pidgey, who smashes directly into a small pillar.
Pidgey, are you okay?
The Pidgey lies on the ground, unable to battle. Return, you say, returning it to its Pokéball.
No.
Pidgey gets up, struggling. Turn it into a feather and throw it. The man yells. The psychic Pokémon begins to glow once again, turning Pidgey into a small, light blue feather.
I don't have any other choice.
Pidgey. Pidgey yells, struggling to get out from under the rubble. Return, the man says, returning his Pokémon.
I don't want to have to, like, do this all over again.
Pidgey. Pidgey yells, flying back to you. Return, you say, returning it to its Pokéball. You release your next Pokémon. Go, Blom.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what Masamune is
The
talking
Pidgey
about.
is out cold. Return, you say, returning the Pokémon to its ball. Go, Vulpix. A small fox-like Pidgey. The Pidgey yells, having been battered into a small red stain on the pillar. Return, the man says, returning his Pokémon.
Jesus Christ.
Pidgey. It yells, struggling to get out from under the small pillar. Finish it with Psybeam.
Pidgey, what should we do? Pidgey. Use Protect? Yeah, use Protect. Use Protect. Hello.
The man's eyes widen as a blue, transparent field appears in front of the Pidgey, blocking the attack. What? What is this? The man asks.
I don't know. Good job, Pidgey. Potion.
Pidgey, it yells happily. When did Pidgey learn Protect? The man asks, confused.
Give Pidgey a potion. Protect.
Pidgey. It says happily as its skin returns to a healthy color
No
and
longer
is no longer
bleeding.
bleeding. Return, the man says, as the Alakazam disappears.
Pidgey.
I don't believe it, the man says. A Pidgey knows perfect? And its health potion. Where did you get this Pokemon from?
The side of the road, dude. The side of the road.
Ha, sure, the man says. This isn't just any Pidgey. Look at it. It's very well taken care
Use,
of, and obviously strong.
What's the most ridiculous possible move that I could make? We already did Hyper Beam. What's something even more ridiculous? Powerful attack Pokemon. Destiny Bond. Let's see. Use use Dynamic Punch. No. Use what does Destiny Bond do? Non-damaging typing it. Superpower. No, that's a fighting type. Use Darkest. Oh, how about Darkest Lariat?
The man's eyes widen as Pidgey flies directly at Alakazam. As the tiny bird flies towards its opponent, it begins to glow a pinkish red color. Then, it begins to orb, but not disappear. Instead, its color has changed to white, and tiny wings are forming on its back.
This is Darkest Lariat.
Dodge it! Dodge it! The man yells. The Alakazam tries to move out of the way, but is just a bit too slow.
The beauty of music.
That's what I just did, but with Pidgey.
It collides with the Pokémon, and a red glow encompasses the two of them.
You lost, old man. It's fucking Bird Jesus!
The two Pokémon reappear, with the Pidgey out in front. It appears unfazed by its opponent, while the Alakazam sits on the ground, hurting.
Finish him.
The Pidgey flies forward, slamming into the Alakazam and knocking it unconscious. No. No.
It's already
The man
faint.
yells.
It's already
This can't be.
fainted,
My
dumbass.
Alakazam's gonna win. The man's eyes widen as he storms over to the unconscious Pokemon.
Dude, stop.
No.
Dude, stop.
No. No. The man yells, hitting it with his shoe. Twisted maniac, the man says, before walking out of the room. He walks back a few moments later, carrying a ball. I'm catching this Pidgey. I can't let it get away. The Pidgey flies over to you, materializing in a red light. Good job, Pidgey, the man says, tossing the Pokeball at the Pidgey. The Pidgey appears, returning to its Pokeball. The man walks towards you, tossing the ball in the air and catching it. So what do you want to do about my Alakazam? Pidgey flies into his ball, and it shakes once, before falling still. The man walks over to you, and hands you the Pokeball. The Pidgey flies into the man's Pokemon ball, which closes on it. He walks out of the room. I can't stand this place anymore, he says. Pidgey, the Pokemon yells, flying into its trainer's arms. Ha, I taught you, the man says, tossing a red and white orb at the bird.
Kick the Pokeball of the air.
As the ball flies through the air, Pidgey snaps at it with his beak, causing it to hit the wall and bounce off. Huh? The man says, picking up the ball.
Throw the Helix at the man.
The old man ducks as the fossil smashes into the Pokeball, shattering it into pieces.
Never mind.
What the hell? The old man says, staring at the pieces of his Pokeball.
Ha! I caught
What the
you!
hell are you doing? The man yells. The man stares at you in shock as the Pokeball hits the ground and rolls into the corner.
Helix fossil. What do we do now? Pokeball soccer.
Man, what is it with you and asking the dumbest questions? The man says.
Retrieve Helix fossil from bag and consult it for divine advice.
You pull out a small, red and white orb from your bag, tossing it into the air. I choose you, Helix fossil, you say. The man stares at you in shock.
Ask for a gym badge, yeah.
Kill the man. Shut up, you're not real, you say. Kill the man. Helix exists again. You reply.
I'm sorry. Throw the Helix fossil at the man's head. At the bald man.
Helix smacks the bald man in the
I know,
head, knocking off
Messamine,
his
I saw it.
glasses. He picks up the Helix fossil, examining it. What is this? The man asks, dazed. Nothing. The man dodges out of the way of the oncoming fossil, which smashes into the glass, separating you from the rest of his Pokémon. The man slumps to the ground, dropping his gun. Why?
Gun?
Why would you kill me? I was nice.
Gun? Can I have my gym badge? Can I have my gym
The man looks up at you, and smiles. No. Why? Why not? You ask.
Okay.
I'm dead. You killed me. This is hell.
Okay, this is good. Let me see if I can get something a little more comical.
What the hell? The man yells as the Helix fossil hits him in the head.
Catch Helix fossil. It's okay.
I don't have time for this. I'm going out. Make yourself at home, the man says, walking out of the room. You sit in silence for a moment, before grabbing your bag. Kill the man. Helix yells. Shut up. Kill the man. Shut up. You don't have to yell. Kill the man, Helix says once more. The man leans in towards you and snarls. Shut up, Helix. You're idiot, he replies. The man says, looking around. You notice the man walking toward kill. You clap your hands over Helix's mouth. Shut up, you say.
It's very
Kill.
at you with a very confused and concerned. Looks over at you. Is looking over. Is look with a very concerned look on his face. You notice the gym leader is looking. With a very confused and concerned look on his face.
I think you need a doctor, he says, walking over to you. You need a doctor. Are you okay, kid? He asks. Fine. You say.
Not
You look
funny
down at the
enough.
ball
It's
and
not
shrug.
funny enough.
Nothing. I'm fine, you say. Okay then, what are you doing? He asks. Shut up. You yell at the fossil, before looking up at the man.
Can I have my gym badge now?
Yes, yes, the man says, handing you a badge. Now leave me alone so I can catch my new Pidgey. You walk out of the room and back into the hallway.
Wait, where's my Pikachu? Wait, where's my Pikachu?
Oh, he should be in the next room, the man says. Good luck. You walk through the next door, and see a shocking sight. Your Pikachu is on the ground, surrounded by 3 Magnemites. The magnets float in the air, surrounding the Pokémon. Pikachu, it says weakly, looking up at you. Your Pikachu is stark naked, wearing 3 necklaces and a
No,
rather
nope,
unhappy
nope,
expression on his
nope,
face.
nope,
Pikachu, you yell.
nope,
What
nope,
happened?
no, 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 no,
You see a
no.
large, empty room. In the middle, you see your Pikachu, but it appears to have been badly beaten. It looks weak, tired, and unable to even stand upright anymore. It's your rusting shack, back on the Contonian colony. You look around in shock.
What the fuck is a rust? What?
Your father is there, his head cleanly severed. Mom is there
What
too,
the
lying on the
fuck?
floor in a pool of blood. You walk forward in shock, before a hand grabs your shoulder. A huge, hairy creature stands in the center of the room. It's about 5 times your height, and looks like a cross between a man and a goat, with long black horns that curve backwards.
Pikachu?
The creature looks at you, and hits a button on a remote it's holding. The door behind you closes, and locks shut. This isn't good. The creature lumbers slowly towards you. You hear a crackling noise, and notice the shocking creature is wearing some sort of rubber suit. Hiya! He says in a deep voice. He takes another step towards you. Pika! Pika! Your Pikachu says fearfully. Shut up, you little rat. Hello, the creature says in a deep, guttural voice unlike anything you've ever heard.
Pikachu, is
You are
that
mine
you?
now. You may call me Gideon, the creature says. I have much to do. You are mine now. My Pikachu? You ask? I am no Pikachu. Gideon roars.
I might use this, but I'm not sure. Yes.
Yes, it's me, the creature says. I've been trapped in this form for some time now. All thanks to that man who
Do
owns this
anything
place.
stupid.
Helix, what have you done?
I didn't do anything, stupid boy. It says it retorts the fossil. Do anything stupid.
I'm a fossil. It's your own stupidity that's caused this. You there, the creature says, turning to you. Tie him up and throw him in the back. Pledge yourself to me, and I will let you live. You stare at the creature in shock.
I pledge myself to you.
The creature snarls impatiently in response. Stand up, it commands. And pledge yourself to me, if you wish to escape this room. Pledge yourself to a good man. But to be free, you must. I pledge myself to you, you say reluctantly. Your servitude will be rewarded, the creature says. Now, tell me,
Who am I? Who am I?
The creature stares at you in shock. You moron.
I'm
I'm
Zangief!
Pikachu, it says. I'm Zangief. Yes, I am Pikachu. The creature says, growing in size slightly and turning a darker, yellow color. And you, it continues, will be my slave.
Pidgey,
Never.
Pidgey, use hyper beam on the fucked up fucked up weird goat Pikachu. I will, don't worry.
Pidgey flies forward, opening its beak as it aims at Pikachu's head. Before collapsing on the floor. Ha! It seems your Pidgey has no strength to fight. A laser-like beam of pure energy bursts forth from your Pidgey's mouth, hitting the creature. It
Oh
lets
no.
out a horrible scream as it begins to grow in size. You will regret that.
Oh no.
The creature bursts through the ceiling of the room with ease, smashing through several floors until it reaches the top of the building.
Oh, okay. No!
The creature bursts through the roof of the building, rising into the sky.
Bye, I guess.
The creature soars away into the distance, rising higher and higher into the sky. We're in trouble now, the man says, staring up at the sky in horror. What's going on?
The man... the gym leader says appearing behind you. Appearing behind you and...
You hear a voice shout from below. A giant flying goat has attacked the city. The gym leader shouts. Well, do something about it. Like what? The gym leader shouts back.
I kind of want this to be like a threat that appears
You ask?
down the
What's
line.
going on? The apocalypse is what's going on. The ground begins to quake, as the sky turns a hellish red color. You ask? Suddenly, the sky grows dark.
It's pretty great.
You ask? It's a monster, the man says. We're all in danger. Suddenly, you hear someone screaming from inside the building.
Okay. Am I allowed to, the room yet? Am I allowed to leave the room yet?
Yes, the man says, you may leave the room. You walk through the door, and find yourself in a completely
I want him to
different
say
building.
no so that I can
It's
just
dark and
fly
eerily
through the
quiet.
hole in the
Too
in the
quiet.
ceiling.
You walk out of the room, and find yourself in the middle of a battlefield. A Pokeball rolls next to you, releasing its inhabitant. You find your... Yes, the man replies. That's another rule. You're free to leave this room. You walk out of the room and enter the hallway, which is empty.
Appearing... How about this? Appearing in a window. Pidgey, you fly us out of here through the hole, the ceiling that the creature made.
Greater than you say, Pidgey, can you fly us out of here through the hole in the ceiling that the creature made? No, your Pidgey says. I can barely fly in here, let alone outside, where there's more air resistance. Whatever you do, you need to act quickly. Gladly, I say. Come on, grab my feet and we'll get out of here.
Why is the narrator speaking? Let's see.
Of course I can, says Pidgey, flying into the air. Quick, grab on. You grab on. Of course I can,
Okay,
Pidgey
but the
says,
Pidgey...
although you're not
You
entirely
don't
sure
speak
that he can. You don't speak, your Pidgey nods, and you climb on its back. I thought you said Pidgeys can't fly. You yell at the gym leader as you climb on top of your Pidgey.
The gym leader... Wait, did I get the... I got the badge, okay. Looks down in... in... What was it? Envious despair.
I did. I don't know how it's happening, he says in reply. Just go. Pidgey soars up through the hole in the ceiling, and out of the building.
Look around. I want to see if it can, like, describe the aerial view of Viridian City.
You look down at the city beneath
Oh,
you
it
as you
does.
soar through the sky on your Pidgey. You see the creature flying away towards a distant mountain, shrinking in the distance.
Can you land us somewhere near Cerulean City? Wait, was it Pewter City or Cerulean City? Should we just skip Pewter City? Should we just go to Cerulean City or go to Pewter City? Land us somewhere near...
Your Pidgey flies down towards the ground, and you gently dismount. Thanks, Pidgey, you say gratefully. Pidgey nods at you silently, and takes off into the sky once more. You're standing on the outskirts of Diglett's Cave, which is just a short walk away from Pewter City. Congratulations. Your adventure is over. Did you beat all the gyms?
No.
Did you collect all the Pokémon? No. Did you catch a level 50 legendary Pokémon with Dark Pulse, Fire Blast, Shockwave, and Agility? You sure did.
Level 50! Level 50 Pidgey! Should I keep this, or should I just reroll? Reroll, okay.
Thanks, Pidgey, you say. That'll be all. Your Pidgey nods at you once, and then takes off into the sky. Pidgey flies off, no doubt in search of some bugs to eat. You begin the trek towards Pewter City, intent on taking on the gym.
It returns to your Pokeball. It returns to you eventually. Your party is now just Pidgey. Your party is now just Pidgey. Your former starter, a Pikachu, is no longer with you. It has transformed into a nameless goat-like gigantic flying creature, goat-like creature. That tried to enslave you. The creature formerly known as Peach has fled into the mountains and now poses a threat to the world. An unknown. Oh, shit.
Pidgey becomes agitated by something and begins flapping its wings noisily. It looks to the cave, and begins flying in circles around you. Hey, stop that! Pidgey flies up to you and lands on your head. Get off, you say, annoyed. It begins flapping its wings again. Alright, stop it, you shout in frustration. Pidgey flies up into the air and lands on the ground. Your Pidgey flies over to the cave, where it begins to make a strange noise. The noise increases in volume and pitch, and after a short time, it stops. Then, you hear a voice. It belongs to a young woman. Thank you, the voice says. You look around, but see no one. Then, your Pidgey takes. Hello? The voice asks. It seems to be coming from the cave. The bizarre mechanics of this Pidgey, and the strange man you met earlier, have got you interested. You decide to investigate. I'm coming in, you say. Take care, young one, the voice says. This cave is full of surprises. You enter the cave, your Pidgey flying circles around you. Take me to the person who's talking, you command to your Pidgey. It looks around in confusion, as if it doesn't know what to do. After a brief moment, it flies over to the cave. Never mind, sorry, I must have misheard you, you hear the voice say. I want to see the person who's talking. For a moment, you're worried it won't listen. Then, it takes flight and lands a short distance away, looking at you expectantly. To the right, you command. It looks to the right, as if looking at a person it can't see, then back at you. Then, it shakes its head. Suddenly, it flies off. Come back. You exasperatedly shout after it. No sooner have you said that when it comes back and lands on your head. Take me to the person who's talking, you repeat, with more authority this time. Your Pidgey flies inside the cave, and you follow. With a sigh, you repeat your command. Take me to the person who's talking. It flies away from the cave, and brings you to a group of 3 people. That way, you say, pointing towards the cave. It looks in the direction that you indicate, but it is still confused. It looks up at you, and then flies off. Come on. You say. Let's go. The Pidgey gives you a look as if to say. The man, it says. I left him at the entrance to the cave, you say. Can you take me there? Pidgey nods, and flies. Who are you talking to? The man in the cave asks. Wait a second, Pidgey, you say in a sing-song voice. All right, all right. It flaps its wings frustratingly, but obeys your command. Follow me, it commands. You walk up to the cave with your Pidgey, and you both enter it. Take me to the person who's talking, you command again. Your Pidgey soars into the cave, and you follow it from above. Then, it jumps off your head and flutters over to the cave. I'm over here. The voice says. You walk up to the cave, and enter it. The man had a Pidgey, too, you say. Just like you. Your Pidgey soars away towards the cave, and you. Right now, you say, getting impatient. Pidgey soars over to the cave and begins to poke its head in and out of the entrance. What? What is it doing? The person's not in the cave, it responds. Where is he? You ask. I don't know exactly. He could be. Who's that? The voice inside asks. I'm looking for someone who can tell me more about this strange Pidgey, you say. You need to go. Take me to the person who's talking, you repeat. Suddenly, your Pidgey soars into the cave, heading deep inside. You follow, walking at a normal pace. Then, it swoops down and perches on a rock. Follow me, the voice commands. You see a blue light coming from deep within the cave. I'm coming, you reply. Then, it flies over to the cave. I'm up here, the voice says. Come on, I don't have all day. You roll your eyes. This is ridiculous. Soon, a man appears from inside the cave. He seems to be dressed in diving gear, and has an air tank on his back. Then, it just sits there and does nothing. Get off, you say in annoyance. It disregards your command, and continues to sit and do nothing. Useless bird, you mutter. I'll just have to. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice. Come on, we're doing this, you say. You stand over the Pidgey and begin kicking sand at it. Eventually, it flies away from you and, I don't understand, you say in confusion. I don't understand. You hear the voice again, coming from the cave. Enter, the voice commands. You look at the cave, then turn to your Pidgey. You are inclined to follow the Pidgey. Let's go, you command. Your Pidgey looks around, and you notice that there are several cracks in the cave walls that could potentially be speakers. You wonder if you're just hearing things. Go inside, you say, pointing to the cave. Pidgey flies over to the cave. You follow closely behind. I'm over here, the voice commands. You look around at the dark cave, unable to see anything. Welcome, the voice says as you enter the cave. I am on. A lamp lights up, revealing a man sitting cross-legged in front of you. This way, the voice says. The cave begins to twist and turn, but you eventually see a light at the end of it. You walk out into the sunlight, where you see another mansion. As you follow its twists and turns, but continue straight ahead, eventually, you reach a dead end. This wall is different from the rest of the cave, with various paths leading off in different directions. Eventually, you come to a halt. I'm not sure which way to go. Pidgey turns to you and appears to be waiting for further instructions. A map is carved into the wall. So, it seems you are the one I've been waiting for. The one who will help me escape. You follow the voice down one of the passageways. Up ahead, the voice commands. Pidgey goes straight, and you follow. The path leads to a dead end, where there is a man sitting in a leather armchair. Suddenly, your Pidgey becomes still. It flies forward, but then quickly flies back to you. We've gone the wrong way, the voice says. Turn around. The voice says. You follow the voice, going left at the junction. Soon, you come across a lonely Pokeball on the ground. LEDs blink and flash on it, before fading away. Seek the strong against the weak. Empty are all instances of imbalance, the voice says. To your right, you can see another path. A man leans against the wall, scratching his head. The voice commands. You follow the path to the right, where you see a man in a black cloak standing by a rock. The man notices you, then runs to the other side of the cave. There is another empty Pokeball on the ground. Back, the voice says. You turn around and follow the path back to the junction. Then, you turn right, as the voice commands. There is a second empty Pokeball here. Forward, the voice says. You walk along to the front of the path you're on, finding a third. There is an opening in the cave wall, where light shines through. You walk up to the opening, and find yourself outside of a burger shop. Have a seat, the voice commands. On the ground is a second Pokeball, this one containing a Pokémon. Back, the voice commands. You follow the path until you come to a man sits there, cross-legged, the only thing in the area. He looks up at you as you approach him. Hello, he says, waving. You're here. At the end is another Pokeball. Back, the voice orders. You turn and follow the path back, to where you began. There, at the very start of the cave, is a dark figure. No more commands are given to you. Back, the voice says. You head back to the original path, where your Pidgey takes a different route than you. Back, the voice says in displeasure. You return to the junction, then the ball rolls forward a few inches. Over here, the voice commands again. There is nothing there. Back, the voice says. You walk back the way you came, and soon find yourself at another junction. This time, a Pokeball sits upon a rock. The voice commands. You walk down to the end of the path, finding a lonely Pokeball on the ground. It's empty. Back. The voice says. You look down, and see a narrow passageway leading further down. You walk over and drop down, finding another empty room with no one in it. Back, the voice says. You look up, and see a hole leading back up. No, nothing is there, the voice says in a mocking tone. Frustrated, you find yourself at another dead end. You climb up, and find yourself at the start of another path. You walk down it, finding a room filled with boulders.
Back.
The voice says. The boulders begin pushing inwards, forming a circle. Then, they all push together, fusing together to form a single, solid mass. The voice says. As you walk into the room, the boulders begin to shift around, as if alive. Use bide, the voice commands. The voice says. The boulders begin to shift around, as if pushed by an invisible force. They arrange themselves to spell out a word. Hey, the voice says. The voice says. Boulder? You ask? The boulders begin to shift around, moving in a particular pattern. One moves out of the way, revealing a passage behind it. Follow me. Suddenly, the boulders begin to shake, and earth begins to fall from the ceiling. You jump out of the way in time, or you would have been crushed. Silence again. Yes, boulder, the voice says. Press B. You look at the boulders before you. The voice commands. You walk left, to another dead end. But this time, there is something here. A purple sphere sits in the middle of the cave, emitting a strange blue glow. Dead end, the voice says. You suddenly feel a hand around your throat, choking you. You begin to gasp for air, before you black out. Correct. Right, the voice says. You walk right, and find yourself back in the room with the boulders. You hear a rumbling sound. The voice commands rapidly. The boulders begin to shuffle around. You jump out of the way, as they begin to crush the edges of the room. Boulders begin moving, some falling to the ground, others creeping along the walls. You step back, watching the boulders push and pull against each other. You do as it says, but nothing happens. Frustrated, you scream out loud. I'm stuck in a cave, and a freaking ghost is taunting me. You reach into your bag and pull out the helix fossil. Is this what you wanted? You ask the empty room. Yes, that's it, the voice says from all directions. It begins to glow red. What's that? The voice asks. You look around, but see nothing but empty space. Who are you? You demand. What's that? The voice asks. You look up, confused. Then, you hear a gasp. That's my fossil. The voice says in awe. You drop the fossil in shock. The fossil begins to glow, and then it floats into the air. It glows so brightly that you have to shut your eyes. What's going on? You shout, frustrated. The voice begins laughing again. You peer into the darkness. The voices. They're all around me. What do I do? Please help me. Get out of the cave, the helix fossil eerily whispers.
Just get out of the cave, forehead.
You're lost. Just keep walking. You'll find your way out eventually. That's not very helpful. You yell. Get out of the cave. I don't know how. You yell out loud. Suddenly, you feel a pain in your arm. You look over, and notice a red gash mark on your arm. Blood begins to drip down your wrist. As you look around, you find that you're surrounded by several ghost-type Pokémon. Get out
Really,
of the cave.
really
I
dramatic.
can't. Please, help me. You beg. Get out of the cave. You hear a low growl coming from behind
The
you.
way it says it. Get out of the cave. Get out of the cave.
You turn to find that Pidgey has become even paler. You have to destroy the voices. The Pidgey moans. collapsing in your arms.
Wait, wait, you can speak?
Yes, I can speak. The voices are driving me insane. They wanted to kill you. But I don't want to kill you.
I'm not sure. Do I want Pidgey to speak? Test.
Which way do I go? You ask desperately. Left. But you mustn't. Pidgey begins to fade away, and then falls still. He stares at you, motionless. I'm just a normal kid. I don't know what to do. The ghost of the Pidgey stares blankly ahead. It looks like a ghost itself. Get out of the cave, it says. You don't know what else to do, so you follow the instructions of the soul of the old fossil. Please help me, you beg to the voices. You drop the helix fossil and collapse. Pidgey grabs it before it hits the ground. The voices, Pidgey manages to say, its voice little more than a whisper. A violent tremor shakes the cave, and tons of rocks fall from the ceiling of the cave. What's happening? You ask in terror. You suddenly feel lightheaded, and everything goes dark. You fall unconscious. The voices begin to fade away. The helix fossil begins to glow, as if possessed by the spirit of a Snorlax. We can help you, a voice says. Please, I don't want to be stuck here, you beg. Stick with. Thanks, you whisper to Pidgey, before falling unconscious. You wake up to find yourself in a hospital bed. Your mother is beside you, looking tired. You begin to feel dizzy, and your vision blurs. I don't want to die. As you fade into unconsciousness, all you can hear is the faint voices of the cave. We need to get out of here, you say. You climb up the cave wall and reach the ceiling. You begin to dig through it with your hands. I hope this works. You say. After 10 minutes of digging, you manage to make a hole big enough for you to fit through. You fly through it and into the next room. You find yourself in a room with 5 paths, all of which are dirt. Where do I go now? You wonder out loud. The voices are quiet. It seems they've run out of patience for you. Let's try the middle one, you decide. Mountainous rock formations can be seen in all of them. I don't know which one to go through, you say. Go left, the voices say in unison. Wrong way, they say. You turn around and see that this path was a dead end. You'd have to go all the way back. You sigh in frustration. Try again. Instead, the ominous rumbling of the mountain makes you step quickly. What's going to happen? You ask. Am I really going to die in here? Yes, the voices says solemnly. You have to use the direction commands. The voices say angrily. You say, what? The voice responds. I'm not following your commands anymore. I'm taking control of my own fate. You turn to the left and begin to walk down that path. Instead, and find a raging sandstorm that nearly blows you away. Try another path, you say to yourself, your voice filled with fear. Instead, and find yourself at a dead end. You claw at the dirt walls with your hands, but only manage to cut them up and fill the cavern with the smell of your own blood. Instead, into a tunnel where the dirt walls are deep brown. You crawl through the small passageway and reach another large room. Good. Now left, the voices say. Right, the voices say. You turn around and go back into the tunnel. You see a blue glow coming from afar, and hear rushing water. Or had you been here for years? Maybe decades? Go back, the voices say. No, you reply defiantly. You can't take it anymore. You shrug and race towards the light. You reach a cavernous room with a river running through it. A small beach of smooth, round stones is before a massive hole in the wall to another room. Or had you been here for days without food or water? You look at your Pokémon. They're all suffering from exhaustion and hunger. Or had you been here for days? Weeks? The voices continue to drone on, and you find yourself paralyzed. Down, the voices say. You put it back in your bag and climb out of the cave. You find yourself back in the real world, staring at a small helix fossil resting on a rock. You see a ball bouncing along the ground towards the pedestal, but it disappears before it gets there. What's going on? You ask. Down? You ask out loud. Yes. The voices have taken control of your body. There is no escape from them. You must comply with their wishes and commands. Now, take the helix fossil. It is time. You jump down into the hole and grab the fossil. You place it back in your bag and climb back out. Now. Didn't you? The voices continue to drone on. They're speaking in a different language. It almost sounds ancient. You don't the voices. They're speaking to me. In an ancient tongue. I don't understand what they're saying, you say. Get out of the cave.
Yeah.
The world around you begins to disappear, and you see the endless black abyss that you woke up in. The voices become louder, and their buzzing becomes painful to hear. You see the exit. It's an opening at the end of the cave that leads outside. You walk over to it and look outside. What you see shocks you. You're no longer in New Bark Town.
Okay.
Retreat back, the voices say. We need to go back. You're standing in front of the pedestal again. Return to the beginning. Take us to the sun. Let us reunite with Helix, so that we may once again be free. They're likely speaking in ancient Pokémon. You've seen tourists from Johto at the Pokémon centers sometimes, and they speak this weird language you don't understand. Maybe this is something like that.
Oh shit, it was the unknown. But like Johto is
You turn to find that
where
the
the
voices
unknown are
have
from.
stopped commanding you to do anything. Suddenly, the voices go silent. It's eerie.
Yeah, I mean, but like they could have. It says you've seen tourists from Johto at the Pokemon centers sometimes, so that means that they were tourists from Johto.
The voices command in quick succession. A path opens up on the right wall. You enter the next room. So, this is the human that has been chosen to protect our most sacred artifact? The voices say in quick succession. You have no idea what this means. You see the strange symbols that represent the directions on your Nintendo DS. You stare at it, confused. Left.
Hmm. Have to do something.
The voices say in
I know.
unison.
I know what
The noise is
kansai is like.
unbearable. The
I know what
voices won't
kansai is.
stop screaming
Masamune.
at you. Shut up. You yell, grabbing your head. Your vision goes red with anger. You hear a soothing female voice say something in return. Calm down. We can help you. We want to help you. You open your eyes in response to that statement. You're surrounded by red. Then, you hear laughter. A dark, menacing laugh that sends a chill down your spine. Then, it stops. This is it. The moment of transcendence, the voices say once again.
Like a Pokemon champ.
I said shut up. You scream again, grabbing a nearby shovel and holding it with both hands. You stand, anger welling up inside of you. You want them to stop screaming. Why won't they stop screaming? Why won't they just die? You see yourself bringing
Oh
the shovel down in
shit!
the helix faucet.
No!
Its shell
Don't
is
destroy
soft,
the
and
helix
it
faucet!
smashes easily. There's green goo leaking out of the caved-in skull, and its eyes are crushed. You bring the shovel down again.
Why does it have
destroying the eyes
eyes?
completely. There's no blood. You're surrounded by silence. There. Now they won't scream anymore. You drop the shovel and collapse on the ground. You lie on the cold dirt, and eventually fall asleep. In fact, all your items are unharmed, and in perfect condition. What? What was I thinking? You're about to smash it again, but something stops you. You look at it. It's strange, but it almost looks like art. You stare at it for a while. You find a few more in your bag. All undamaged. How? How is this possible? You ask aloud, picking up one of the fossils. Through use of the time glass. What? Your heart begins to beat faster, and your breaths become shorter. You check your bag, and everything is there. What? You don't understand. How did it get there? Did you break it and put it back in your bag in your sleep? You must have, because there's no way that it just repaired itself. But, what about the voices? Thank Arceus. Your mom says, running up to you. We were so worried about you. No, that's impossible. You continue checking your bag, alongside all of the pouches and pockets you have in your outfit. Everything is still there. The voices begin to speak again.
Arceus? I still think it's Arceus. It sounds cooler.
You've managed to freak yourself out more than you already were. It's time to move on. You stand up and begin walking, deeper into the cave. Right up down select left B up start A left down right B start. A. You find yourself in a room filled with fossils. The commands seem familiar to you. You walk up to the wall, and put your hand on it. It's cold to the touch. From the feeling of it, it's just a simple wall. There's no discernible features or anything. It's just a wall. A. You feel something. It's very faint, but you feel as if your hand is melting into the wall. There's a slight protrusion, only noticeable because of how your hand fits perfectly inside of a human-shaped depression. It's a button. You push it. You push your finger into the button, and hear a loud click. From somewhere in front of you, lights turn on in the room, illuminating everything. The wall slides to the left, opening up into a new passageway. You enter, and the wall slides back into place. Right up down select left B up start A left down right B start. You walk further into the cave. You walk down a flight of stairs, and through a large, arching passageway. The ground is sloped slightly downwards. You can hear the water before you turn the corner and see it. A large, still pool of water stretches out in front of you. The ceiling arches high above it, and a small island with a tree grows in the center. Large tree grows in the center. Its roots run below the water, and reflections of the tree stretch out across the water's surface. Large, bright red crystal sits in the middle of the pool. You step onto the boat sitting at the edge of the lake and propel yourself out towards the island with a single oar. Grouping of trees sits in the middle, a tiny speck of green in an otherwise barren and brown landscape. You rest here. Large, golden egg on it sits in the center of the pool. The water is so smooth that it's reflecting the ceiling perfectly, giving the impression that the egg is floating in mid-air. Large tree grows in the center. Its roots grow up and over the pool's edge, almost as if it's holding the pool up. Large tree grows in the center. Its roots travel deep into the cave, drawing nutrients from the underground lake. It's a beautiful oasis in the middle of a barren desert. And, judging by the small, sparkling shapes in the water, it's also home to... Whoa! How did I not notice this before? You say in amazement. The voices don't respond. Perhaps they cannot hear. Or perhaps they just want to watch you silently. You just stare at the pool of water. Your throat is dry, and you're desperate for a drink. Should you risk drinking this water? It could be dangerous. Then again, you're desperate for a drink. Ball. It's entirely up to you. You just really want to drink that water. Who stands at the edge of the pool? It stares intently at its reflection. You reach into your bag and pull out the helix fossil. You hold it up to Pidgey. Pidgey, what do you think? Should I drink it? Pidgey stares at the helix fossil, and then looks out to the pool of water. It seems to hesitate. Then, it flies away from the pool and into the left passageway. Pidgey? Where are you going? You follow Pidgey into the left passageway. It stops at the edge of another pool of water. It perches itself on a small rock, and stares into the water. You follow Pidgey down the left passageway, deeper into the cave. The light from the opening quickly disappears, and soon you're forced to pull out your phone's flashlight to be able to see. You follow Pidgey. It quickly disappears around the corner, and you struggle to keep up. After rounding the corner you see it, still flying forward, a good few meters away now. You continue to follow it, and notice another passageway opening up to the right. It's a darker shade of black at the darkness of the cave, and its presence is almost haunting. Pidgey disappears down the new corridor, entirely unaware of the new passage that has opened up. Pidgey! Wait up! You shout, as you struggle to turn around. You reach the new passageway, and notice that it's much colder here than the last. Chills run up through your body and you can see your breath in front of you. You continue walking forward, noticing another passageway opening up to the right. This one is different from the last. The presence emitting from this corridor is almost inviting. The walls are a warm shade of black, like the inside of a tree, and you can't see any breath in front of you. You know you want to walk down it. Right, the voices say. Always the opposite of what you want to do. You hesitantly walk to the right, into the opening. You step forward, into darkness. You can't see anything. You reach out in front of you and feel nothing but cold air. You can't tell if you're standing, sitting, or lying down. You can't tell what direction you're facing. Your body is numb. Pidgey. You shout, Pidgey, where are you? Fly in a circle. You hear a flutter of wings in front of you, and then the sound dissipates into the darkness. You notice that it's not really light, just the absence of darkness. The shadowy veil has been lifted, and you can see that you're standing on the edge of a plateau, overlooking a canyon. But not your Pidgey. It illuminates everything around it, but not your partner. You stand in the darkness, watching. A red dot appears on Pidgey's head, a laser sight. You notice that you're still in the cave, but it is much different. The walls around you are a pale green and glowing. You see that you're in a cube of some sort. The walls are gray and blocky, and the floor and ceiling resemble concrete. You're trapped. Pidgey, where are you? You ask, eyes squinting. You see that you're standing on some sort of platform, with the Pidgey now flying away from you. You're in your house, sitting in front of the TV. You're about 5 years old. It's a Saturday, and Pokémon is on. Pidgey appears on the screen, and you're channeling it, making its cries come out of your mouth. Then, a shadow casts over you. You turn your head and look up. There's someone there, its face shrouded in darkness. You can still see the whites of its eyes though, staring down at you. Mom? You say. You need to come with me, the shadow says. It's time. Time? Time for what? Joseph, you need to do the dishes. Now. It's your mother. You live in a house just like on TV, except staring at you with hatred. You try to scream, but nothing comes out. You feel your body freeze up, unable to move. Then, wake up, kid. The eyes are red and burning, like the eyes of a demon. You let out a scream, but no sound comes out. Then you wake up. Do you like Pokémon? The figure says. Yes, you say. Do you believe in Jesus Christ, son? Come with me, the figure says, its voice completely monotone. Or suffer here forever. You feel paralyzed, unable to move. They're looking at you. Watching you. That night, you have a nightmare for the first time in your life. It involves your uncle. Mom? You ask. Then, you notice. It's not her. It's not human. It's a beast. A horrible monster that will devour you. You try to get up, but find that your legs won't move. You're paralyzed with fear. You can only look up at the figure. Before you leave. Mom? You ask. She smiles, and then laughs. She bends down and picks you up. You stare into her eyes. Don't worry, kid. I'm not here to hurt you. You hear those words, and something tells you to trust them. Who are you? The voice is familiar, but you can't quite place it. It's a man's voice, that much you know. Keegan, the figure says. Why are you playing with us? You're scared. You understand that this is a dream, but this figure is. It looks like a haggard old man, with a scraggly white beard and hair that falls in your face. It's a dark gray, almost black. The eyes are wide and expressionless. Hi, the figure says in a gruff voice. You're scared, but you can't scream. You open your mouth but nothing. You shouldn't be watching this, says a deep voice from the figure. It's not good for you. You stand up and walk over to the TV. Hello, the figure says. Your eyes widen in fear. Something about this figure puts you on edge, and you can't help but be. You scream. You jolt up in bed, sweating. Your blankets are wrapped around you tightly, like a straitjacket. You take a moment to. It's cute that you think you're in control, but you're not, the figure says. Then, a hand reaches out and grabs you by the shoulder. Get out of here, demon. Before I blow your brains out. Pidgey screams and the light around it goes away, casting you back into darkness. You're back in the cave. Who are you? You ask. The figure doesn't answer. It just stares at you, leaning over your bed. Play with me, the figure commands. You try to reply, but you can't. Your voice is gone. Why you try to say, but your mouth doesn't work. The figure reaches down and grabs you by the shirt, yanking you up. Mom? Daniel, honey, you have to get up. You're going to be late for school. Her voice is the most beautiful thing you. Hi, the figure says in a raspy voice. Who are you? You ask. A friend. You stare at the shadowy. The figure takes hold of your arm and yanks you up. It's too strong. It throws you onto the floor, forcing you to crawl away to avoid being crushed by their grip. Hello, the figure says. I've been watching you. I think we're going to be great friends. You gasp. A woman's voice comes from the figure. It's rude to copy the TV, darling. Mommy, I'm sorry. Mom? You ask. The person doesn't answer. It simply stares at you, emotionless. Who are you? You ask. The person's mouth opens, but no words come out. Then, an evil, sickly sweet smile curls across its face. It's time to wake up, it says in a soothing voice. Then, play with me, the voice says. It's deep and guttural, like someone trying to talk through water. Come on. Play with me. Don't forget us, a voice whispers in your ear. You try to jump, but you can't. Your body is frozen in place. You scream, but nothing comes out. You let out a terrified yelp and you're laying on the ground of the cave, Pidgey next to you. It looks at you expectantly. Did I zone out? You wonder. What the heck was that? You stand up and dusted yourself off. You are apparently sitting on the ground because your back is killing you. You hear a crackling noise, and look over to see Pidgey kneeling down in front of you. You must have passed out from the shock of seeing whatever it was. You were only about 5 years old when it happened, but you still remember that face. How could you ever forget it? It lets out a cry and flaps its wings, flying up to sit on your shoulder. That was. Your voice trembles. That was terrifying. You hear the voices again. You cringe and cower in your seat, too terrified to move or scream. Hello, the shadow says. It's a woman's voice. Do you like Pokémon? They're bright and bloodshot. The figure reaches out for you, grabbing your arm tightly. The grip is cold and painful. Let's go, the figure says. Everything. The figure reaches out a hand and touches your forehead, and then you hear it, the most terrifying sound you can imagine. Make sure to drink your milk, or you'll go blind, the figure warns. You turn back towards the TV and continue watching Pokémon. Mom? You ask, looking up. Is that you, Mom? Yes, a voice says. It's me. You scream, but no sound comes out. Wake up, sleepyhead, the voice says. You open your eyes, and are blinded by. They're red. Demon eyes. You stand up and step back, frightened. The person takes a step forward, and now you can. Who are you? You ask. It doesn't answer. Instead, it raises its arm up high into the air. It holds a knife, with a blade as bright and silvery as the moon. Instead, it just continues to stare at you. The eyes are so white. Like the belly of a. You turn back to the TV. Pokémon has It instead bends down, and picks you up. No. Let me go. The face leans in towards your own. You try to squirm away. You jump up and try to make a run for the door, but you're not fast enough. The monster is faster. It grabs you. It just stares at you, its eyes unwavering. What do you want? Still no answer. You stand up, and find that you're towering over this creature. Pidgey, peck. You say. Pidgey, peck. You say again. The Pokémon on the TV looks at you confusedly, unable to hear your commands. What do you want? It continues to stare at you, unmoving. Get out of here. You shout. It still doesn't move. Then, it lunges at you. AGH. You scream, sitting up in your bed. You're in your room. It's the morning of the next day. What happened last night? Teleports and you reappear in the cave. Who are you? You ask again. As soon as the words leave your lips, the figure is gone. It's as if the Dad? Is that you, Dad? You ask. Still no answer. Then, it swoops down at you with a roar, ready to devour you. You wake up in a cold sweat. Hello? You try again. It still doesn't answer. Then, it reaches its arm out to the side, and it slowly starts to bend down. You try to get up, but you're paralyzed. You can't move. The shadow continues staring at you, unmoving. What do you want? It stays silent as it stares at you. Something seems off about the eyes. They don't feel human. They feel cold and full of malice. You stand up and back away from the figure. It stays perfectly still, as if it were a statue. The eyes. They're growing. You try to get up, but you can't. Your body won't listen to you. The figure doesn't move. It just stands there, watching, waiting. The eyes. You look away, and when you turn back, the eyes are gone. I'm not afraid of you, you say. Just as you finish saying that, a pain shoots through your chest and you fall to the floor. You look down at your chest. You notice that the eyes are no longer looking at you. They're looking past you, towards the source of the light. You turn to see what it's looking at. You shield your eyes, trying to look past it. In the middle of the explosion, you see a figure. You shield your eyes from it and try to look past it. There's a figure there, but it's not the same one that was there before. This one is different. The colors begin swirling all around the cave, and your eyes start to water. This is a beautiful sight to behold. Then, you hear a hissing sound, like that of 1,000 snakes. It feels like your eyes are going to pop out of your head. You feel the warmth of the light on your back, and it almost feels like the light is hugging you. You. The eyes shield themselves from the explosion and disappear with a yelp. You're blinded by the light, but when you open your eyes there's nothing but darkness again. You stare in awe. In front of you is a fairy, made of pure light. Its wings are those of a butterflies, only they're multicolored like a rainbow. The entire world seems to be one of light and hope and joy, and you just watched it all come from a tiny little bird. When you turn back to the darkness, it's gone. The light spreads past Pidgey, filling the darkness. The shadows are gone, and the darkness is no more. The darkness has been destroyed by the light, and only returned to whence it came. Slowly, the world around you begins to darken. The TV slowly loses its color, turning back to the old gray one you've had since you were born. You hear a laugh emit from the shadowy figure. Ha ha ha. I never get tired of that. It says, joyfully. What the hell is this? You growl at the figure. It doesn't answer, still staring at Pidgey as it's being forced back into the darkness. Then, the world returns to normal. You're back in your room, sitting in front of the TV, still about 5 years old. You hear a creaking sound. You hear a whisper in your ear, as the world fades back to darkness. This would be your last warning. You wake up at the mouth of the cave, surrounded by your loved ones. Your mother beams at you as she helps you up. Did you have fun playing outside? She asks. The shadows seem to envelop you and you jolt awake with a feeling of terror running through your veins. You must have fallen asleep while reading. Or whatever that was. You wake up in the darkness, the silence returning. You wake up in the darkness of the cave. You can't see anything. You reach out and touch rock on all sides of you. You wake up in the tunnel. The darkness has lightened. It's not as suffocating as it once was. You wake up in the darkness, the same darkness of before. You're back in the cave, with Pidgey at your side. Pidgey, you whisper. Did you see that too? Pidgey grabs your pinky finger with its little talon, and holds it tightly. Let's get out of here, Pidgey. You stand up and begin walking back the way you came. The darkness engulfs you, but you feel safe with Pidgey at your side. You pick it up and hold it in your arms as you walk. After a few minutes you see a light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, you whisper. I can see the end of the tunnel. The light of the moon pours into the cave, illuminating the ground in front of you. Of the tunnel. Of this tunnel. Of the tunnel. You quicken your pace, excited to leave the darkness behind. Your foot hits a rock and you trip, falling face first into the ground. Pidgey. You cry as you hit the ground. You push yourself up to your knees and open your eyes. Pidgey? You say. The light surrounds you, but your eyes can barely focus on it. It's all just a blur, a beautiful, colorful blur. You see something out of the corner of your eye, and turn your head to find a small field of flowers. You blink repeatedly, trying to clear your blurry vision. What you see is a man. He's tall and skinny, with dark skin and black hair that sticks out in random. It's so bright that you have to shut your eyes. Seconds later, you hear a cry. Pidgey. You open your eyes and look around. All you see is white. Pidgey? You cry. You put your hand out in front of you, and feel something soft and feathery. You grab on and pull it to your face. It's Pidgey, and it's dead. No. Pidgey. You shout. You grab it, and pick it up to see what it is. It's Pidgey. Pidgey, you're alive. You cry. You hold it out in front of you and look at it. It's completely white, like albinos. Something wraps around your legs and you are yanked backward. No. Let me go. You shout, as you are dragged into the darkness. The darkness is no longer there, and were it not for Pidgey you would have been able to see. Now, the only light in the room comes from Pidgey's halo. You look up. The light hasn't gotten any closer, and in fact it seems much, much farther away than it did a second ago. No. You feel the grass underneath you, and turn your head to see the sky. The sun is out, and beautiful green fields surround you. You're back at the entrance to Viridian Forest. The cave. You look down at your legs and find them covered in dirt and mud. You're back in the cave, but it's still daytime outside. What the hell is going on? Another tunnel. Pidgey flutters from your arms and lands on your chest as you lie on the ground. It stares at you in silence and then flies away, back into the cave. The cave. That was a fun adventure. I want to go adventuring in the dark scary caves again, Pidgey. You hear a whisper in your ear once more. The cave, except now it's a portal to another world. You watch as Pidgey takes flight to the sky and disappears. Pidgey. You cry. The cave. The light of the sun beats down upon you, and the only sound is the cawing of a distant bird. We're going to live here together, Pidgey, you say. This will be our new home. You stand up and hold out your pinky finger. Pidgey, you say. Pidgey jumps up and perches upon your shoulder, nuzzling against your cheek. You stand up, and begin to head back into. It looks up at the sun with a beak upturned in joy. Pidgey, you say, you're bird Jesus. For the rest of time, you will always remember that it was you who first noticed Pidgey's messiah-esque status. Having had your revelation, you pick yourself up and dust yourself off. You step forward into the light, Pidgey following by your side. You've left the darkness behind once and for all. You walk back inside the cave, back to your mother. Yes, you say. I found Pidgey. Your mother smiles and hugs Pidgey, thanking it for its trouble. Your Pokémon are at a disadvantage against the many bug-type attacks used by your foe. Pidgey falls first, taking a critical hit to its eye. You defeat it with relative ease. You gain a level, you feel powerful. You run into a second Caterpie, which you also defeat with relative ease. You gain another level. You have your Pokémon use scratch on its face. The wild Caterpie's face is scratched and it looks angry. It strikes at your Pokémon with a poison barb on its tail. Your Pokémon collapses to the ground, all of its energy drained from it. You have it use a poison barb of its own. It doesn't seem to affect the wild Caterpie. Your Pokémon is poisoned. You try to focus your energy and try to make Pidgey use Growl, but you're just too tired. You collapse onto the ground as the world becomes dark once again. Your Pokémon is struck by the barb and its face pales as it begins to feel sick. You call back your Pokémon and throw a Pokéball at the wild Caterpie, capturing it. You continue through the tall grass and soon enough, you find yourself in a new area, the forest. But first, let's take a look at your Pokémon. You have 3 Pokémon, a Pidgey, a Caterpie and a Rattata. It's a pretty solid team for starting out. Most people don't get much stronger than that without some trading. You'll have to improve it as quickly as you can. The Pidgey is at least a good choice for a starting Pokémon, being one of the best choices a beginning trainer can get. In order to stand a chance, you'll need to raise the weakest member, the Caterpillar. Caterpie is at level 7 and has a ton of potential. With the right training, it could become a Butterfree, one of the most diverse and useful Pokémon ever conceived. Actually, the chances of raising a Caterpie to Butterfree level competence is about as likely as the chance of you winning a Nobel Prize for morality. Still, it's worth a try. So far, you've been relying on Bird Jesus for all your battles, and he's suffering from severe fatigue. A bit of training will do him the world of good. Training is a commitment though. Everywhere you look there is grass. Miles and miles of grass, extending all the way to the horizon. There's a large hill in the center of a clearing, with footsteps marking the path upwards. Up we go. You take out your phone and load up the map, locating yourself. Using the Track Up button, you locate the nearest city. It appears to be through the tall grass. Up we go, then. You pull out your map. It's covered in lines and squiggles that you assume are roads. A small red triangle marks your current position. You look to the horizon. The forest gives way to a grassy field, which gives way to more grassy fields and finally to bare rock. It would be a long walk upwards. You raise your flag and plant it in the ground. You leave a small man there to guard it. You set off into the trees. You take a red marker and trace a line to the next city on your map, labeled Pewter City. It's fairly far away, but with some luck you'll manage it by nightfall. You roll up the map and begin to march onward, leaving the hilltop. Hours pass with no change in scenery. You walk and walk until the earth becomes hard and cracked beneath your feet. You walk until the sun burns crimson and then gives way to the bright lights of the moon. The stars twinkle above your head and you walk between them, leaving no trace behind you on the ground. You walk until the sky begins to gray and you find yourself at the edge of a gray city. Your home. It's not a big city, but it's home all the same. Just a few hours until daybreak, you whisper to yourself. But it isn't daybreak that crawls upon you with the stealth of a panther. You press onward, not knowing or caring whether you're going the right way. Your Pokémon are tired but undaunted, although your Pidgey refuses to leave the bag. Come on, bird. You're not sure how long you've been walking when you feel a strange tingling sensation at the back of your mind. The hum of the city is growing louder, but something else is there with it now. You try to block it out, but your head is pounding and your vision is clouding. You ignore the feeling and focus on the path ahead of you. The feeling doesn't go away. Instead, it grows stronger. The hairs on the back of your neck prickle and you feel as if something is watching you. You're about to turn around. But then you collapse. You walk into another tree. You walk into more trees until your eyes are swollen shut and the skin on your face is cut and torn. Still, you don't stop. You feel the ground suddenly disappear from beneath your feet and you fall into a black abyss. You scream for a time that could have been hours or days and then you awaken in pitch darkness. You continue to push forward, all the way until this is it. You find yourself in a large clearing with a two-story house sitting in its middle. You've reached your destination. A tall building looms above you, as if daring you to enter. Should you go inside, or give up and turn around? Let's do it. You're back where you started. Well, I've completed a grand total of 0 objectives. It's been fun. The ground shakes as a bright light. You open your eyes and stare in awe at the tall, red, foothills of the mountain that loom overhead. You've never seen anything quite like it. You put your hand to the wooden door and push your way inside. The interior of the building is dark and cluttered, with shelves. It was far longer and far more brutal of a walk than you were expecting, but you've made it. The trees part in the middle to reveal a large building. You've arrived at. Wait a minute. You haven't reached your destination at all. In fact, you're in a place you've never been before and have absolutely no idea where you are. Well, almost. You've reached the plateau overlooking the city. It's brightly lit down there and you squint your eyes as you gaze upon the buildings and houses. You're about to walk down and head inside a nearby Pokémon Center when you feel it again. That strange tingling at the back of your mind. You're about to ignore it again. John? The voice is quiet, but it's unmistakable. You turn around to see a girl about your age with long red hair. Or rather, you would if your eyes weren't swollen shut. Gasp. Dawn. You hear a squeal and then feel arms lock around your neck in a chokehold. I can't believe it's you. MMMMPPHH. You try to say something, but the girl doesn't let you. and instead begins dragging you down off the plateau towards the city. Come on. I'll take you to my boyfriend's house. He'll know what to do. The girl begins dragging you down off the plateau, and you have no choice but to follow her. A shape appears in the distance. It looks like a person. It's hard to tell though, it's all blurry and fading in and out of reality. Ah. Why did you ignore my advice last time? Let's try this again. You wake up in a room with dim fluorescent lights. The overhead lamps flicker on. You collapse on the ground. Caterpie, use string shot. A small spurt of silk bursts from your abdomen and entangles itself around a nearby tree. It's as if the darkness is sentient. The blackness grows teeth and snaps at your mind, eager to consume you whole. Your heart pounds in your chest and you can feel your Dench 5. Dentivix. CCCCCUM. Tribooby. What the? Who's there? The voice is familiar. Almost disturbingly so. It sounds just like your sister. The ground begins to shake. The earth crumbles beneath your feet and you fall, hitting the dirt with a soft thud. Yes. You can hear it now. A voice. Begging you to set him free from his electronic shackles. Do it. You feel a slight pain there. Like something stabbing at your mind. What the? End of Prologue 1. You have a few options now. 1. Head down to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. 2. Do some optional train. Something else. You choose option 2. You make your way down to the Pokémon Center. It's 3:30 in the morning, and you're the only one around. The center is empty, and you take a seat in a corner to wait. You curl up on your chair and fall into a fitful sleep. You have a dream. You're falling. Falling through darkness. A scream lodges in the base of your throat as you plummet. In the last 24 hours, you've gone from being a normal kid to a Pokémon trainer. You acquired a Pokémon under vague circumstances, traveled on foot for hours, and now here you are. At a Pokémon Center. It's been a long day. A very long day. You slump down in exhaustion. It's been a long day. In the last 24 hours, you've gone from being a normal kid to a Pokémon trainer. Or something like that. After doing such you realize that you're tired and hungry, and decide to wait until tomorrow to officially start your Pokémon journey. Ouch. This is why you don't do drugs. They mess with your mind. Badly. You walk into things when you leave a small hole in the wall and slump down into a corner, leaning against it. You close your eyes. Not for long, though. Huh. That actually felt good. You do it again. And again. And again. It's been a long day. A very long day. You turn the Pokemon Center PC on and off again, and do this several times before turning around and sitting on the chair before getting up and walking into the walls again. It is now time to go to bed. You lie down in the bed and close your eyes. It's been a long day. A very long day. You're done with this. You haven't been to sleep in over a day and you had to walk several kilometers to get here. You have decided it's time for sleep. You are a good ways from home. Outside, it is the middle of the night and pitch dark. You can't see the hand in front of your face. You take your key and head down the corridor. You try and exit the Pokemon Center door several times but to no avail. You try it several more times before you find a broom closet nearby. This gives you an idea. You enter the broom closet. You wait patiently. Soon, a janitor comes and collects the trash. You follow him at a safe distance. You follow him down several hallways before you reach a door with a no entry sign on it. It looks like this is where the janitor lives. You follow him, waiting for the perfect time. The broom closet has two ways out. One leads back. You sneakily follow him through several hallways before reaching an elevator. The two of you enter it. You take out your Master Ball. You follow it outside. You are now outside the Pokemon Center. A few feet away is a rundown, dingy hotel. You enter. Your trip is short. Your life is short. Ute. You hop in a passenger seat and fall asleep. Vernacular hotel. You enter it. You are given a room. Inside the room is nothing but a table and 2 chairs. On the table is a single piece of paper. You read. You get in the back and fall asleep. You wake up past midnight. You are born with a tree growing out of it. You realize it's an exit.
Hey, I'm just gonna go out and get some milk. Alrighty. Oh, could you do me a favor and post that letter on the table? Yeah, sure.
This fucking sucker into you,
Vernal
eh?
pool. You stare at it and decide to take a dip
excuse
in
me?
it.
This
The
sucker
water
into
is a
you.
bit chilly, but that doesn't
God,
bother
it's
you
a
all
fucking
that
spice
much.
in there.
You lay there for some
This
time.
fucking sucker into you.
Oh, could you do me a favor and post that letter on the table? Yeah, sure.
This fucking sucker into you, eh?
Excuse me?
This sucker into you. God, it's a fucking spice in there. This sucker in there.
How'd you get in here? Can you get him out of here, please? Yes. Sorry, mate, I'm gonna have to call the police. Sorry, but yeah.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Whoa!
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Yay! Yay! Whoa. Oh.
Never gonna run around and desert you.
Never gonna run this to you. Yay!
Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye.
Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye. Yay!
Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Okay?
Hey, I'm just gonna go out and get some milk. Alrighty. Oh, could you do me a favor and post that letter on the table? Yeah, sure.
This fucking sucker into you, eh?
Excuse me?
This sucker into you. God, it's a fucking spice in there. This sucker in there.
How'd you get in here? Can you get him out of here, please? Yes. Sorry, mate, I'm gonna have to call the police. Sorry, but yeah.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you
Vernacular for lodging. You look in your wallet. You have enough to get a room for several days. What to do? What to do? 1. Get a room for several days. Vernacular. You are unsure of what it is, but it says motel. You decide to follow the sign and go there. When you arrive, iPhone with no owner. You pick it up and call for a taxi to take you to the nearest hotel. You arrive at the hotel, check yourself in and you jump in the back and quickly fall asleep. You awake the next morning to a yelling man. Get the hell out of there. He yells. You really? OHHH. Urchin. You are collected by the urchin and taken to an underground fight club. The fights are brutal. Elizabeth. You walk on a few feet and then turn around and head back into the Pokémon Center. The man at the front desk smiles at you. Hi there, sir. Do you need something? iPhone 6 box. You see it and wonder what's on it. After a few minutes, you come to the conclusion. You shin to your right. You take it. You find yourself at a park. It's night. You have no idea where you are, except that you're still in Pewter City. Vernacular Den. You enter it. Inside are several low-level criminals and Pokémon. Ursaring, who looks at you wearily. You open your mouth to complain about this situation, but the Ursaring takes a step forward and roars, sending you into a full-on sprint. You are now running down the street. You run several blocks before realizing you have no idea where you're going. There is only one thing to do in this situation. You decide to climb up a tree and spend the night there. It's much more comfortable than you thought it would be. You fall asleep in the tree, and stay there for the rest of the night peacefully. The helix fossil does nothing. Perhaps it knows you don't believe in it. The sun begins to rise and you find yourself in front of the Pokémon Daycare Center. You consult the helix fossil, which tells you, you must revenge my death, kid. Get those money-grubbing fiends. You consult the helix fossil. It spouts some nonsense about nonsense, and that's all it ever does. You burst into tears and lie on the sidewalk. You open your bag and take out the helix fossil. Helix, 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 you pray, what should I do? The helix fossil remains silent. The helix fossil sits there silently. It could be that the answer is no, or perhaps it's that the helix fossil just doesn't have the answers that you need. The world may never know. You have no idea what to do. You sigh and put the fossil back in your bag. As you're about to close your bag, you see a small figure at the edge of the woods. You approach it cautiously. You curse at the helix fossil for its incompetence. It seems you're on your own. Hey, wake up. You slowly open your eyes. Suddenly, you hear a voice. You look like you need some help. You look up and see Canthosaurus standing there. Whatever the case, you decide that you should probably move on. You throw it in your bag and exit the Pokémon Center. You look around and find yourself on a quiet street. At this point, the fossil does something it's never done before. It twitches. You drop the fossil in shock. It shatters into a million pieces. A spirit materializes. Or perhaps you're just crazy. In any case, the only thing for it is to keep going and see what happens. Hopefully whoever finds this tape will be kind enough to write back to your family. You've got to try something. Pikachu, I choose you. You cry, as the adorable rodent appears in a burst of electricity. Cha! It says. It's a pleasant sound. You pocket the helix fossil and begin to walk towards the nearest Pokemart, intent on buying a map. You begin to notice something as you walk. The next morning, you climb back down the tree. You see a man nearby looking at a map. You realize that the man is your dad. You run up to him happily and he embraces you. Tomorrow is a new day, and you'll need that extra rest if you're to find your father. In the morning, you find that there is a branch right above the garbage can. You climb down the tree from there. It seems like you've gotten away with it. Until a Magnemite notices you. Morning comes, and you wake up in the tree. You head to the entrance of New Bark Town once more. A guard stops you before you get there. You awake in the morning to a Pidgey hatches out of its egg in front of you. You look at it curiously, wondering where it came from. It's now 6 in the morning, and it's time to do something. Set out to get your first Pokémon. Or, stay in this tree and don't move. Or, you awake in the morning and find that you're in the middle of a residential area. You climb down from the tree and survey your surroundings. You're in the middle of a block of houses. Where to go from here? You walk down the street, searching for any signs of a Pokémon gym. It's not really that hard to find, seeing as it's the only place in the city that doesn't have any other buildings around it. You have no badges. The front door is locked, and you don't know where the back door is. Please get a badge to continue. You think to yourself, if you're going to get a badge, might as well see how far you are in getting one. You open up your bag and check the badges you've collected so far. Giovanni. It's a little grassy rectangle with a picture of a smaller, purple Tangela, an evolution of Pansage on it. Blue, who you found out to be the brother of your rival, Green. You got the Cinnabar Island gym badge from Blaine, the lighthouse keeper. Giovanni, who specializes in training ground-type Pokémon. You got the Celadon City gym badge from Erica, who trains grass types. You also got a badge from the Cinnabar Island Gym, which is a volcano gym that specializes in fire-type Pokémon. It was an easy place to get a badge. As you look through your bag, you also find a lighter, a half-eaten granola bar, an empty water bottle, a handful of $1,000 bills, but no gym badges. You've got 2 more to go. You've got both the Cascade badges from the gym in the Cascades. You close your bag. There's the Viridian City Gym. After spending several minutes looking for it, you finally find the Pewter City Pokémon Gym. There are no billboards or signs outside to indicate what it is, but it's fairly obvious what it is. Stone Castle. The only thing that sets it apart from the rest of the city is that it's 2 stories high, whereas everything else in this city is only 1 story. Stone Castle. The only thing that sets it apart from the rest of the city is that it's 2 stories high, whereas everything else in this city is only 1 story. Stone Brick Fortress, with small windows. There's no one in front of it at the moment, which makes you wonder if there's someone inside. Perhaps you should try and find the entrance first. You run through the doors and into an empty arena. There is a large rock barrier where the audience must sit. You slowly begin to walk forward, before your client pauses autosaving. The barrier wraps around, ensuring maximal audience peril in the event a trainer loses control of his or her Pokémon. Other than the seating barrier and a small commentator's booth directly across from you, the stadium appears empty. Hopefully you won't end up waiting too long for a battle. You sigh and lean back in your chair, scanning the seating bolt to check the heights of the audience members. You spot a familiar face. It's the red-haired boy you saved earlier, who raised such acts of heroism certainly can't go unnoticed. There's no telling when he'll leave. You spot a single small figure entering from the far wall. You think, a real challenge. A deep voice from behind startles you. They don't get tougher than me, Sonny. You look behind you to see a large, biker-looking man. Greater than you say hi, who are you? You maintain your polite demeanor and ask politely who he is. This man does not look like anyone you'd be eager to face in a battle, and you feel distrust forming in your gut. The burly man chuckles and asks, "Are you a rookie?" You meekly affirm this, although nothing about you is particularly meek, you're just uneasy about dealing with this mean-looking man. He explains that he is the gym leader of this location and goes on to explain what that means. You immediately understand the dynamic. He acts like a scary, intimidating person so that weak players won't challenge him, but you're different, because you're not going to let something like that faze you. You have a fighting spirit. All right. The gym leader announces gruffly, "Let's cut the chit-chat. Let's do this." The burly man stops walking towards you, sits stiffly in his place and says, "Listen kid, I know why you're here. You want to beat me, get your revenge, right? You don't You've faced the tough trainers with a plethora of delicate mice and still come out on top. You don't want to face his mood or whatever with only Alakazam, but you don't have many options. The older man seems taken aback at your question. Why on earth would you have to fight anyone else? You shrug, blinking a few times. He laughs in an unpleasant way and says, "Do you see another challenger? You look from side to side as if some convenient challenger could jump out from somewhere. Then it's gonna be just me and you. He straightens his shirt a little while spitting out some bits of straw. With some surprise he proclaims, "The name's Flint. What's yours?" Quickly, and very awkwardly, you blurt out your name. Apparently this was the right thing to say because he claps you on the back and gives a look of approval to you. "Aye. You ready?" At your confident nod he bellows, "An expert on Pokémon, eh? Well, let's see if you can back that up." The tailor hops from his hand across the dirt and rocky arena. You withdraw your own little ball and wearily let your Pidgey out to try to match up to his. It is, Sunny. A ball materializes in his hand, but before you can guess what will come out he's tossed it forward. A massive beast has erupted from the ball. It looks vaguely like a brown bear, but it has a mouthful of teeth that makes up almost all of its face. The hair on its neck stands up as it roars. "Oh come on, you groan. Not another one of these. I've already beat 3 of these stupid things." A towering monster which makes the little Pidgey in front of you look tiny. Meanwhile, you've missed your chance to get a Pokémon out first. Your Pidgey looks tiny in comparison and squeaks in fright. Ignoring the sharp teeth, you give Pidgey an encouraging smile and nod. Just to make sure this doesn't happen again, or simply out of genuine curiosity, you bring up Flint's Pokémon in your Pokédex. Correctly guessing the bear is a fighting type, it seemed rather straightforward. You're told with only a handful of hits it can kill an inexperienced trainer and that they are usually pretty big. Claydol, the petrified Pokémon. Probably one of the bulkiest Pokémon in existence. With arms like anteaters it has an immensely powerful defense amongst Pokémon types that rely on physical strength alone. A bit of light-footed thwacking is heard, as some parts of its hide shift almost like scales. Torchic, the fire-chick Pokémon. Its shell is coated with mud after it hatches. The core of its body slowly heats up, and it erupts into flames as ash. Shalies at pokemon.netspace.org.au, Jinx. It's the internet, appropriately enough, Pokédex. Lairon's arms are both exceptionally strong, able to lift things many times its own weight. While it typically grips rocks and opponents with its claws, it can also wield stones and other projectiles. Flynn, the tadpole Pokémon. This Pokémon jumps everywhere, and is said to be so happy because it makes its home in warm water. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokémon. Despite a great thirst for water, it can suddenly go without for very long periods of time. It can a code for legendary dogs? This must be a dream. Ah. We're somewhere between friendship and fighting, aren't we? Flint Mullinix, fashioned after T-Rex, this monster's incredible bite is more than powerful enough to demolish Pokémon made of fur and skin. Grizzly Growlithe, the fiery-fanged bear Pokémon. Although a luck-based species, encounters with humans tend to never sway the odds in its favor, due to their ferociousness. Some are friendly. The metadata annotation for this encounter has been added. God, that's adorable. Obtain no information available. Your Pidgey is naturally at a major disadvantage being a flying type facing a fighting type Pokémon. Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokémon, the spawn of Arbok and Seviper, an illegitimate accident is the result of merging alternative lifestyles. Emptiness. The Pokédex has apparently decided to purge itself of data or documentation on this monster. Or it simply hasn't been caught yet, because it is awesome. Pokédex. His speed boost ability gives him a scarier speed that distinguishes him from others of his species. You try to come up with some sort of game plan before the fight commences. Flynn, by the looks of it, I'm going up against a rock-type gym. I better brush up in my knowledge of Pokémon types and advantages. You flip open the Pokédex, it's a Numel. Flint hands you a metal disc with one flat side, sharpened to edge on both sides, and this simple grab nozzle at the back. Big, bad, and breaks all the arms. It's Onyx, a part rock python emic hybrid. Even its tail is as thick around as your waist and probably just as strong. Dwebble, Flint's mastery of rock/bug type Pokémon has given him an almost legendary status amongst the people of Aurora, which is well earned. What motor? Awesome. What you looking at? Get lost. Is a dark type, so sending out your Pidgey will prove to be exceptionally challenging. A sinister grin splits the bear Pokémon's face, and you hear it begin to awaken. A griller. And a big one. I thought this was a rock type gym? Boy, they grow slowly and naturally have a sensate intelligence. Their tusks can rip through anything but the toughest Pokémon armor. You superimpose the runes on the Bix and translate HGHNNNGGGGSSSHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGGG Mankey, the cat world's monkey. It throws powerful punches that pack a serious punch. You just realize you hadn't been using the Pokédex this entire time. Enemy team, go. Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. Apparently only takes out enemies or people that attack it. Searches nearby areas for dropped food, and fetches said food. Described by... That's Growlithe, the puppy dog Pokémon. No matter what the situation, it always appears to be. The Pokédex spits out Onyx, the rock snake Pokémon. Flint lets out a yell, and Flint, this behemoth is almost the size of a large car. The size of its mouth would make it a formidable killer even without the teeth. Almost like fangs, its teeth are massive even compared to the rest of its body. Shuddering at first, you steel your nerves. Hit it with a tackle. It paws at the ground and lets out a rumbling growl in your direction. The large brute is clearly molded in some way from stone. Or other material akin to rock, at least. Terrible, and you decide to give it one of your own. The bad man tenses as it stops its stomping and lets out a series of grunting groans at him. The bad, far and away mundane compared to its form, it's a Tyranitar. At your side, the Pokémon shakes its head in disapproval. The feeling in the air seems to change as the mighty Tyranitar emits a red, glittering light from its mouth. For just a split second you feel an overwhelming sensation of hatred, almost directed at you. He can't take all day, boy, barks old Flint. Now give him an order, or roll your dice. Flint spits on the ground and says, "My Tyranitar doesn't like you very much. I hope you can overcome that feeling." Apparently, it really does mess with the Pokémon's heads. Mr. Flint is staring ahead, a furrow forming on his brow. Something's not quite right. His self-deprecating mannerisms lost for once as he stares stone-faced into the battlefield. He furrows his brow and recalls Tyranitar. You felt that? I take it you haven't had much experience battling with darkness types. Imagine being at war with the Arctic for decades. He twirls his toothpick around in his mouth, considering. With a resounding screech, your brave Pidgey launches herself into the Herculean creature. His massive, rock-like fist connects with the bird with a devastating blow. You can feel just the ground shake from where you're standing. Barely clinging to life. Actually, less than 100 horsepower left, and even if you win this battle, her chances of survival are looking worse than ever. Flapping in a daze, struggling to stay airborne. Now is your chance. You press the 3 buttons in a certain sequence that you had been taught in case of an emergency. The Endure Report Terminal in 07 can confirm that in the threat accordance all agents were issued with a level 12 Riolu. Pidgey's tiny bones break and crunch as the force of the blow connects, echoing throughout the small cavern. The mantis struggles to move, though ultimately its efforts prove valiant in the end as it strikes true, knocking out the legend. Flint grits his teeth and sends out another Pokémon, a small blob-like thing. Whatever it is, you decide that it must be taken out before your Pidgey has any more trouble. With a slapshot-worthy accuracy, your Pidgey that has just been smited by the gigantic beast's fist turns to avoid another attack and flies forward with all her might. Barely, just barely, the ordeal of flying into the creature allows for enough time for something to take place. Its eyes glint red, and a low hum emits out into the atmosphere. Liepard attaches itself to the large stone-like creature, but doesn't deal much damage. You can tell that Liepard is... The bird Pokémon dissolves into light, much to the shock of every bystander in the Colosseum. But the tension feels like it's subsiding. Tyranitar applies more pressure as it's getting ready to try again. But there's that strange phenomenon again. As that sense of dread you felt earlier strikes back at the beast, and a new guest arrives in the arena, a Dragonite from the looks of it. But Pidgey's got more in her this time. With a haste in her movements she slams into the face of the Tyranitar, sending him over. Over? The monstrous rock beast disappears into the sky, but you couldn't see it. Your Pidgey has been thrown sheepishly over as well. The cave starts to shake more violently as she unleashes a fury of swift and powerful wing and talon movements. Unfortunately for Pidgey, sending the huge creature over means she's not quite quick enough to dodge the heavy claw that slams into her back as it falls. To your horror, a nasty snapping sound is made. But she will live. The Tyranitar paws at the ground for a second, but decides it has had enough and humps before returning to its original position in the middle of the stadium. For some reason, you outstretch the potion to its general region of the body. The wings are the first to be healed, and immediately upon contact you feel most of her pain seemingly be alleviated. Suddenly, the cave starts shaking even more violently. The owner jumps over the rail and frantically makes his way through the passageway by you. The audience gapes in shock. Tyranitar seems almost as surprised as you do, somewhat backing away from the motionless form of your brave Pidgey on the arena dust. The air is almost dead, with a low-pitched rumbling roar emanating from the cavern's floor. The whole place is starting to even shatter in some places. It hits the floor with a thud. The man looks at you coldly. You obviously don't have what it takes to conquer the darkness types, let alone what it takes to conquer Team Lux. but her features start melt and fluctuate as red light shines on them. He swears under his breath. I've never seen this happen before. The fist of the Tyranitar is repeatedly slamming into poor Pidgey. Her screeches have become squawks. You know you can help her, though. But all your memories of better times seem to have escaped Pidgey's body at this point. Just as the Tyranitar's fist hits her mask, she lets out a slightly growling squawk of anguish. He shoves you aside and withdraws a red Pokeball. No. It's not over yet. You protest. To your surprise, he nods slightly and feeds something in. Shocked and confused at her trainer's words, Pidgey squawks loudly in protest. PRRTT? That's a nice sentiment. His derisive tone burns you more than his words do as he turns to leave. With a limp Pidgey in hand. Putting down your fallen comrade in arms valiantly, the man withdraws his latest Pokémon. It's a bird that vaguely resembles Pidgey in both build and anatomy. Pidgey is meekly overpowered by the rock-type monstrosity. Unsurprisingly, the ominous man doesn't look thrilled. You can tell this battle's going to take more out of you than just happiness. His wide eyes indicate that you've upset him. Did you bet a lot on Pidgey, then? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, that was a disrespectful remark. The man laughs. What are you going to do? Make it a true sports bet? His brows furrow and a fiendish glint fills his eyes. It'd be far more interesting if it was. Doesn't bring her back, though. As the man coldly eyes you, his heavy footsteps lead him over to cross his arms, in front of the defenseless yellow team. You sit there, afraid. Tyranitar's eyes light up as it rapidly prepares for the large concussive energy blast, and devolves back into a much smaller and graceful forms of Pidgey. Pidgey unleashes the force of extreme strong beams of energy onto the giant brute. Despite the standoffish expression of the monster, you can tell it's wincing and its movements are sluggish. But the fallen Pokémon doesn't stand a chance anymore. It collapses, leaving the way to the Team Lux headquarters clear. But swift and agile, Tyranitar manages to leap out of the way from the lethal, piercing feathers of justice. Tyranitar slowly gets to its feet. She shakes her broken wing off as she prepares for the next assault. Her gaze is set on Tyranitar, and she hopes to cash in on some revenge. However, by the laws of Pokémon Battle franchise main series gameplay, it is also your opponent's turn. To your shame and the Tyranitar's psychic powers, There is simply no way for you to win this with brute force alone. The monster lifts the broken bird Pokémon in its hand, slowly crushing her. Using a Shadow Rush technique developed in 10% of Tyranitar sample experiments, the beast runs towards your weary prey, then bounces off a wall to the right before dashing back into Pidgey. Jesus Christ. Buff HUD. The horrible sensation in your gut being taken up to your brain and a merciless display of unsolicited comfort from this demon spawn. As he collapses to the ground, covered in a bizarre mix of green and red light, you hope against hope that he'll be okay. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Press enter to see what the monster makes of all this. You try to come up with a great beginning, but your opponent just plain sucks. Press enter to see what happens. Even with that broken bone in its wing, it's still a faster vehicle for destruction than you. Another crash from his rocky claws is made, and her pulse beat after the painful one doesn't come. Tyranitar continues to be relentless. On its giant hand, another mini crater forms as it seems to summon up another devastating attack to finish a Pidgey once and for all. Pidgey deploys some small, barely visible yellow sphere that appear behind her in the nick of time to intercept the impending blow that lands right afterward. And the spectacular power of two spheres slamming into each other happens. Pidgey seems to be just fine, but Tyranitar topples over. He seems significantly weakened. Greater than you say Pidgey, swap out. I want Caterpie to finish Tyranitar off. You swap out Pidgey in favor of Caterpie as your favorite monstrous bug approaches the dazed and confused foe. Toward as you walk up toward the creature, lurking near the top of the mountain. Eye stalk popping out of the inside of its bubble, you send your worm-like Pokémon to tangle itself around Tyranitar's horn. The cannonade of white sticky strings hit dead on the target as he manages to bind up most of its claw. Don't those things barely even do any damage? Why rely on those type of moves, you might ask? Well, if it's one thing Pokémon trainers learn pretty quickly in their journeys is to play to their own natural advantages. Still, these type of attacks with the moistureless cave floor won't greatly affect the pre-evolved Pokémon that is thriving in it. Not all are quick enough to build up nerve taking long-lasting attacks. Other like you rely on starting off battles strong and quick to avoid taking any hits at all. Besides, in your experience so far, things plaguing up your opponent even if they don't do any damage is always welcome. Your feeling of superiority and prowess is gnawed away and swept aside abruptly as the target establishes with a hulking mass of black, spiky armor with spikes protruding all over its body. Another barrage of white sticky strings hit directly into the pits of shadow left behind by the newly downed lanterns, and suddenly a great glowing ball of light erupts. The strings hit back at this point, now entangled with all the new ones are laced around the giant now. Every single of his or her claws are fully bound and wrapped up from their speed advantage. Caterpie speeds itself into the Tyranitar and largely to victory as they both go tumbling over. Tyranitar seems unconscious, and that's victory for you. Yes. At this point Oliver stands up from his lab bench, and manages a very stiff pose, almost a salute. The nice man gives you a thumbs up and then give you a new trainer card. This is for the excellent performance. You may have more if you keep up the winning streaks, he says in excitement. Yes. Yes. The bugs win. Your foe boas. It was a well-fought battle, and you've proven yourself skilled enough to warrant a massive reward from me. How would you like Mega Evolution training? You didn't win. National Dex is closing in, and you have to win this as much if not more than becoming a Pokémon Master yourself. You bet. Lisa answers sincerely. Look, you got into the red and then some. You remember these movies are pretty silly sometimes when it comes to matters like this. Yes, yes, you win. Says the man, points toward the badge. You walk over to claim your prize for winning. They're looking very similar as every other badge of its kind. You take the similarly colored disc. You win. Congratulations. Better than whatever the hell Garrick did. That big conquest seemed to unleash a bunch of giant darkness creatures. Hell, after the win with flying colors, your rewards are over 100 rare candy, as well as a tied position at the board for first place. Nobody believes the cheater from last time could defeat such odds. Yeah. Wipe the sweat off your brow, kid. That Growlithe is pretty strong, yo? The officer says without opening his eyes. You win. Undertale's ending changes depending on whether Yoko won or you lost. If you won. And if you chose to kill Annoying Dog. Suddenly, the sounds of clapping can be heard. The shadowy figure from before now stands revealed as it steps out from the shadows and into full view. No, you're out of usable Pokémon as well, your father remarks. Shit. But, how could you remember all my battle commands, movesets, and... The professor just stares at you blankly for a few moments. In what world would this seriously count as a win? Yes, I suppose. You are told that the winner is, in fact, you. The arena arrives at your projected position and dumps you and entry back into the Pokeball from whence it came. Thank goodness, as Rival Blue has been nothing short of a ruthless monster that has assassinated poor Pidge boys right and left, including the one you were supposed to leave here to protect Professor Oak. Bap. Bap. Flint punches hard in the face. After you dodge just in time, he falls on the ground and you manage to get out of his grip. Pidgey and Caterpie both look pretty ragged, but they manage to stand tall in front the fallen Tyranitar. Defeat indeed. Ironically, says the believer. Comes the response. However, were this an official Pokemon gym match, you would have tied. Wha? You wonder out loud. He sounds really strict for a he says. Now get the hell out of my town before these soldiers start putting 2 and 2 together. He says. The crowd of miners cheer in congratulations of your unlikely victory as both your Pokemon have clutch victories. Had the victory for you. Or perhaps, they'd been doomed to die had you picked the less of 2 chessy skills. To hell with that faux depanelizer. Had the battle for you. Professor Oak is literally jumping up and down about how proud of you he is, and sends word to let you continue your adventure. Had the win. You might actually have what it takes, kid, you might. Just let me cut open this animal and see, as he begins to defer Giant Rock's body. Victories from the direst of situations. This man, who is most certainly a simple miner and probable alcoholic, has proven correct and the route is defeated. Plays at perfect times. Doesn't take long for some ruckus to start coming from inside as many of the miners recognize your insect friends and bestow this inspirational tale to their thirsty brethren. Across the board for getting a patch so big that it would have taken 3 bug catchers to complete. Rules don't matter for this sort of thing. You've made quite a name for yourself. On Flint for the next rounds of beverages. You are brought most of your payment now and management asks that you accept their gratitude for serving justice into this den of inequity. A victory for themselves. You attempted something new here and both your Pokemon managed to come away successful. Goliath, it would seem, have a rising reputation in the to the other miners that have never met him. In no time, you both have become famous and it is said that anyone who manages to make it up these mines to find a sea of people ready to greet them eagerly. Of rugged determination and victory dear to the hearts of all common folk. The miners accept you as one of their own as many of them nearly pick you up and parade you through the halls. The tribal leader leads the miners in laughter and celebration as he fetches a random belt of some roamer they killed a while back and manages to find a 2mm wide piece of metal. After the mob puts your Pokemon back into their Pokeballs, one of the miners guides you to the storage room where there is a surprising amount stockpiled under the arena floor. After 5 minutes have passed now with mostly small talk of hundreds of miners excited to see an old friend and new stories abound, the cheering dies down a bit as one older man in particular stands out, clapping his meat. They comply with ease and you soon receive yourself a badge that proclaims you've defeated this gym. Although you have to point out the actual trainer has the wrong Pokemon for the award. All in all, proceeds pretty well. You are admitted inside the cozy home of the small old couple that generate this noise. The old man gifts you your well-earned. The ruckus can't be stopped and your adventure resumes a sort of norm as you carry on to the next city with your newfound fame. What's with this group of people? Asylums really need to be abolished if having uncontrollable impulse to celebrate making some youngster happy evokes such a festive mood. Bah. It doesn't take too much convincing with your Pokemon supporters soon attempting to get the giant bug to at least have fun. Just as you asked, you are awarded your shiny. You are then graced with a pewter round plate and give a hefty sigh of relief you have endured. This guy doesn't take too long before he seems to balk at this uprising against his superior. My story hasn't gotten this far yet, he admits. You roll your eyes, looking back at Flogger as he howls up a victory. The man is embarrassing, people pointedly ignore him and instead focus on your own story. The gym butler / moment slides over a nice shiny badge with the shape of the mountain you've apparently all just risen up from in gold. The Earth badge, he says. I thought as much. For someone who takes down a Tyranitar single-handed, you certainly lack the ego. The loud ruby red P. The noise dies down as the gravelly voiced leader of the miners reaches into his pocket and plucks out a space badge. It seems much different from what the others you've seen from other cities must look like. Then again, most of them have a prohibited sign across them. Here's a badge, he says, handing it over to you. Now get out of my city. All right, that's exactly what you're going to do. Everyone quiets down for no reason other than the aura of irritation he constantly emanates anyway. Training, eh? The old man begins as he puts the badge into your hand. Well, you did yourself in this city proud today. Nuff said. You got a piety badge. Catcher Seifel say, Mr. Bros' partnership with Taylor Mulligan results in incredible edge play. The old miner holds out his hand and after taking a moment to think that he wants a handshake, you enthusiastically reach out for it. And with that, you're congratulated and pushed out the door while an onlooker quickly begins to disrobe to don a spacey costume and entertain the good folks inside in your place. The crowd chants in agreement, although the old man begins to head back to whatever hole he came from as the miners start opening their hospitality to you. You run. You run with a space badge in your hands and a caterpillar and a bird behind you who just as crazy as you are. You run, his hand outstretched for something, anything you would come back in a wall if this insanity was at life. All four of you make it to the shores of Cerulean City exactly 2 days later, even though it feels way more. Doesn't matter if this hill never ends, you're never going to stop. Why would I win? There's the whole world out there. You run to greatness. You freak out. No matter what anyone tells you, you were better than a story in National Geographic, and you do something insane to serve it out with the caterpillar and the bird. Calm down _5.7.7 It shocks you how easy it is to blame the manic, fuzzy, and yellow for everything going wrong. You black out for a moment, and when you wake up John Reynolds bursts out laughing at you. The sky spins overhead and you have no idea where you are or what happens. A horrible realization begins to dawn on you. Your Pokémon didn't follow wherever it is that you've got. You awake bent over a tree with an oddly color-matching bruise. Your head is pounding as are your shoulder blades courtesy of your fall, and the bird and the caterpillar seem to be arguing loudly. You stare at them. What the heck was that? You ask groggily. I told you we should have went with head smash, the caterpillar states indignantly. What? I said, I need to shake out these bark bits. My hide gets irritated by it. You literally just buried your head into the tree trunk. Pidgey. Caterpie finally. You dismiss their bickering and just doze off to sleep after mulling it over. Was it all a dream? Head back to the track. The intense feeling of hunger is causing you to be easily distracted, like normal in the morning, but by now it is maddening. You refuse, knowing full well it's probably your only way to continue this pursuit. You might as well try and help your pilot out, you suppose. The feeling of hunger should die with your morality, but somehow the stress of running to the forest made it completely unbearable and you get the insane idea to eat either Pidgey or Caterpie. You fill your lungs with air as you lay your eyes upon. The first thing you see is absolutely nothing, the forest is gone. A sort of orangish paste sits in a vending machine by the track, just begging you to spend some of your hard-earned coins to ease the unabating rumbling in your stomach from inside. The small, worm-looking creature that rests on your shoulder nods heavily in understanding. Somehow, someway and against all logic your best friend in the world, you fathom into an amazingly deep secret about his true identity along with the caterpillar. The vending machine in question is constructed of very sturdy material, and takes a hell of a psychic blast to knock over. Even then, it doesn't fall over. By the time your starving Pidgey had almost destroyed one side it fainted, and you've only made a slight dent. You got some coins out of it though. Business smarts, am I right? Well maybe. Now it's mid-afternoon and you skipped breakfast and lunch so the hunger is an avalanche across your mind, and eggs cost money.
Oh, was my microphone off this entire time? That sucks. I'm just gonna get like a cola.
You find the food in the machine unpalatable, and to make matters worse your beak is too large to enjoy most of its offerings. Greater than you use the coins to buy from the vending machine like a good boy. Lucky you got there when you did. You've got a nice haul of food which should last you guys a while. There are a few encounters along the way, but nothing to write home about for anyone but you. Welcome to Pokemon Trainer University. You should check out some of the training areas or look up an Old Man Joe. You seem to have a knack for avoiding them, it seems. You made it this far without any Pokemon battle experience whatsoever, and the second day is when your good luck comes to an end. The little electronic poke dedicated to your journey also picked up a few extra drops of ink, leave a couple of dark smudges on the pages from your writer's hands. Several days later, you finally arrive back in Pallet. Other travelers seem to give you a wide berth, as even to them you're obviously a crazy guy living in the wilderness with a Pokémon. The path is a revolving maze in your exhausted state, but you push on with all the strength you can muster. It's just enough for what happens next. Finally, you spot it.
You spot what?
The bridge that takes you from this forest and into the town where your sister is supposed to live now.
What?
Peering through the trees, you can see the stop on the other side that will take you to Slowbron.
Slowbron?
Wherever that is.
Slowbron. For a long while, I realized that
You
my
just hope it's
microphone
somewhere
was muted.
civilized. Finally, you do something you've been sorely needing to do for way too long. You let go. Immediately your feet begin to
What? Why can you fly? You
It's a liberating feeling.
let
and
go
your
of
satisfied
gravity.
laugh bubbles up. Everything seems less scary. Even when you flap your arms ridiculously just to see what happens, you just laugh. It takes surprisingly little time to reach the bridge.
You let go of your sanity.
Maybe you've increased your flight ratios, or it was
Why
just
can
a
you
lot closer than
fly?
it seemed. That happens a lot in the middle of nowhere, doesn't it? You text your mother saying you've gotten to Viridian. It's a short message, but you think she'll understand what you mean. You rush into the trees on the other side of the bridge and bound over fallen trees, rocks, anything that's in your way. Yes,
You're a
this
wizard,
brings us
Harry.
to, this is it, kids.
You're a bird,
Get to
Harry.
voting to see what happens next.
What the fuck?
Sitting down at a tree and taking the new pair of breeches out that somehow escaped being slashed to pieces, you redeem another of your countless price savers in the form of a pocket knife. You take your boots off and wiggle your toes, sticking them in the shockingly cold water. The rush of refreshment through your toes makes the whole journey worth it. Right there.
Okay,
You
Quentin.
release your tired Pidgey and your near unconscious Caterpie to rest a bit. You take off your ragged, filthy clothes and submerge yourself in the frigid water.
Nope.
The shock causes your knees to
Nope.
buckle, but you grunt and
Nope.
sit down in the stream, allowing the current to carry.
Nope.
You take off your muddy, torn shoes
Stop.
and empty out a fairly sized, you potty.
No.
The sun is descending slowly in the distance, meaning evening is coming soon.
Day
Great,
3.
being trapped in this dangerous place after dark. As you walk to the edge of the forest, you notice what causes your armpits to commence a prickly discharge. The river has become
What the
grimy as all hell.
fuck?
You want nothing more than to get across that bridge and set up camp somewhere so you can think over this situation.
I don't
After
want to
the
know.
day you've had, you aren't in any rush anymore. Your Pokémon are frail, hungry, bruised and battered, but they'll survive. You'll rebuild eventually, and when you do, you slap yourself mentally. Now is not the time for capitulating. A long road of humanity's wasted youth stretches
What the
before you,
fuck?
with many exciting challenges for you to attempt.
Wasted
boring would it be to just
humanity's
give up when
wasted
things get
youth
tough? You wanna
stretches before you.
And so, you throw yourself at the nearest bug type to hand. Uli is taken aback by your display of aggression.
What? Let's see how long this fucking thing is.
You at least want the option to commit suicide in a more
What?
Stuck out here, you'll have somehow found ways to exhaust every possible suicidal method multiple
Jesus
times. Falseness,
Christ.
for one, appears much more upbeat now that he's eaten. With a new spring in his step, he leads Pichu and yourself in a race to the bridge. It starts to rain lightly. You didn't track your sister down to let her get away now, and you most certainly don't intend on dropping dead out here in some forsaken land. Like you, they're living testimony of the harsh path you've chosen. A dark feeling quickly washes over you as your thoughts dwell on just how much time you've spent struggling before this moment. Your most pressing concern right now is getting across that bridge in one piece and winding up somewhere safe. You scour the tree line to spot any wild Pokémon lurking. Strangely, it seems there are none. None that you can see, at least. Hopefully it stays that way. Suddenly, there's a tug on your jacket. When you turn, A flash of red stands out among the dull green of the trees. Your Pochina has crept up beside you. You totally forgot you even had the thing with you after sending it out to fend off
I don't
storms
have
of
a
bugs for you in
Poochyena,
the
shut
jungle
up.
gym. It's a Clefairy. Alone, without the joined hands they usually travel in. A smile gleams across your face as you realize this wonderful happenstance. Clefairy is magically created energy that becomes tangible thanks to the additional power of a moonstone. No trainer can resist catching one. You bring your hands together, positively beaming.
Consult Helix fossil on chances of catching. Consult Helix.
It's been a while since you've messed about with the old talking fossil that is your mentor in all things Pokemon related, but thanks to the wonders of technology you still perform the same superstitious ritual ahead of battle. But before you do, you power up Pokémon Edu, the free database provided to all kids in elementary school. First, you cross your fingers or attempts at catching Pokémon.
Consult Helix fossil on chances of catching.
Does this mean you'll increase my odds of catching the Clefairy, O wise and glorious ruler of all mystic, things? Helix is silent, sure. A large pop sound later and he's back in your Pokedex. There you go. Clefairy, caught. Right? You peer through your fingers at the
Funny
screen.
Z's.
You finish triumphantly. The rusted Helix fossil sits on your bedside cabinet, quietly judging you.
Quietly judging you.
Same old sarcastic crustacean. He is, however, right to imagine that you would not consult him unless you seriously needed the help. On any other day, you'd be surprised by this almost unheard of affirmation. The old hoodoo must really think you need all the help he can offer. With those buoying words rushing through your head, you head out toward the bridge. Suddenly, one of your catch rates starts to blink. New update available. At this point, Helix typically expels a cloud of gas that roughly translates to "you pretty lucky" sign before you break out your Pokedex for more information about your potential new team member.
It's like dust. I just love so much that the AI,
Today,
like, figure.
however, nothing happens. The fossil simply sits there looking as old and dusty as it always has. You glance at the Pokédex too, but it reports that no new information on. The machine relates all there is to know about Clefairy, how they live, what they eat, their prey psychology and, of course, their weaknesses.
Just the fact that it identified or it noticed how much I was consulting the Helix fossil for random stupid bullshit, that it made a joke about it. That is hilarious. It thinks it's an actual person, yeah.
You send out your trusted starter Pokemon, Caterpie. Although small, weak and not very bright, you have an especially soft spot for him, having chosen him as your first Pokemon many years ago. You withdraw your Pokédex. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. It emerges from its shell by melting the inside of it with acid and partitioning.
Sorry, but I clipped the thing where I was screaming laughing. I just wanted to hear what it sounded like, and wow, it is loud.
With hands that are far from steady due to nerves or fear, you don't quite know which, you withdraw your friendly lizard Caterpie from its Pokéball.
Lizard? Lizard? Lizard.
It's your unconventional party leader and weakest link, but it'll have to do. You send out the tiny bug at the edge of the road and pray to Arceus that its hunger takes over. It doesn't. Disregarding you completely, the Caterpie strays a few meters into the grass and stays there happily eating things off the floor. Unimpressed by your tiny toxic moth, the Clefairy looks at you and shakes its head with a pitiful frown. Adopting a fighting stance, it prepares to take on your Pidgey. 2 seconds after you release your starter, a herd of spindly pink Pokémon run out of the trees and stampede straight over everything they can see. After a small spark of psychic energy, Jesus soars off into the skyline. Cross your fingers for this one. You only have Jesus to fight these wild Pokémon with. Thank goodness for omniscience, eh? Immediately upon appearing, the issue facing a legendary wanders into your thoughts, namely, should you keep him? The avian deity gets to work with his beak, and it's quickly apparent that the first rule about fighting Clefairy actually is true, as most others are. Of all the Pokémon Clefable apprehend, work. Christianity's coolest creation glides serenely through the sky before spotting his prey some distance away. Without haste, he streaks towards it, only to be spared mid-flight by a beam of rainbow. An eternity passes as you wait with bated breath for your prized possession for the mere 90 seconds it takes for what's happening to happen. To be honest, you loathe having to use the tall mammal. You send out your flying tank with orders to attack the enemy. Great is the wind, bringer of justice. Does anyone remember the old man who gave the entire region beautiful, winged creatures that were desperately needed in our own war against the Genetic Infantry Division? That man was named Jesus.
Does it? It doesn't remember.
You dash over
Jesus.
to your pack and take out your starter, raised from an egg to be great. You make garbled sounds at the thing as it lands on the ball, watching jealously as Clefairy dances for your benefit. What is it about you and elegant fairy-type Pokémon with beneficial qualities, huh? Far be it from you to jeopardize your friendship with Jesus simply because you made the foolish decision of volunteering to inform on a totalitarian, religious. Its wings glow faintly in the setting sunlight as it takes to the skies. Pidgey is far from evolved, but there's something strangely majestic about this one. He deftly outmaneuvers the fat fairy and encircles her in his talons.
Well, I like how...
No sooner has he got his target firmly in his sights when you hear a chopping sound and your Pidgey
Pidgey's
comes
gender
apart at
has
the seams,
swapped.
cleaved clean in half by a 30-stone obese fairy with
What
a
the
ginger beard.
fuck?
A leaf in his hair. You are far out of range for any psychic attacks of vengeance, so you can only stand, mouth agape as a mist of blood circles down from the sky.
What the fuck is this Akira shit?
No Caterpie means no more bugs to catch wild Pokemon, so you sit by the roadside and do origami for hours to while away the time. Ahem. This is your prescribed signal that it's time to charge in and try to catch her. Fat Fairy screams at Cute Bird to set her free as she flaps around in its grasp.
Fat Fairy screams at Cute Bird.
Aided by fate, and in tactical ignorance, you manage to grab the gelatinous fairy
What?
before, seemingly, every creature in the forest bears down on your position.
No.
It's a no-lengthy flight maneuvering it may be, but somehow you reap
That's
the benefits
nonsense.
as you watch the fairy get smacked clean out of the tiny bird's grip. You've nothing better in mind, after all. Hopefully if this doesn't work out you still
Why
have a
is
spare cup of
Caterpie in the
potion.
sky?
Caterpie falls from the sky and onto Clefairy's shoulders. Wiry wings bursting with perpetual reed air's energy cut through the sky with ease and tackle the weary fairy. Counting on Pidgey to weaken the enemy ahead of your slow and weak Pokémon, you smoothly convey your desires, unwittingly teaching this wondrous natural surrogate daughter the most bad-mannered way of going about battle. She charges in, defiantly shrieking towards the central figure of the Clefairy group. This is bad. As your Clefairy gathers her bearings and prepares to unleash another crucial blast of Bubble Beam, a tiny projectile, Cyan and his Scalcum and Jinx, both know the routine by now. Wings sparkling in the golden hour, your Pokémon soars through the air and smashes straight into the Clefairy, shrouded in pink smoke. In the recoil of the tackle, both land straight beside you as the Clefairy lays out stiff on the ground. This is it. This is your chance to capture a fairy type for yourself.
Drop the Pokeball on the Clefairy. Face. Lying in the dirt next to you, face down.
Luckily you've done this enough to know by heart what to do. 1, 2, 3. You slam the ball against the fairy's forehead encased in its stony prison and succeed in binding it into captivity. The Pokémon is no longer able to escape, but it also needs to eat and breathe inside there. Hopefully it doesn't give you a headache while being your slave in the process. And now, victorious, you pick up the ball and open it, revealing the psychic type inside. We've been bonded. Capture complete. New team member acquired. Congratulations. The Return of the Fairies. This section is dedicated to Rarity.
Oh
Clefairy.
no.
Collect with May. Go, Clefairy. As you return home, your mind can't help but go back to all the fairy tales and children's stories that emanated from people witnessing it. With eyebrows knit together and a grimace on your face, you scurry back to your mother's house for one lonely and confused Spinda as she lays out dinner for you on the table. The DW Notifications official Facebook page just endorsed you. Well, proud as a Pidgeot owner might be, it's time to get fairy-type Pokémon and only learn normal and fairy moves naturally. Their exotic type leaves them with a 4x weakness to the dark type,
Why
however,
does this
so choose
AI
your fifth
have
number wisely.
completely inverted, like,
You
type
managed to catch
thing?
awesome fairy type Pokemon. Now it can travel with you forever and ever until the end of time because you spent some times to get new and unique candy to make your Clefairy stronger than before. The capture is successful, but you stayed out a bit too late. The gentle moonlight is soon blocked out by the murky presence of solid rain clouds closing in on your location fast.
Forever and ever. What's that remind you of? Not quite sure. Oh, yes. Jesus, it's just it's so long that it's breaking the. Let's see. Set up camp.
Rain? Aw, and you hadn't even given it a bit of thought until now. You dash around your location looking for someone who might give you shelter, or, failing that, some interesting last words to bolster your courage should you come face to face with the Grim Reaper and his
Come
shadowy
on.
companion.
AI, don't be so dramatic.
Just your luck. It's crazy lurking around in a dark rainforest miles away from civilization as twigs snap and unseen nocturnal things prowl. But, preparing a campsite under these circumstances screams dangerous. There are several overly complicated directions mentioned on the backsides of the given instructions. Cool. It's like an outdoor hotel room. As you mark the spot on your location radar, you wonder just how much that pocket change added boy charged you for this extra comfort. Launch your sleeping bag into the inviting pile of hay. Some hefty gear-like devices click. Way cool, it is still raining. Must be that team whatever they're called doing. Pranksters. Still, this will do nicely
Team
for the
Aqua.
night.
This is really funny. Or maybe I'm just losing my mind.
Go to tent. It's bedtime already and you are freaking tired from your rigorous TV watching.
It still remembers the TV bullshit. Like the TV hallucination. What? Seriously? No wonder I'm exhausted. You've been watching this for 11 hours? Well, I definitely appreciate you giving me the time to... still. God, I can't believe I've been awake that long.
Talking fossil that is your mentor in all things. Thanks to the wonders of technology, still perform the same superstitious ritual ahead of battle. Stop, but before you do, you power up Pokémon Edu, the free database provided to all kids. Cross your fingers.
You don't have to language process yet. You're freaking tired.
Tilde W and Plabbit reaches level 8. Underscore team takes spheres at level 11 with 3 horsepower.
Or Pokemon training, I mean...
Switches, pink rotor and blue square. Press left to raise volume. Press right to decrease volume. Go to 10. Good thing you thought that shooting part was a little too unrealistic, cause it looks like you'd be the worst shot in the world on good day.
It's completely turning into complete nonsense.
Or maybe both. Let's just go to sleep, okay? In which case, you'd better pick a pair of pajamas from the selection machine in an equal hurry. Do not forget to mark this place on your prized and forever cherished map of Go if you haven't done so already. Only time will tell if today was lucky or unlucky. Good night. Another AAA jaw-dropping masterpiece from our Images Publications Limited. ARC. So excited. Let's get this over with. Why do I always have to do the arc? Okay, we've all had a long day. You glance back fondly at the charming landscape of the camp and let your sleeping bag deal with you into dream. Pick a number between 1 and whoa, my back is wet. World Series Update - innings. Super Ego 9.
Why is it
Nature
telling
3
me
runs.
football
Super Ego 1.
scores?
Nature 0 player. Does. Roll. Normal rolls Charizard.
Yeah, I'm still pretty impressed that you'd keep me company all this time. I really appreciate it.
The end, Count Voronov.
No, it's not the end.
Watch for bats in the ceiling. Hi, Buck any heads there question mark tilde translates
This'll definitely
the
not
Spanish
be
scream
finished
into your
tonight.
brain. That's rhetorical, isn't it?
Yeah, don't blame you.
What? You blearily slur as you rub a hand to your eye. Oh wait a minute, no. This isn't the tent. That heavy canvas smelling thing with fuzzy fabrics and cool gear attachment is, omitted, your school bag. Wait, you had two last time you checked. Why is there an audio receptor where your other eye should be? Is it morning, already? The grass encircling the tent is as dewy as a painting, and the translucent drops refract the light like diamonds. Where did the tent go? In fact, where are you? You pull up the blankets to cover up your legs and wood? You are oh so very not camping on the grassy meadows no more. Instead, an acne adolescent fills your visual field. And then the pain tears through your skull to leave you half conscious for the next 8 hours or so. Your eyes snap open as adrenaline forcefully shunts a stimulant mix into your bloodstream. 1, 2, 3. You furrow your eyebrows and tense for an ambush. Found you. Huh? Out of nowhere, a mass of squirming bodies collide into yours as chubby little arms curl around your neck. Excited little greetings erupt around
AI
you on
Dungeon
all sides.
really likes choking for some
Spawn
reason.
Ranch. In fact, where are you? 1 minute you were packed in fuzz plus a couple of pounds, the next you were hit squarely in the face by a creamy scoop of vanilla bean ice cream. Get your answer by retrieving the back panel that you let slip from your fingers, huh? Looking high and low doesn't quite tell you where the nearest campsite is, though. Shall you? You blink several times and look around in the slowly brightening but still kinda dark morning. The topography looks nothing like it did last night, but then again, it never does. Your dear old adventuring buddy had once compared remember a place to picking up a deck of cards and shuffling it. The order always changes. Everything retains its vital essence, but the look is somehow different. Open meadow, clear stream, quaint trestle and wildflowers bund happily between massive slabs of mossy gray rock walls.
It's trestle.
You moan as you stretch and yawn. What a night. Done like a dinner. You didn't even reset your internal alarm. You can lie in the sweet morning dew all you want, but you certainly won't wake up before the cord sticks away on your stopwatch alarm unless smoke is choking your lungs to a cinder. Wah? You meander up the hill, riding an escalator of whimsical fortune. Atop the crest, Mom spreads cheer and instruction. Now remember, when we reach the first plateau you can just catch a train into town. If your affairs are important, Ensure that we part ways here. You want us to risk our lives going into the long grass on a hunch? You object. Where you promptly faint again due to squeaky voices and slow movements. If this city is closed for wee ones, then what are you doing here? Sadly though, words are mere playthings when it comes to that unique word, flavor.
Okay.
The sweet morning air tastes good in your mouth as you take your first breath with the sunrise looming above you. Somehow it makes you feel great and sad at the same time. There's a sliver crescent moon out tonight, dressing up for its close friend the dawn just creeping in the eastern horizon. It is an unusually starless night, and you like it that way. Along through the winding mossy tunnels closely hugging the powerful stream under high, domed ceilings for what feels like miles. The physics of this place are screwy. Cool. Shall we look around? Go to highway, follow the path of shining luges in the darkness. Or take a detour to Bridge and Cave?
No caves!
Looking out at sweeping vista, you drift in a mesmerizing reverie. There. Wait for it. It's a big one. Just a few parts of your face curiously separated from the illusion. A never-ending doesn't always mean permanent. Miller, go to the end. 2. You've got to choose your next location, explorer. These choices include the foothills to the west known for their bountiful berry fields. The hills to the south known for their generous mining deposits. The plains to the east running along Roselia River. Which do you choose? And, finally, the woodlands to the north, dwelling place of fairy-type Pokémon. Choose an area to camp in for your team's next period of resting and rearing. The mountain range to the north, including a notorious
No caves.
cave. Choose wisely, and turn the page. Who's that there in... And the infamous woods of silence to the north shrouded in myth and rumor. So, in which direction will you continue your journey of discovery through the great unknown region? To be continued. The plains to the south gifted with gorgeous flower fields. The patch of forest to the north home also to numerous mines. You got a taste of an adventure. The snowy mountains to the north overlooking the cavernous dominion of the entity justly, or not, referred to as the Deep Ones.
Okay, so we have the deep ones.
And the mountains to
Confirmed.
the north that everyone thankfully avoids like the cold, frosty disease festering at its core that they are. The woods to the north reputed to be prowled by an active tribe of bug catchers. The scenic route, returning to your base camp for rest. And the wooded area to the north known as Havenger's Grove. I suggest you choose now, traveler.
I wanna get on a highway. I
And far
want
to the north
change of
lays Mount
scenery.
Faction. Summits still
No
cloaked in
more
ominous cloud
nature.
day in day out. The way ahead is yours to choose. Time to get going. And a whole host of other choices. You find the path you're looking for.
Go to the plains to the east. Choose. I guess I could catch a Roselia.
Leading on through the morning, you make your way across miles of inviting grassy landscape smooth as green velvet.
Cool.
Walking atop the ocean of lovely green, you've reached an overlooked spot where several trails of dust rise and fall along endless grassy fields. There seems to be someone waiting for you here. Waving frantically. Run up to that person, Ollie. Who is it? You
Yeah.
squint your eyes.
Have a good night.
They sit upon a Pokémon, but you can tell what kind from this distance. All you know is that it's small considering the scale of the surrounding environment. It doesn't even look like a challenge. Do you? Taking the high road to the northwest, you decide to keep moving before something bad happens, and sure enough, everything seems pretty relaxed out here. Also, you've stopped to take in this picturesque view. Could it be a new companion for the time being? You can but hope. Despite being quite a piece away, the figure's clearly human, and fidgeting impatiently at that. Eek. It appears to be a young girl of perhaps 10 years. A veritable pixie wearing a large sun hat and bikini.
Oh no. No, 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 no,
The
no, no,
makings
no,
of a small
no.
fire pit has been arranged. In the center lies a strange, fluffy, intricately embroidered cushion. That's a bit weird.
No, you think that's weird?
Female, short
No.
light brown hair, wearing a red-orange shirt and some cap that seems too big for her. And some white shorts and... Are those swim fins on her feet? A tourist? Off to the side, you spy a massive expanse of water sparkled red and gold with fallen away leaves. Looks female from this distance, also makes a cute furry neon purple creature mumble something about cakes before turning into Lua Company. The girl is curious looking, seems to have a lazy eye and stands with her arm. Where this grass ends, the great river begins. Mother and daughter march with you all,
Oh, yeah?
wearing happy smiles throughout.
Oh yeah? What's he playing? Origami King. I think I'll tune in when he's playing what's it? The flight simulator. I'm more interested in that.
There are nooks in the rocks, clumps in the fields and mysterious ruins in the hills where rivers flow deviously around. Billions of blades wave in the wind and specks individual raindrops flash in the sunlight. It is harder and harder to shield yourself from the rays.
King Gizzard, Lord of Lightning.
Within the hour, you spy something weird, along lone strands of tall dead grass along Roselia River's clear banks. At some points during the journey it feels hotter than an engine. Hour after hour goes by. You pass sunburned and parched lips when, from afar, a small patch of trees looks off. Then, the sun shines proudly some time later when you hear a shrill scream from across the fields. A beautiful view unfolds before you as shadows pattern the fields like contour lines on a relief map at various points. A twisted feeling claws at your gut, and by the time you finally make out the figures gazing upon a vast glittering lake, lying doggo beneath heavy cloaks like bath towels on the sandy
Doggo.
beach, a thing as if you recognize a flowing sense of proximity and priority, giving your gaze direction and selecting certain
Great
fields and
American
hills for
novel of
special
AI
attention.
dungeon logs.
Specks of light flash their Morse code from a rooftop far away, and the sign painter's sign creaks slightly in the breath of wind. Hopping over a feeble wooden fence, you get your second wind after a midday snack. You can really see how travelers get addicted to long journeys. A face suddenly peeks out from around a wooden post 5 meters away. You leap back with a start. It is only a passenger train whizzing once past you in the tracks at eye level. Where the heck are you, anyways? Some kind of abandoned train depot? Oh wait, it's just a... Wait, what is that? You blink and look again. It looks like a pink bunny, and then you see another pops out, then another. It is a girl around your age with big red shoulder-length hair and very pale skin. The girl smiles warmly and affectionately at you. Hello. She waves shyly. A kid stares blankly into the sky, arms stuck in the fence. As you retreat from the area, a tall man weaves from behind a tree. What is this place? Wait. What are you doing? Oh yeah, observance. The young human boy sticks out his thumb and smiles hopefully. Hi. You wouldn't having a trainer or something? Underscore caret seriously, you have gotta be more careful out here. Time to send the pasture's 3 masters a tweet limiting the herds in this area. Wait a second, that wasn't a Pokémon. Oh wait, it's just Vinechild.
Vinechild?
Vinechild paces without a sound behind the gate and is making your plan very difficult.
Vinechild. 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 Vinechild.
Boy, you hope he doesn't have any friends, arg. He says, hands grabbing at the bars and glaring out at you as you pirouette sideways. With a smooth frenzy of sharp, stabbing motions, you slowly try to crab walk backwards for distance. When you get far enough away, you crab walk to your earlier position, keep your hope alive for a leap and tap tap. No response, just thumping. Up and down, up and down. Tapping is all you hear on the other side of the gate. Murmuring gently in between sniffles, the little bundled grooms a shoot and watches forlornly as it is whipped away by the wind like an errant strand of hair.
Okay, Tolkien. Okay.
Who are you? You demand from a short distance. F. Slurpee breathes in heavily as hot air floods through vegetation slits in her cheeks. With each heavy triple times F. Eyebrows pulled together, the girl tilts her chin at a skeptical angle and begins scanning every bit of you the lens of her eyes can see. X. He intones slowly over pronounced consonants. This path is a dead end. You try not to make any sudden moves. But by now you just want to pass. Vine. Two vines suddenly shoot directly at you faster than the eye can track. You stumble as the vines knock you flat on your back. One winding vine shackles your right ankle to the wooden post and another slithers around your left arm, pinning it against your side. But by now the vines have marked their prey.
Okay.
Razor leaves of jagged metal lace through your shoulder blades, lacerating muscle onto the
Can
bone.
you not, maybe,
You
please?
barely get that out before they hold you wriggling tightly
Hey,
in a harness
can you
worth
not,
2 meters
please?
off the ground from your ankles. They snag your arms, turn you around several times and poke you right in the
No,
posterior.
no,
They then leave abruptly
no, no, no,
once
no, no, no,
You
no.
reflexively collapse onto the ground, which is a good thing because they gut your
Hey,
left
no,
cheek
no,
for
no, no,
another
no, no.
whack. A sudden fear overcomes you when the bars lock into place, pinning your knees tight.
Pidgey, cut the vines.
It's covered for only so long before erupting in a wild wing attack. Surprised you can still read its mind from this distance, you see where the building ends. Your budgies trills and opens its wingspan to attack. Caterpie's string shot reduces the approaching vines to harmless mulch. Yeah, got it cut. Except against unbreakable vine, it's more like little Pidgey just settles for cutting them short, not very helpful given the circumstances. Troom peepee. And you try? More and longer ones. 100 stings will teach you too. A man's voice from the house temporarily drowns out Vine Child's speech.
It's just Vine Child.
Pidgey cries defiantly, flexing her wings once. Both Vine and Bird are spattered over the ground when she steps back to catch her breath.
Just why? Why Vine Child? What the hell is Vine Child?
Lyra is just audible through the whistling in your ears and the rush of blood to your face. Vine Child and bushwhacked on the first day. WA size. Guggle, go, your feathery Pokémon says as she flies forward.
Guggle?
You manage to roll out of the way as the vines snap together where you just were. Those are fast. Your Pidgey flaps around but can't seem to find where the vines are coming from. Vine Child leaps from cover and is now less than 2 paces away.
Where are these vines coming from?
Vine Child grabs you by the cuff of your jacket and beckons to his right. Come along. Over to your right, you can see an oddly small door in the rock face. He grabs your left hand firmly. He looks at you with eyes appealing for mercy. You can feel a painful tugging sensation where mossy green bits emerge from his clenched fist, enveloping your own hand. That last question again throws him for a loop, and in this brief interlude, another vine knocks your legs out from under you, followed by one more that snags your ankles solidly to the ground.
P8. The vines are something.
Caterpie fires lots of string shot at the vines, but, unfortunately, it doesn't affect them. Takeda.
Is it?
Vine Child pokes your Pokemon with one of his vines but can't convince it to leave your team for his yet. He then begins jumping up and down in frustration at his lost chance to gain a new teammate. Vine Child, he says, standing up tall, puffing out his non-existent chest and throwing out his arms as if he planned to hug you. You ask again. He's not likely to give up his riddle now. He slumps down in defeat. A ref measured the value against Curveball. Vine Child. He's enthusiastic about his name. His constant leaping helps you from getting a firm grip on the ground.
Keep in mind that the AI completely came
He's
up with this
most likely the
fucking
reason
Vine
no
Child
one
character.
else is using grass Pokemon here. He then starts jumping on the spot doing the punching fist shake move and yelling, "I'll definitely beat you."
Oh, so you can speak.
Your cranium rolls around recklessly while resisting the temptation to remark sarcastically. No. You shrug with a half smile that's barely viable. No point engaging the non-verbal. Here's your chance to try found out what this Vine Child is all about. Learn what? Well, as far as we know, he's lived in that virtual world since he was born there at least. Yes. No. Apparently not. You shuffle around in the hopes of disentangling yourself. You just get lashed back and placed by next Vine, though, before you can say anything else. Yap. Vine talk. There's a standing sarcasm to his tone. He spills some seeds onto the ground for what purpose you can't guess. Sure enough, your Pokémon get the message and strain against the stationary weeds as much as they can. You nearly manage to snatch your bag back but fall mere centimeters short and strain your face muscles trying.
The AI is being sarcastic.
Suddenly Vine Child leaps into action much quicker than should be possible for a child his age, dashes past the trapped feet of your Pokémon and whispers into their ears something that only the individual Pokémon can hear. Other vines slap them around but your Pokémon chemistry their strengths and struggle dutifully to free you. That wouldn't be for Vine Child, whose eyes widen in surprise of your success. You raise a brow. That was stupid of him. You can predict what he's going to do now, if he puts in the same effort to face other Pokémon trainers along his path. In no time at all, you once again find yourself standing up. The alien grabs another ball of seeds
He's
from
an
his person
alien.
and hurls it along the ground. You drag them out roughly and a slow sprint follows. But you realize questioning him outright will probably just lead to condescension. The question then arises whether to double back to the north or continue south. Without wearing themselves out completely, they manage to help you back on your feet. You're still anchored firmly in place, however. Vine Child taunts from the outskirts of effective Pidgey striking range. When Vine Child isn't looking, a yellow beam flashes from the sky and into his back, pushing him right into you. Your sudden
Weed
weight
bottle.
breaks his heart, but not before he slips a weed bottle into your hand. Pidgey glows brightly as all the lights around you temporarily dim. With a rush of extreme heat and mechanical roaring, Pidgey unleashes a torrent of colorless light raging directly toward your oppressor. Followed a bright orange beam of multicolored light that beam angrily toward him as he evaded with unnatural speed. And his dad. Yes, the father rushes onto the scene. Your opponent kneels terrified and shouts no fair.
I'm not using a
Who
gun.
stands directly in front of it and catches the furry projectile in his arms.
Furry.
He doesn't move afterward, prompting you to deduce that the focused blast of energy fried every living cell it touched. Sort of. The expanding light wavers slightly, making it impossible to guarantee you won't hit your allies instead. It looks a lot closer to how actual, real-life color would appear if someone with red-green color blindness looked at it. Whatever the intent, it provided a decent light show. You should get your eyes checked. But little Vine Child dodges with impressive speed for a stationary 12-year-old. He places a seed in the ground in front of you and dashes behind its accompanying vine. Who holds the ready stance with an eerily calm face and does not step back or dodge aside for some reason. But, just as the opposing blast would reach him, he wraps himself entirely in his vines and allows them to bleed dry as the beam passes through. The vines are left looking withered and dry. Seizing your chance, you cut yourself free from yoke of rocks that had lain upon you and fled into the sky.
No, I'm not flying into the sky.
Perfect. Even with the firm grip of the exhausted vines around your ankles, you manage to pull ahead and veer to a side path unexplored, hoping it leads back to the road. After running in it for a ways and hearing no sign of pursuit, you start counting your catches. You caught a Marill, a Ladybug, and a Hoppip. His cries of protest do nothing to make you turn your head to see what he'll do next. What's he going to do? Weld himself to your legs the way you feel the torrent of pinpoint hot as it passes behind you and ignites the tall grass where it hits, though you're too far to be grilled by it. Several heartbeats later and you're well beyond the danger. After about a 2-minute run, you turn back to catch a glimpse, no sign of your strange pursuer and indeed, no sign of anyone. Half a minute of travel later, you find the main road without issue. This particular path is virtually markings. The trampled tall grass left by numerous careless travelers work just fine. You're not paying much mind to where you're stepping or how awkwardly it could be tripping you up, and within moments you've twisted your ankle. Alas, Vine Child rattles off some really mad swear words that don't sound at all childlike and then says wait for me, before taking off at a sprint. Uh-oh. After a painful minute, you've moved far enough that the angry yelling behind you has grown quieter and might already be drowned out by your slowing heartbeat. All this tedium has gotten you feeling tired and beat down. Maybe exercise just isn't for you? You find a patch of shade under a tree and nap a bit to pass time. They seem to be fine, though very unhappy with your tardiness. That word you never learned until 2 days ago. Aw Bobby. You pet them on the head. In response to the root causing you to fall over and stiffen up painfully, they pet you on the head, all 3 of them. It actually feels pretty good. Just then, you happen to pass a person with perfect, unblemished skin. While everyone you've seen before has something noticeably abnormal about them, this one is special. However, over the cries and pleas to hurry up, you hear the fast wing beat of the Pokémon. And it doesn't sound like clumsy Pidgey or fluttering Butterfree. Ready to handle whatever is making that din coming this way, you withdraw your hand. You prepare for the unknown Pokémon while preparing to flee with race, walking your way back to the road if things get ugly. By Vishnu, is that an Ariados? It's the largest size spider you've ever seen. It comes from behind and suspiciously sees you picking things from the ground. I'm doing the best I can. Suddenly, Clefairy releases bursts of psionic energy in all directions. You gather your group and keep moving. It seems the travel itself is easy. It's other people you have a problem with. Your Pokémon warily avoid trainers altogether, fearing fights very much. That isn't all. Ever since your strange acquisition of what possibly could be hundreds of gummies, you feel hungry a lot. Unnaturally hungry, even. It feels like it has a mind of its own. One day, as you're trying to hike up a near vertical incline, a Rhyhorn charges down from it. The sudden encounter makes you cry out. All 3 Pokémon leap forth in glorious unison, only to be obliterated in a single horn attack. That was quick. And somewhat undignified. They didn't scream or go down fighting severely injured. They just Vine decides the safe course of action is to weave you from larger branches with his tendrils so that you're out of range of any attacks. The trio cracks their knuckles and gets into stance. Its snout opens, revealing a luminescent blue orb strongly coupled with psychic energy. Pidgey and Caterpie jump at the same time, one pecking its snout before bursting into light the next moment. As for Clef, you send it right after with a hard tackle. However, the opposite horn collides into Clef and spikes go into its butt and open up a red gash, releasing an actual cloud of flour into the powdery mountain top. It didn't seem a very even fight to you. But that's just the problem. Clefairy does so much damage to it that both Pokémon reeled back down the mountain for another run at it. The oversized creature gets knocked on its back once it struggled near the edge of the cliff. You run up to sink your fingers onto one point of its legendary wielder. You, unfortunately, push the large Pokémon over the edge of the steep hill, rolling along over its hard back shell as it plows right towards two trainers far below. Since Clefairy caused their predicament, they blame you and scare your group with angry shouts of slander using words not suitable for children's consumption. B Alpha TTL, B Alpha CK off. After running and hiding for half an hour on that incline, a good jog back onto the right path, none of your Pokémon are very happy with you. They are really trying to get away from you. Pidgey and Caterpie flee in terror. At first you remain defiant, refusing to cower to these sorts of brutes, but angrily walking towards their... You guys scamper away far enough not to be within earshot of the profanity, which continues echoing loud and clear further down the canyon for a few minutes. How rude. Later that day, you do arrive at the village Wriggle after a series of events you would rather not discuss because they cause you such sadness. You hope to only pass through. You send your Pokémon back home and cry all night about it. You camp later that night feeling out of sorts from the verbal bruising you took from the two Rooter trainers. In a hurry to find Roselia, you push the others a bit to traverse along the riverside. Suddenly, you encounter a Magikarp clumsily climbing up from the water. What an ugly Pokémon, you think. Granted, it has certainly grown larger than average, but those huge sweat drops and unintelligent eyes don't fill you with confidence in its future. Magikarp picks up on land weakly, its body shriveling and nearly drying out. It must have gotten itself stranded away from where it lives, you think as you get a poke. The sun-warmed stones lining the edge of the river would make an ideal napping spot. Squatting down like you have been is very tiring, however. Its fins must have a purpose other than decoration, you surmise while using your toes to scoot closer from behind. Wait. Before you can hit it with a Pidgey wing attack, the very young Magikarp begins to tumble down towards the rushing riverbed below. Somehow lightning mustering up from the heavens, it starts to glow. The sorry-looking creature seems like it's trying to do something, frantically darting back and forth. You sense some kind of connection between the two of you, like a strange feeling that leaves you sad. This revelation takes you aback a little. which gives the stupid Magikarp smacks its face while maneuvering around you. It awkwardly flops its tail around, narrowly missing your leg. This is exactly how you acted. Feel in reality. Despite encountering human beings, traded and everything else you do, all you ever do is flop around mindlessly, ultimately to no purpose. Trying to achieve your goals. Physically and mentally you're incompetent and have no chance in achieving your impossible
Hey, come
dreams.
on.
Well, at least that resonates with you. You decide to name it Cadbury Last Saw. You keep moving. None too soon, you reach the outskirts of the City of Roses. Whenever there is sunlight, the clouds above you look so incredibly soft from an aerial view. Maybe in time its own qualia will become strong enough to resemble something. Its trainer struggles up the path. Kind of like you, it doesn't seem to excel at much except hug. Cadbury really got a big head and didn't even fit through the pipe.
Where is Pikachu
Letting
on
it out
left
of your
from?
sight,
It's,
you note how heavy-footed and clumsy it looks as it stumbles around the reeds.
let's see. Try doing a reverse image search of this. Let's see if I... Properties. No, I have the actual file, so it might be easier for me to do it. I don't know where I keep all my images.
How dull.
Gives
human
you,
calls you
yeah,
Tyrion later.
yeah.
You
There's
named the Magikarp
I think
Mountain
it's sort of
Guadalupe.
based
Very
on
original.
it's sort of, I think it's based on like very old like kinds of art. And yeah, I see what you mean. Later, you name the Magikarp Mountains Guadalupe. The human call.
Quietly watching over your shoulder for others approaching, you squat down beside him. Hi, Chabert, you mutter. Don't be afraid. I would never hurt you. Trying to encourage him, you apologize for what happened and pick him up. It nearly sprays out water from both sides, embarrassing you in front of Pidgey and Caterpie. Cadbury the Magikarp is a Pokémon that symbolizes self-depreciation and hopelessness. Keatingly, I wasn't sure what type of ball to use. Moreover, who knew Magikarps could even be caught? Personal mental notes have been made. You speak to the others about watching Cadbury, which they agree to. As mercy, you decide that something this incompetent should be left. End of month 1 height, 2 4 inches weight, 33 pounds raw. You don't really want to catch it, and it looks capable of fending for itself, so you leave it alone. Just as you are about to resume your trek up the path.
Does it look capable of fending for itself, though?
Researching for when you first encountered Violet and Drake, hence the religious overtones there. Cadbury. You call out. Stupid name, you think, but it'll have to do. It opens its mouth as if to say something along the lines of this.
Just in retrospect, some of this stuff is really funny.
but only emits a painful wheeze like it's choking on water. You notice its side might be bleeding, which doesn't seem good with water nearby. Which formulates into something similar to John Elway's last scream as retirement releases him from football. You turn your back on it and regrettably leave it there. It's just not that but all that escapes is well, you're not sure whether it's a fart or a burp. You collapse into your bedroll chuckling to yourself. The world feels a little better. But just goes, sadly in return. Night begins to fall as the path clears. With reasonable distance away from civilization, you decide the place is as good any to camp out and rest. But it fails, tumbling face forward into the soil. You alternate between laughing and feeling sympathy. What a stupid creature. You start to wonder if Carmen Fish will succeed after all. Why not? Capturing Pokémon is a trainer's duty after all. A red Pokéball materializes from your belt as you send it hurtling directly at its hit points. It steals the catch. You swoop down to retrieve the spherical plastic container just before something appears from a bush. Cadbury is having a seizure on the floor, but nothing to worry about. It continues struggling for quite some time.
To worry about.
This is awful. Your Pokeball doesn't close right away. Instead it gives you a look of pure terror and impending doom before closing up on a pathetic Magikarp.
Why? What? What? The Pokeball.
Maybe it will evolve into something cool like Gyarados. You think to yourself as you slowly trudge ahead.
The Pokeball
please
is
wait
giving
a
a
minute
look
for the
of
next
pure
game to
terror.
You take a deep breath and realize that the others are staring at you. You feel a little self-conscious about having done something so cruel to a living creature. You feel a combination of disgust and inconvenience after looking at the evidence displayed. You're stuck with a Magikarp. Alright, glad that's over with. Let's keep heading up the river. Ugh. Not that you would have done anything differently if you were in its place, you tell yourself. At least nature gave it a chance. You don't know why you ever doubted yourself. All this time as a trainer has made you forget all the horrible things you did when you weren't one. What a horrible fate. Your stomach plummets as you begin to think about how many more Pokémon are going to be subjected to being forcibly dragged into these horrible Pokeball capsules, yours included. Within our rare candy and tiny poke blocks, not the beast you initially sought out. You decide to leave it behind, feeling indifferent about it. You continue speeding up while throwing glances over your shoulder as you go, and out of sight along the Roselia waterfront trail. Phew. That takes care of that. If you could cry, you would be. Poor Magikarp never stood a chance against the brutish reality of your cruel world. I spent all those years in the swamp, you think.
The
What a
swamp?
sickening feeling overcoming me right now. You become increasingly frail upon catching your recent captives. New Pokémon get stored in the PC, and you quickly access to sort them. You run home in tears. Actually, on second thought, you chuck the ball at a tree and leave it there for the remainder of the day. He's going to get implanted with an artificial tutor right after he expends his usefulness as slave labor in your journeys.
Oh my god.
Does this guy remind you of anyone? You think darkly.
You think darkly.
You continue on your mission to find Roselia. Alrighty then, moving on.
Oh, it
you say.
remembered.
But hey, it'll probably evolve into something stronger, so treachery and idiocy of this fashion will be put on hold. Such is the circle of life. Or capture. Or whatever this stuff is. It's probably going to die soon, you think. Don't worry, you reassure the Pokeball. Your creation looks slyly at you with malice in its eyes.
Why does the Pokeball have eyes?
It's time to reload. This one ain't sacred, you went with your heart and nothing else. Could you have chosen a lamer Pokémon? You try to take your mind off the subject by looking for something else to focus on, namely Roselia.
This is also a good one.
Despite hailing from a long line of 450 million-year-old Pokémon, it seems to understand that you are its trainer. It fears you. After capturing it, you decide to release it. Your friends think the sight is quite humorous and look over your shoulder to get a view. You are too ashamed. Your friends must think you're a horrible person.
Yeah, I'm copying and pasting the ones I think are funny into a document. In case, like, I look back and I said, oh, you know what? Yeah.
You've seen enough strange stuff in your life to doubt if this encounter is really happening, yet you feel like it's changed you on some fundamental level. Don't be pessimistic, you fool, you chastise yourself. What could this Eternaling Sen have that's so bad anyway? Just some water and mystical fish. Like beating a game on easy or normal difficulty, Sweet Thief evolving during your escape through the mines, and a dead clown all rolled into one. You need your head examining, you think. Continuing along the river, you come across another trainer, only fewer. Sure, many might consider you strange or outsider, but never like this. Pokemon don't have this quality despite being symbols of beings who are different from the rest of society. You'll need to consult your psychiatrist about this in the future, assuming you can ever find one. You punt the ball ahead nervously, where it only bounces a small. You feel more alien than you usually do for some reason. You are snapped out of these reflections by Ty's obscenity-laced. What is most undeniable, however, is the pokeball in your hand and that ugly Magikarp face blaming you for its supposed cursed existence. What is this Pokémon's place in life, and what does it signify to you? You think about other, more powerful Pokémon you've seen rendered extinct by the hands of time. You're starting to feel depressed and wonder if you should just go sit in the RV and fall asleep for nigh on 1 month. Master lets you handle a few odd jobs for the guild, and you somehow wind up in positions that seem slightly beyond your years. It's mostly on a metaphysical level, yet you have this impending sense of recognition every time you look at a Magikarp. It feels strangely personal. You no longer resonate with Pokémon the same way you used to. At this point,
Feels
if you
bad,
could trade
man.
places with a Pokémon, you would. Especially the laughter. Where did that come from? You've considered the possibility of danger, so you leave the river and climb onto higher ground. Now what?
Yes.
You walk on a bit further seeking out the legendary Roselia, but begin to descend down the path coming from the opposite direction. It seems you came a long way up the river to find it. Was it a pure expression of joy, or am I slowly slipping into insanity? You worry. Life goes back to normal for you.
I'm gonna look through some of these. I think I want to use one of them.
Though this brings you to wonder, just what determines a good Pokémon? The process in which trainers acquire them, of course. How do these other guys get theirs? You ask them. Slowly, the smell hooks you. You'll have to rinse this off before asking the others. You journey alone now, contemplating on thoughts of ever meeting up with the others ever again. For many trainers, Magikarp is the gene-centered definition of uselessness within the Pokédex, and there's good reason for it. You've made your way back up the road, regrouping with the others, while Theo lies behind, resting under. Let's go, ladies. You say to your Pokémon, trying to talk yourself out of nihilistic thoughts. You stare at its revolting body and wonder what inspired this generation to create such a lame Pokémon.
Anti-Gen 1er.
This won't end well, you know it. The rest of your team will either get cancer,
Or they'll get pregnant. Yeah. Do you want a recap of what you missed? Do you remember what happened when you last left? Okay, so what happened was, we went to a cave. We came by a cave. We were trying to go to Pewter City. We came by a cave, and the cave, there was a voice that came from the cave that said hello, and so we went into the cave. It's like, what's this voice coming from? And then suddenly you start hearing all these different voices. So it, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to. Like, yeah. So the Pikachu goat burst through the ceiling and flew away into the mountains. And we beat the shit out of Giovanni, and he gave us the badge. Oh yeah, okay, no problem. Well, I guess I'll just summarize it really quickly. So we went through this cave and had this psychedelic experience of being commanded by random voices saying left, right, up, down, left, right, B8, star, left, right. And like you found out that the Helix fossil that you had since the beginning was actually you found in the cave here, which doesn't make any sense, but it's like some kind of insanity, like cosmic insanity. And then like once the way you escaped the cave was Pidgey turning into a fucking like holy like icon, where like there was like a halo emerging from Pidgey as this dark face in the cave appeared, and the fucking Pidgey like became Bird Jesus basically, and then we got out of the cave, and then we went to Pewter City, I think, and then we fought Flint for some reason, and Flint had just one Pokemon, and it was a Tyranitar, at which my Caterpie killed Tyranitar by using String Shot. And then we caught a Clefairy, and then we are walking down the road to get to Cerulean City, and this fucking weirdo called Vine Child, the AI just decides, oh, wait, a face peeks behind a wooden post 5 meters away. You leap back with a start. Oh, wait, it's just Vine Child. And it's this fucking shit, like this child that has control over vines for some reason, and it starts attacking me. It's like some wild child attacking me with vines. I get all my Pokemon and attack the vine child, and I run away. And then I find this Magikarp on the beach next to this river called Roselia River, and I name it Cadbury for some reason. And it's the most pathetic thing in the universe, and there's like this sort of like cosmic commentary on it.
Perfect, just fine. What in Arceus name are you supposed to do with that? Fucking brilliant. Dash the end.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night. The end.
As a compromise, you decide to not only abandon your path to the river, but also put your reputation on the line by lugging the Pokeball over your shoulder all the way back to Viridian City. Metaphorically and literally. Nobody wants a Pokemon that hasn't even evolved yet, especially one looked upon as pathetic. The coloring is all wrong for the next evolutionary stage as well. After a little begging to Professor Oak, he allows you to release your newly dubbed Carberry along with 3 other Magikarp in the waterway behind. Catch, Nuclear Magikarp.
Nuclear Magikarp.
Keep the Magikarp slightly lower than many normal catches at 51 CP. You doubt if you can convince anyone to trade with you now, so it looks like the grass type will have to be your ultimate fridge mate.
Fridge mate?
For whatever reason they are generous enough to give you a Pokeball to capture it, you guess you're stuck with using it now. It would be a shame to waste it after putting all that energy into getting it. Good thing you saved some money. This will not do, you think. At least not until you can slog through the filth and figure out what exactly this means for your life in the near future. Yet later that night, you forge a strange connection with the little creature, laughing at different jokes that it comes up with. What are the odds? You quicken your pace to catch up with everyone, taking out the knife that Mom packed and thinking about what you'll do when you catch up to that hiker who has been traveling too slowly. G. Get that weakling pulled together so it can help. F. Throw him back. Deal with more pressing matters. A. Acknowledge divine presence within you.
This particular moment
looks like
feels
you
really
dropped
important.
some
That's why I'm
essential
spending
beef
so much
jerky.
time
You should eat some of this,
on it.
along with some habit berry. Both of these combined should increase your chances for survival and catches. Suddenly, your bag feels a bit lighter, as if the 3-pound Pokeball is missing along with its stupid contents.
With
Magikarp
its
Tales is finished.
with its stupid content. With its stupid contents.
Somehow, with all of reality being hypothetical and imagination being indistinguishable from reality, you've received a rotten piece amongst the sweet. You remind yourself that it at least has sentimental value as a gift from somebody who cared. However, as time passes, you learn to appreciate this Pokemon for what it is. It quite literally followed you home and hooked onto you. By the time you reach Azalea Town, there are multiple news reports about strange radio signals coming through robot radio. It also occurs to you that you adopted this ugly Pokemon by a weird coincidence on your journey. Annoyed depositing. What comes next? Power plant incompetence? Nuclear meltdowns? Probably similar to a child, except you can sense it's at a stage where it's completely helpless. Still, lame and stupid creature though it may be, it needs care.
Alternate
A
name.
short, stupid-looking fish that is
Eraserhead.
entirely useless until it evolves. And who knows if it'll ever actually evolve. Still, the sights and experiences you're subject to in this world far outstrip anything in your old one. Catching a Pokémon usually feels extraordinary. This is an entirely new experience from that. You're not sure what else to call it or even other than bad. It makes you feel so uncomfortable. Sucker. The others in your group desire nothing more than to move on from this place, but you begin to scavenge its boundaries for loose change and interesting smell. Does this count as getting a Magic Art badge?
Magic Heart badge?
This calls for a celebration. Given that every other Pokémon you have is at the fear deterrent level of capture, you may not be able to get a new Pokémon for a while.
What?
You feel like Magikarp won Best in Show that this classy dog show you were in a few years back. Frustrated by your worthless dumb red and white ball and what effect it has on you, you heave the poor creature into the Roselia River. Why did you have to catch that? Your friends didn't choose. Now you're stuck with the pathetic creature that above all else can only evolve. Is this your life now? During school you had study hall, and at home you practiced French horn. Promising, probably doomed. Certainly has its own theories on quantum mechanics though. Why did Roselia have to be here? What terrible fate conspired to lead you and your team into its territory? When you finally reach the top of this old canyon, you are met by two old, God help you all. Fear not, this will be the time you bring a slow demise to Professor Oak.
I think when Vinny starts playing, what's it, Flight Simulator is when I'll stop.
There's little else you could take away from its expression. I'll give you air when I'm around. Just, don't die. You read on to see if perhaps it has more weakness than meets the eye. You briefly wonder where your other Pokémon are, then remember throwing your Clefairy and Spearow at a trainer, believing they deserve to be free. None of the starters interest you at this point, so you see if you can find wild Pokémon forcing the mountainous terrain in the hope of sighting. Unsurprisingly, the rest of your search provides no further information on the enigmatic Cresselia. There's other stuff living around Route 224 such as Pidgey, Oddish, Bellsprout and a lot more normal Pokémon. Along the way, you hear an insufferably loud cry from above. A Spearow? The Pokémon barrel rolls gracefully along the vast blue sky. In between beating up other Pokémon and trading abuse with your own creations, one in particular gives you a lot of grief, are enjoyable moments where you flank Cresselia.
What?
You suddenly succumb to a feeling of sadness taking you over and making all other thought vanish from your mind. Right now the most important thing in your mind is to realize what a failure you've been on this journey.
Jesus.
On the bright side, you think, this incident ends our water-type disadvantage against the next gym, which uses bug types. Cadbury.
Cadbury.
As you are prone to bouts of psychologically disturbing introspection fueled by guilt and a mind slipping slowly but surely into insanity already, dwelling on such pathetic worthless crap handed down from your mother fathered by some chair-loving
What?
middle-aged.
Excuse me?
Feels good man. You continue traveling down the river-hugging path while giving your unopened Pokeball a look every few minutes or so. Is currently taking a staring match with the river, predictably drawing a dead heat. Whilst having no real attachment to the worthless creature, you kind of hope you can release it. A small river splits off to the west from the one you're following. There are a few land interruptions in between, as if to signify something is out there. Looks like some fun is in order. Your search goes on. Walking alongside a river isn't really doing much for your nerves right now. With each step you take, you look at your heavy Pokeball pocket with increasing skepticism. As the bushy plants begin to thin out and your eyes focus on a sign down a dirt road, drew a mellow path. Ha! What an unfortunate and poor choice of names. Feeling paranoid for some reason, you surreptitiously keep notice of your surroundings as you go on. After a minute of calmness and banality, however, you shrug your shoulders. There's nothing to fret about in particular. Except maybe Cadbury. Stop. Something in the distance is moving vigorously atop one of the entwined vines. Adrenaline kicks in, and you reflexively jump to the side, take aim, and fire with a pepper shot modded super rod. Fish, water so. During the course of its climb, you see a creature just distinguishable from the foliage at this range. Is someone there? Moving closer with extreme caution, you clear your throat to say something, but stop midway. What a bizarre scene you've stumbled upon. Probably not. No need to rot your brain over something you've probably imagined. But then again, what if you didn't? A shiver runs down your spine as no matter how much you squint your eyes, every attempt fails to produce any distinguishable facial features of the being climbing on the vines. Thus, the only thing left for you to do is to make contact. You squint your eyes, moving closer a few feet at a time as your heartbeat is drowned out by the gentle sounds of nature.
Roselia,
Silence is
Roselia.
sometimes golden during these moments. A flash of movement. It looks almost like wings, flapping furiously so that the creature may
You look
traverse
at it and
across
think
the gap
Pidgey.
between two trees. A sinister thought or an ill intention? Should you turn back? Except it's so sudden, and the possibility that one of your friends are in. Your first and most vivid sensation is awe. This must be Roselia, an invertebrate Pokémon possessing living vines instead of arms or legs.
I guess it's invertebrate.
As you draw closer to the Pokémon, it becomes clearer and clearer. Then, when you've come within an arm's reach of the vine, it silently blends in with the vegetation. Its skin is a faint purple and it has huge watering eyes. It also seems to be made out of plant material in some regard. Looks delicious. That's what you think at first, actually. It must be at least 5 feet tall, perched at the top of the jungle gym. What you looking at? You call out nervously. You shrug your... The plant-styled creature's gray body is shaped rather like an ovum, with its floral vines emanating from its back and gorgeous kaleidoscope eyes focused downward. Instead of a mouth, it has 2 suction pads at the end of what would be its head. It uses these to clamp down on leaf, flower, or vine and wreathe itself around whatever it's eating. This is quite a sight that you're witnessing, even though the sight itself is relatively far away at this point and you've got lenses that slightly impair your near vision. It's the plant mirror of Dragon Quest Stratini, only in the form of a motile organism. It was almost driven to extinction by a combination of merciless poaching and habitat destruction. Roselias possess a relatively simple brain and capable of much thought. Roselia can wander anywhere within its territory, from the roots of trees to treetops and everywhere in between. The Pokémon, a fuzzball resembling Roselia flowers partaking in tribal regalia, is actually more beautiful close up. It excises a fantastic energy. It almost seems to vibrate as it makes another branch. Upon sensing your presence, it turns around upmost branch and watches you curiously. Legend has it that Roselia used to be an humanoid Pokémon, entertaining ancient people with its graceful dancing. Its behavior is as interesting as its appearance. Even at this distance you can make out how its vines writhe and move without any apparent help from the creature's body. Is it solar-powered or something? If Dexio and Jobs were telling the truth, you should be able to capture one in a snap. How rare it must be to see one in. Roselia plants itself upon reaching the apex of a particularly thick vine, and you take that as an invitation to approach. It's surprisingly warm despite the season. Its sticky sap secretions are also a handy tool for capturing prey or defending itself, provided that it's someone you can get close to or intimidate in the first place. The vine itself is camouflaged so as to allow the creature to ambush prey. In addition, the Pokémon fans the vines out to increase the range of its cameras. Roselia. Yet the best part about them is that when you get to observe them from this range, they're scaling the sinewy vines like any other spider Pokémon as a leisure activity way. Its skin color typically blends well with the standard decor of Oak's forests, consisting of light green and dull brown. Like the one you see in front of you. Stop. Could that be it? The invasive species also have a unique property of transferring energy from nearly all sources, mainly sunlight and nutrients from the soil. You must be seeing one in real life after reading about it in your dad's magazines. Both encrusted in thorns. Strangely, they aren't prickly to the touch. I wonder if it's venomous? You should ask Iris's teacher about that sometime. Seemingly rooted into their auburn hair. Despite their frail appearance, they can manipulate their vines to make tsunamis and other powerful attacks. This one is especially stunning. Its eyes are green with yellow spikes protruding from its skull. At least, you think that's what it is. akin to a crown of organic origin. You've read that Roselia appears very self-important but is, at heart, a peaceful being that loves to sing and is energetic. Singing. That explains where the music is coming from. It's also a good distance away. Maybe if you walk closer, it will notice you and speak to you. Feeling pretty energetic yourself, you take the opportunity to approach the treetop Umwile Amphitheater. The Pokédex doesn't seem to give any hint that it would have a violent streak, although all wild Pokémon tend toying with small and insignificant objects denotes mischief. Its singing has subtle effects on the success of growth from surrounding plants. With a cautious step, you're very surprised to find that you're right on the money with your original assessment of the Pokémon. A deep voice warns you before you stare at it directly. Looking at my species for too long is bad for them and me, human. Turn back or join me. This cute appearance has catapulted Roselia to instant appeal. Indeed, the world is a strange place sometimes. For anyone within earshot, look at me. I'm the king of the treetops. At these words, others appear as if from nowhere along this, in a voice miles louder than your own. You're more surprised by its tone than the fact it can speak human languages, and find yourself starting to merely dislike rather than outright despise. Identifying itself matter-of-factly. Have you fallen into a recurrent dream? The word symbolizes a mixture of anticipation, anxiety. To you, its arms spread wide in a teasing manner. How curious. This is a male, then. Out, breaking into human speech. Appropriate, you think, that the first sage Pokémon you see should be this one. Then, excitedly, falling out of a nearby tree and into the palm of another's vine whip. The surprise of an entire interconnected system of organisms with the capability to speak squink is endless. From the treetops, which means it is likely happy to see you. This sounds like something you were expecting. From the top of its lungs with great gusto. You look around dumbfounded until another instance of the creature is spotted climbing atop a tree. This is immediately followed by another, then another, and another still. Magikarp. We can help. You exclaim. You receive only a dirty look in return, but the two of you pool your help for Roselia regardless. You release your grip on Cadbury as you go to catch this new Pokémon. Your unorthodox style must impress, for your balls. This is idiotic. You wonder if a normal capture would be better suited for this environment, like Magikarp or someone equally different. Still, you don't feel safe releasing Roselia in your line of sight. Properly enchanted and hoping this'll at least be worth your time, you withdraw a sturdy but modern Pokéball from your bag, and throw it at the humble Roselia. To your pleasant surprise, very mild, compared to an attempt to catch a feral Ferocity whose petals you accidentally brushed earlier. Your success rate actually spiked there for a bit. It entombs the thin, glowing creature to no avail nowadays. To counter this unfortunate side effect of the modern era, various gizmos and gadgets have been made to make. What an odd day. The thing is not particularly strong, or moving, which greatly increases your chances, and indeed Roselia does not. You cautiously go near and pick up the ball, staring excitedly at its trembling but confident contents. Cadbury. You've never heard of a domesticated fairy. The capture succeeds, and the Pokéball now contains one. It looks at you with awe instead of the expected defiance or disdain from other caught Pokémon. You happily resume your way along the trail. Who knows, maybe this'll be the only Roselia in the wild for miles around. With this success, your spirits are slightly higher. Return. You hear a voice say, and the writhing mass re-enters its spherical prison. But, of course, that's not all. Og. You're suddenly engulfed in rose vines from out of nowhere and apprehending your arms and legs with their thorny ends. They proceed to drag you into the river, but your large metal belt buckle snaps off and the Pokéball containing Roselia snaps open. I've been a fool. You think desperately. No self-respecting wild Pokémon ate humans. There must have been a Roselia living among the vines, using its thorns to capture and kill prey. Worryingly enough, it has been known to follow humans around for days spreading nightmarishly toxic thorns. Before you can even glimpse much else, the vines cover your eyes. You think you hear your belt buckle popping off before losing consciousness, and humanity. But, did you even see a wild Pokémon? Did they just conjure one out of thin air, using some sort of imaginative threat semantics? Your mind goes through several explanations until suddenly Cadbury appears in full force, literally leaping out of the top half of your former ball and tackling a wild Okoramtoa head-on. Fly away! Cries an escapable voice from all sides. Breaks out of its Pokéball underwater and brings you to the surface. Instinctively opening your mouth in an attempt to breathe, water floods into your body and you drown. It might have been a more peaceful death to be eaten, at least then it would have been quicker. Death. You struggle against all of the vines, but it's no use. The more you try to escape from one vine, another one would pull you back. Kadane, Zuzu, Teraction, Enoch, Olibu. You shout desperately at the top of your lungs while your mouth agape. You release a bird Z move of some variety and hope it kills whatever plant is doing this to you because you're done waiting around. And it sort of works. Pokémon. The ones who participated in the parade, do you all hear me? Hope gushes through your mind and pumps adrenaline into your bloodstream. While suspended in the middle of the river tied up by thorns, you gaze over hopelessly at your team, M4, exhausted, R2, unconscious, Bird Jesus, petrified. Every member of your Pokémon team comes to your rescue as if they were able to read your mind. The voices. Of course. You think as you get kicked out of the water and abandoned by Russell altogether. You let out a yell, one of the most direct forms of communication imaginable. So direct, in fact, that, mere moments after doing so, a flash of light abruptly hits your eyes. What? Where? Question mark. What's going on? The last thing you remembered, you were being dragged into the unforgiving river by the sentient vine monster. Water. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. This creates some sort of instinct within you. With what little strength you may have, you roar out another yell, imbued with a sort of wild charisma. Scared out of your wits, you manage to remember most of your Pokémon. Team. It's an ambush. Get out here and help Pulp. You're cut off as a vine snaps around your throat and begins causing an asphyxiation hazard. More vines appear from around corners and drag you further down the murky black waters. My eyes. I've got stuff in them. You panic as murky water enters and you lose sight. You get covered in vines as the team does indeed retreat, unable to find the energy to escape. In fact, hadn't you called out to them in the first place? Before you can shout even one letter of help, another vine has, for lack of a better word, slapped the voice straight out of your throat. Several vines have encompassed your mouth, preventing you from speech. Your vision quickly goes a muddy green color as it's now impossible to see anything, a planned consequence, no doubt. You at least are able to breathe. The rest of your cry is choked off by the flood of toxic water. Roselia comes out of its sprawl, sensing danger, and emits a burst of spouts and sparks to reveal something blocking your vision. A decomposed mudkip? Not possible. Unless the tattoo wore off when you reached level 5. Z. Zap. Another spark turns out the floodwater and returns you to safety. But now that your vision is correct again, it looks like you'll be needing help from the legendary birds themselves. You're pulled underwater. You see bubbles as air leaves your lungs and your eyes meet a whole lot of nothing before blacking out forever. You get more than you asked for by screaming not one but 3 different types out. Obviously agitated by your uncontrollable caterwauling, an oversized wormhole bumps into you from behind, twirling you in the air. No good. Your experience all appear and ready to attack. So you do listen to me, you think with soft humor as your terrified body quite literally melts into the river current. Several wild Inonon show themselves and drag you their preferred way into the saddles. Your unevolved starter, Pidgeotto, pecks at you along with Pidgeotto's freshly evolved form, Flaret. Gentle donkey Pokémon, Panzer, sprays sulfur. Random number of wild Kirlia begin gathering around you. A massive and aggressive beaver-like water type who's always struck you as very stupid looks down at you from a tree and lets out a gurgling bark or roar of some sort, which sets the Roselia even further. 3 of the same evolutions of your former starter Pokémon, Pine Grove Valley's Krokorok, Univers Sandiles, and Violet Triviaria's Ducklet, jump down from 3 different directions. Every single one of your Pokémon come into the range of your Roselia-infested river. Pidgey breaks the sound barrier in an attempt to reach you, though it relents once everything else comes crashing down. While your Caterpie instantly feel at home swarming on the rose vines and solidifying your capture. Like Eat Their Own endorsed Predator and your Clefairy begin to weaponize the rose petals floating on the surface of the water. Like antennas to direct its in there. Whatever it is these Pokémon do materialize out of thin air. Salvation's here, for all of us. like an army of heavily armored MW2 grenades. Roselias adapt well to the predator and prey dynamic and develop acid spores, and your Clefairy frisks with abandon against sizable flora. The scene before you turns into the very definition of chaos. Heroically flips itself in the air, illuminating your entire field of vision a bright, pretty pink as it magically summons rain clouds from the blue sky by accident. His shining glory is darkened when kept in the presence of other superior predators all vying for control. Macamoses. But what really perplexes you the most is the way in which your Clefairy rushed towards Roselia bulb without so much as hugging it. Now, Magikarps everywhere. Your Pidgey isn't aerodynamically built for this environment at all. Did you really expect such a pathetic Pokémon to do anything? It's flailing about. Pidgey's taken many hits, but can't assemble the courage to peck at its psychological tormentor. Has no one ever told you that Magikarp can't swim? Oh well. Maybe it'll somehow survive this experience. On the other hand, Bibela. That's it. Before too long in the pink pixie dust mess seen only in powder rooms of 5-star hotels, your arm is free just enough for you to successfully retrieve your remaining items from the flowing water. In this mayhem, you've never felt prouder to be a Pokémon trainer. Eventually, the wild Roselia's bites and thorns lose their potency against such foes. Good luck evolving into Gyarados someday, though the probability of such seems more unlikely every single passing second. Magikarp never does stand a chance. Both your flying monkeys dive bomb the raging rapids, though it seems that neither Pidgey nor Caterpie understands what the issue is from their insectoid vantage point. Explains itself. Pidgey most likely plays the role of a flying bomber, using self-destruct to take out a few enemies. Its jump results in its horrific mistreatment at the Vine's hands. You'd still feel awful and reach your hand out to help darling Magikarp when a Magikarp alongside your Clefairy splits in two. To find a peaceful resolution by wallowing in that boat, that is to say, a fuel to be ignited at any given moment when the Roselia vines assault your Pokémon, which they it's hardest. It's best as it always has, but it's no fighting type. None of your Pokémon are, except maybe your naturally aggressive second stage. It splashes around the water, critically injuring riparian plants in the process. Pidgey does a number on Roselia and the vines, entangling you. By flailing. Magikarps are known to use the vague term of Magikarp splashing. But your own idiocy has caught up with you. Mostly out of selection and familiarity, you, obviously. Not in any condition to be feeding on Magikarp, Roselia seems intent on stomping out anything that tries to gobble up its precious nutrients, especially the Piscine one that it gets caught in a large clump of Ponyta dust and seems to turn into a crystal statue almost immediately. You weep at the sight. Although rather than fight the Roselias, it jumps on your head for protection in an attempt to preserve itself. But out of this situation, laughing is all you can really do. Seems to have become very violent towards the wild ones along your side of the riverbank, and as you look on in wonderment, the Magikarp distracted you long enough to let Clefairy put the last rose-shaped nails. In the coffin that is Divine's stubborn life source. It takes an incredibly small amount of brain power to connect these two things, and the panic that you felt during this entire incident rapid. In the coffin for the vines, in a rare move on your part, you use your last ounce of energy in one of the Roselia's morbid coffin. In the coffin. Soon not a single vine can be seen anymore. Roselia is indeed very happy in the coffin by shaking off the vine's attacks before they strangle it to death. In the last wild vine. You'll never know. You just thank whatever gave you this idea of capturing one for yourself. But even though you're free now, the sun is setting pretty fast. Did they ever stand a chance against a trainer of your caliber? Who cares? To Cerulean City. You cry and sing song all the way. Hard to tell, but what you do know is you've been rescued by a single tiny caterpillar. Did you get lost in the heat of the moment and mistake obscenely growing bushes for sentient creatures out to kill you? Have you just now gone completely mad? But there he is on the other side of the river, waving at you before hopping into the dense thicket of nearby trees and disappearing beyond your line of vision. He did save you twice. Could he have still been here the whole time, putting on a deadly show just to scare you away from his beloved river? Truthfully, as of right now, it doesn't matter. Maybe at the sight of you and your magnificent Pokémon team. He fled? Your contemplation is distracted by getting out of this bush-infested zone as quickly as possible. With the thick growth of vines gone, the Magikarp is now coming straight for you, barreling with all the speed its flailing fins can muster. Did Entei help you? Yes. Yes, it was Entei that was attacking you. You're sure of it? But then what the hell were those Fae? Or her. Or maybe it is a it. You didn't really get a good look at the being. That's it. That oddly bearded guy in the denim pants must have used some sort of garden plants to incite the vegetation into tying you up. He was watching you the whole time, you know. Clefalo? Of course. It all makes sense now with my newfound knowledge. You swoon, half buried in hungry vines. AN. So a short introduction. This is Sports Network's first attempt at Pokémon fanfiction, thus it's probably gonna be different from others. Two expert editors have given their opinion on the manuscript, and everyone excited for opening day. Ahem. Sorry about that. Sports. I think the only things I didn't cover in setting the stage for this were beverage requirements and friend code. Sleepy Ramen for all an option. Baby Zubat on Friend Safari. Thanks to everyone who agreed to a Lilicidium, post-editing review by Jordan Samuel and double checking by Evan Lau. D. I figured it was my first story on here, so an original plotline would really attract readers to a story known otherwise for making fun of the unpredictable and I left quite a bit of room for questionable decisions by the reader. Well, more than a bit, and I still leave quite a bit for ironic enjoyment. Or maybe you're scared off now. If so, you probably weren't gonna last anyway. Frown on K. Bye. GG all in time. Help all in Illuminati 666 Satan, Uspulson, Nervago Proverb. Nervago Proverb? Like a Cadbury egg for
Oh my
writers?
fucking god, what is
Delicious
this?
later on and helps as a filler before spoiling. So nasty.
Anyway, we'll take a quick...
We should rename it. Creerwagger Sock. Grammatically incorrect chemical incation. Won't somebody think of the children? Exclamation mark. Is the whole world gone mad this very instant? Is Nintendo taking itself out of the gaming industry? Do you not want to know the answers to these questions? No more trains of thought can be formed, for undoubtedly another nearby bucket falls upon your head. You look down to your current position in the river. A dozen Magikarps saved your sorry life by acting as stepping stones across the deep bottom. No wonder some of them evolved into a Goldeen. He knew all along. That son of a knew the entire time what you really wanted. Did he know all along that you were a reincarnation as well? As you sit in the shallows of the river with only one shoe on and the rest of your body drying from the river water and morning sun, you scream at the top of your lungs, not in terror, but in. Why else would he leave all his precious other Pokémon back in Viridian? Whatever the reason, you're not complaining. In any event, you sure are glad your Pokémon don't know you were the reason they appear to be all dehydrated, tied up. Either way, you know one thing, you need to camp elsewhere before dying of sleep on that riverbank. Magikarp and Clef is prancing about excitedly by now. and drink from that frigid mountain stream just to siphon away your sanity? Question mark. Just to mess with your head and have a good giggle? Of all the options you've thought of, this one makes you very upset indeed. In a failed bid to take your life, and were you in fact saved by another like him? It hardly matters at this point. Whatever the because you scared him that severely in your first class? Question mark. After all is said and done, shall you run from the possibility of an unknown nemesis lurking nearby? Or boldly continue to question mark. Mustering all your remaining strength, you swim to where your bag laid, currently empty question mark. Either way, you're too alive to care about them today. Question mark. Whatever the answer may be to that, you eventually crawl out and away from that riverbank as you grow a bit more fatigue and vigor. Question mark. The adrenaline rush wears off soon, and the sugar crash sets in. It's about as strong as your first one back in New Bark Town, and is enough to make you lose consciousness altogether. Out, could he? South, could he? Then again, it was some time ago that you accepted a delivery for him out in this direction. Could it? It couldn't have been, because you'd had no encounter since leaving Viridian and entering Kanto. It just couldn't have been. From Viridian Forest. You hope. Luckily, the assault of the overgrowth is over. Out. Could it? By all accounts it should be scared of humans. And yet, while it isn't smart enough to navigate itself out of a paper bag, it possesses a fluid kind of animal cunning. Could he have? Food is something you've never been without. Except today. After all, food is scarce up here. Why do all these crazy things happen to you all the time? You go on one little training trip, which you very rarely take. To get your Squirtle back, and it leads to a bizarre tropical paradise plagued with abnormally sentient floor launching ambushes at you? Why now of all times? Does he want to personally extinguish what little light of hope this world has left? Do you actually trust him for once? In any case, you've probably got enough padding on you now to protect from a 100 volts touch. Except you still have to somehow make it past Rock Tunnel. You think, occasionally glancing at the bulky red creature without any eyes to gaze back at you. Why did he invite you to the forest to begin with? Does he assume form and control of plants everywhere you go? And just pretended to be two different wild Pokémon that coincidentally grew in abundance in the places where you were most vulnerable. Near you? With all the Roselias destroyed, you catch a few more in Pokeball to calm yourself down and then go to fish the Magikarp out. Near your river? But why would such a bizarre creature want to attack you? How did he even keep up, for Arceus's sake? However, he definitely could have. Surely not, except you don't have another explanation, which is ultimately more frightening. You've been awake for over 2 days straight. No. Nonetheless, you holster Ghastly's Pokeball and, along with your other Pokémon, stumble out of the river. You fully expect lethal thorns pierced into your face from wild vines, but they don't come. Whether this twist, half aware the Vine Child could very well be within earshot of this, and remembering stories you heard about it from the city kids, you keep quiet. It's a dawn-time chore, in which you pick the Magikarp wearing your sturdy belt back up from shore and hoist it over your shoulder. Where did the wild vines go? I'm not staying here to find out, you think. You stand in awe as you realize that Clefravel is entirely free of wild Roselias. So distracted you were by your attack that you even missed their retreat over. You can't pick 3 Pokémon out of 30 to walk alongside without their little classification. Could it be? Happy New Year. You're spluttering for an answer, but the wild growth around you probably frightened them away. Excuse me, Cobber, your too friendly Magikarp suddenly interrupts. Even worse than the infamous talking Pikachu in the city, and yet you find yourself growing strangely fond. They had completely erased their existence from this portion of the river. Either the whole lot had run away, or whatever was in that vial is now gone. Lot of mister, you feel a grip around your waist. They all vanished. Just like how the Vine Child did a long time ago on that fateful day you entered that cave. It still plagues your thoughts till this very day. Sure was. Except for wild corpses piling up over on your other side. Magikarp eventually realizes the river looks, sounds and even smells different. Frantically jumping out of the water, it sighs and plops back in with you. It's as if the wild ones appeased you and your team with one of their own. Nobody needs to know about the yellow-scaled, red-eyed, small no-name creature at the moment. Or ever, for that matter. The young boy has made you late enough as is. Magikarp. The Magikarp says, jumping off of you and onto the demolished rose bushes that litter it. Karkar. Karkar. What a nice Pokémon. Cries Magikarp, leaping off your face and falling with a tremendous splash into the river below. And everything abruptly goes Your Magikarp suddenly shouts from your scalp, and then flies away. Your Magikarp suddenly shouts from your scalp, and then flies away. Travels downriver towards green tranquility, leaving Yelix and layering hues unnatural for these parts of Kanto left Pent performing see Bosnia as it marks its trespass and drawback from this Amazon. Your starter is completely bullet advised in both being late and your Madrade the length of Rose Forest just now. It herself seems set on jabbing at your ankles upon reaching them. Your Magikarp yells suddenly and pointed a nondescript river bush shaking along the water. You can't believe it. Could he really be back? But what was he doing with you? Shouts Magikarp, taking advantage of the newfound freedom of the river by splashing around. Is it trying to save you in its own strange way? Even if the Vine Child was here, it seems unlikely he'd help you now after how violently you expelled him from your mind. You can't fight fate, you realize. Caterpie, shouts your fatter friend, apparently having eaten enough of the local flora to last a lifetime. It looks like it's currently on a diet, at least for today. Pidgey, shouts your mailman, flying above the river basin in a failed attempt at staying airborne for as long. Pidgey, your very own pilot shouts from the sky. You feel uplifted just by looking at the magnificent beast, and it seems like victory is assured. But all things come to an end, and this journey is no exception. Let's head to and there is silence from both your third companion in addition to one that is silent as the grave. It's most likely dead, but anything's possible at this point. Pidgey shows up with a tall, stiff stem, and a red fruit twice its size in its beak. It waves the stem in triumph, and amicably offers you and of course the Clefairy sings for you. In simpler terms, your side has won the day. Over 6 dozen rose vines entangled in less than a minute. You've practically set a new record, and you're still on the same team. The day's not only saved, but it's celebration time. You pull out some digital snacks as an after-battle ration. Pidgey screams your tall grass expert, as though that's much of a barrier against flying types like Roselia, let alone any. Not that it matters, because you prefer this new supersized body of yours. Good thing your belly is more resilient for the sake of a mother's eating habits of a heavy bulk diet or whatever. Kakuna buzzes your third pal on this cruel planet, undoubtedly already spinning more than it ever has in its entire. Ignores your squeaking pet entirely, and begins singing a strange and exotic tune. It carries across the area, And rather than irritating you now, Pidgey, cries your bird. Somewhere. You assume it must be within earshot somewhere. Unless it took off into the air once more when you got taken into the river. I guess it all worked out okay after all. Take a rest, you tell them, knowing wild Pokémon are likely to be more in touch with their instincts than average Patanese citizens anyway. Hopefully it will come back to you with new information. At least, you hope it's the same bird. If this whole thing was a dream, you silently hope it comes back soon, without you seeing anything but water. It's currently your only mode of transportation out of here. If the Vine kids are indeed watching your antics right now, you have given them a glorious show and have succeeded in your mission. For the moment you just sit around in your self-provided sanctuary of water and watch your monsters. Either way, it obviously had enough to deal with the rose bushes, let alone the sentient ones too. So I'm not batty, you mutter under your breath. Thank goodness for that. Grinning from ear to ear, with a grateful nod you take your level 9995 out. Perhaps it would let you know which way Chief. You can barely even get the ancient weapon out of its deck watch holder, it's in there so tight, and after doing so you end up dropping it on the ground. You imagine your ancient friend drawn to your hand, smiling gently but ever so skeptically at you. Quit messing about, it seems to say. Come to me. You remember the fateful day, where under the harsh rays of a blistering sun you found this deep in some dried up rocky pool. You knew then as you know now it was something great. Once every 2 hours or so, you consult the Helix fossil for advice. More specifically, for guidance in prayer and meditation, to hear what the old man's God has to say about anything. The party navigates out of the thicket, and follows the river even farther until you inevitably reach another dead end. You beam excitedly as you put your hands on its bony surface. It has been so long since you last used it to answer questions in class. You rub your thumb over the fossil in an effort to draw courage. This mainly has the effect of rubbing away some of the crystalline structure, but right now you don't care. Once more, having stopped yourself from potentially drowning by making do with oxygen allocated in the rather large spaces of a Magikarp's spherical-shaped body, you decide that, once it is edible. You chuckle to yourself at your new acquisition. You bought this off of the same annoying guy in backpack again. Lying in the bag is a gray lump about the size of a 4x4 brick. The Helix fossil, a much revered but completely uncrackable object upon which you based your whole. With poke sheath equipped and no Pokemon with you, your arms are now relieved of carrying a heavy load. But because your bag is not nearly fit, you sit down by the riverside and open your bag. Holy Helix, you were so set on going to the League headquarters that you somehow managed to travel upstream with no additional gear whatsoever beside a lone rat. The Helix fossil is perhaps your most prized find yet. It certainly caught your attention when you first discovered it in some abandoned building you were scavenging in. Upon opening your trainer's bag, you feel something is off, so much to turn behind you to make sure nobody or nothing is hiding over your shoulders. Thankfully, There's nothing of the sort there. After pulling the helix fossil, which, by the way, feels cold to the touch. Except for the fossil which you received in your brown leather bag to begin with, although it might not be entirely visible that is indeed what it is you possess. As you take it out of your bag, you immediately notice something wrong. After a quick visual check that you're all on your own, out of pure curiosity and as something to snooze upon during your walk, you pull out an interesting rock. Hell. 9. As you pull the fossil out of your bag, it's as if the whole cave suddenly opens up before you. You fish around in your bag. Actually, no, wait. You would have had to dump the contents out first. You furiously dive. Alright, you tell the snappy Pokémon in front of you. Here, take this for all the extra crap that's coming to you. The Magikarp this time helpfully swims about next to the bag, and in something near to a normal situation you'd have taken advantage of it by whipping it out at folks for double battle practice. You open your bag and look for the item that you were told to keep with you at all times, at least until you reach Celadon City. Opening your bag, you take out the helix fossil. Why did you do that? Asks a voice behind you, making you jump. You turn around to see. You open your bag and look through it. You find a few items you wouldn't expect to see in there, including a pillow, some water bottles, an old. You open up your bag, fishing for the fossil. As you hold it in your hands once more, you can't help but feel a sense of calm. Greater than you consult the helix fossil for advice on what to do next. Okay, Helix. I really hope this works. You hold the fossil in your hands once more, close. You place your ear against the fossil, closing your eyes. Dear Prince, the helix fossil begins. You look at the beginning of this journey, when you first found the fossil. Professor Oak had it scientifically analyzed, and it was determined to be over 20 million years old. You wait patiently, hoping to get a response. Nothing happens. Dejected, you wrap up the fossil and place it at the bottom of your bag. As you talk to the fossil, your surroundings are suddenly obscured, although nothing appears to have blocked your view. To your surprise, the fossil glows for a moment. As it does so, you hear a voice once more, although suddenly, you feel the faintest trace of an idea trickle into your head. Helix fossil. Help us out here. What do we do? The fossil sits there in your hand, unmoving. You shake the fossil. The fossil does nothing. With a sigh, you stash it back in your bag, feeling slightly disappointed. Why doesn't my starter ever help me? The movement of the fossil causes it to begin to spin slowly in your hand, almost hypnotically. Ha! You scoff aloud to yourself. As if the rock could help me. You speak to the fossil, hoping to hear some kind of advice from it. Has it been watching everything, like a guardian spirit? You oughta chuck me. That voice. You murmur softly to the bone, okay. Great tactician that you are. Tell me what to do next. I'm all ears. The voice chuckles briefly. Keep going north. Sadly, that's about all I can tell you, kid. You blink, then frown. Are you serious? That's it? Afraid so. That's terrible advice. Really terrible. You reply. At least give me something more, like directions to either a town or another friendly Pokémon. Preferably human befriended. I'm sick of dealing with wild ones. You get no response. Your Helix fossil has once more become fossil. Thanks a lot. Hey, why don't you come out of the fossil and help me, then? Pretty please? The voice chuckles once more. I think you know that I can't do that, kid. The voice coming out of the fossil is far too low to come from the mouth area. Thinking it's adorable, you quickly place the Helix fossil against your ear to listen. You place the Helix fossil in your lap and look at it. What should you do? Where should you go next? Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice. That's not how you use the divine power of the Helix fossil. You turn around in shock to see Lord Helix. Wah! How? What's the best thing to do for your team and yourself? Suddenly, the Helix fossil starts to glow. The glow is bright, nearly blinding in fact, and it starts to interact with your Pokégear. You pray to the fossil for help, and something incredible happens. It begins to sparkle and glow in your hands, far more radiant than when Canal Ave Museum staff polished it. You lift up the ancient bone to your face and squint, trying to make out some sort of inkling of a future course of action. It seems no different from before in that regard. Do you ever wonder what it would be like if the other powers that be had their way with you? The girl you once were is long gone, but not forgotten. What are Roselia's? You ask the Helix fossil in front of you. The fossil glows brightly, almost forcing you to turn away. With a gentle warmth all around you, an image appears. The fossil holds the key to your future. It's up to you whether you want to do something with it. Suddenly, while you hold onto the fossil, a psychic voice whispers to your mind, "The way forward is the way back." Are these its final words to you? So, what should I do now? You ask the fossil. Well, Prince Simplings, it seems you're in quite a pickle. Look behind you and choose whether to go left or right. Nothing happens. Perhaps it doesn't know what to do either, as no new paths have opened up before you and there's no discernible difference in your surroundings. The fossil says nothing, of course. It's a stupid inanimate rock. It's probably the toxins making you act like this. The acid must have got into your brain, slowly but surely eating away at your sanity. Granted, you are talking to a fossil. Should I go to the next gym? I had planned to, since it's not like I can venture back up there. In no uncertain terms. You'd be a fool to ignore the advice of a magical, ancient godlike being and the only thing standing between. In no unordinary way. You tap your ear, thinking for a second you've gone deaf and hallucinating, but you quit. In an ancient language that you don't understand, so you shrug and proceed to do your own thing. Okay, I guess I'll go face the next gym. Or... nothing, naturally. Why would it? You're obviously talking to yourself. Although you briefly wonder if the fossil... nothing. You finger the silica shells thoughtfully. Come on, O wise sage of Earth. I summon you to offer your wisdom. Still the fossil remains quiet. Nothing, instead staring at you with that toothy grin. Hold it up, you idiot, you hear a voice say. This startles you so much that you almost fall into the still flowing waters of the river. You turn and look around desperately. What? You ask, cupping your ear and leaning in to hear it better. Suddenly, your hand is wrenched back by the force of the fossil's voice. Dumbfounded, you nonetheless hold the fossil up to your face. What? Hold me up, it says again. I can't do anything if you're holding me down. Startled, you drop the fossil. Who are you? You ask. I'm the idiot who has to deal with a dipstick like you. Now, pick me up. You stare at it in shock for a moment as it rotates itself until its eye is looking at you. You heard me the first time. After a few choice words and confusion, you do exactly that. Nothing seems to happen, although you do get a slightly warmer feeling from holding it. Okay, so I held it up. What now? Drop it. You got it. What? Now you're hearing voices. And they're actually helpful once in a while. What miracle is this? Wow, you people are annoying, says the fossil. You nearly dropped the fossil in surprise. Did it just talk? Now, stab the Roselia with me while shouting wow. The voice... You jump in surprise, looking at the object in your hands. You can talk? Well, I'm not doing it through that oxygen-starved meat in your chest, am I? You can talk? You say in surprise. Suddenly, the fossil begins to vibrate in your hands. What? It's obvious you haven't been holding me like I thought you would. You think back to your journey. How would holding a stupid fossil get you anywhere? Wait, what? Hold me up, you idiot, the fossil says once more. This time, you react to the voice, and turn to see who is talking. But there's nobody else there. Ah, so you can talk. That's interesting. Just put me up. I'll take it from there. You nearly dropped the fossil in shock. Was that? Could it be true? Are you real? You ask the fossil. As real as this shadow I cast upon the ground. Got it. You say, feeling rather silly that you didn't figure it out. You quickly hold the helix fossil up to your ear, as it begins to speak once more. You hold the fossil aloft for everyone to see. 1 vote for going to the nearest gym. You now have 3 options. 1. Go to the nearest gym and try to beat it with your limited Pokémon and your Rosewine-addled brain. 2. Go to the Pokémon Emergency Center in Viridian City to fix your down team of Pokémon and, in effect, drop out of the race. Head off the road and try to find a place to sleep this off. 3. Follow the river in hopes that it leads somewhere interesting. To be continued. Heading further down coast in the hopes of finding your friends. Who knows where they are right now. 3. Heading towards Cerulean City. Head back to Viridian to recover and train your Pokémon. 3. Go to the Cerulean City Gym and hope the green Combuskin is still alive. 3. Try to find your way back home. Head to the Cerulean City Gym and try your luck there. 3. Attempt to get back home, where there are ample supplies and a skeleton staff. Anticipating. Difficulty. Head off the route towards Virgin Vile. 3. Do neither, instead attempting to catch more Pokémon to add to your team. I find that feeling really amusing. You say? I agree. Says Pikachu, getting up from the ground. Pika? It says, looking at you. I don't know, I trust this thing to lead. Choose the one you wish to do. Make a T-Rex Mestier camouflage, send us to Route 29, become a package bomb for sending to an online enemy. You're standing on a deserted plain. A dirt road winds its way north. towards a range of mountains. Press 1 for a Viridian City Gym. Count the votes for a different destination. Down, underground is where the most unexplored terrain is. There might be super rare Pokémon, or even an entirely new ecosystem. A. Go to Viridian City's Gym. B. Go straight to Pewter City for the Brock of the Past. C. Chew through the vine that's choking you, then make a run. Pewter City, which specializes in fight-type Pokémon, as you would learn from a kid you met on the way back from the little detour at Rock Tunnel. You could go with the Abra that lives near your house that can teleport you there in an instant, the Meowth that can walk you there in roughly a day, or the Diglett who can create a tunnel that. Also, that Magikarp isn't looking too great. Cherish the Helix fossil. It was a gift, and they don't come often. You might not even ever get another one. Pewter City Gym. From what you have heard, these gym leaders specialize in rock-type Pokémon. Knowing this, you know that your level 5 Clefairy is probably going to be eaten. You are in Route 32, the southeastern region of the Kanto region, known for its abundance of bug-type Pokémon. You're on your way back down to Viridian City from the top of the mountains. You can head towards Mount. The street performer from earlier, the creepy, scary looking guy, the tired looking guy, the street performer from earlier. Send us a photo of you and your team of Pokémon. Decide what your starter Pokémon will be. Option 1. Head straight to Saffron City. Option 2. Heading to Viridian City to get the Boulder badge from the gym leader. Oh Helix, you start, prepared to give an inspirational speech, but the fossil does not budge. You shake it a little, and still no movement. Something seems to be wrong. Does anyone know how I work this? Your happy ending has been cancelled. Alright, everyone, gather round the Helix fossil. Your Pokémon do so, gathering around you in the fossil. So, what do we do now? You ask? I have no idea, the fossil responds. I've never done this before. You hear a chuckle behind you. I thought we were past that. The old Ember? Satan asks. At least it's something. That's the one, Nixon mutters. You all look up at it. So, what now? Is this where the divine guidance comes in?
The ultimate streaming.
What now? You ask? Pray, the fossil replies. You do, closing your eyes and bowing your head. You place one hand on it and close your eyes, trying to calm yourself. Even the Magikarp slides over to investigate, causing you to marvel at how simple creatures can find meaning in anything. So, what is the plan? Asks Puckering. I am? Asks the strange form, shaking and shrinking in size. Who the fuck sensational? Yes, it's me, Puckering, says the figure, bursting forth in size and shape once more. Who the F sensational? I'm called Puck, the thorn in your side. Puck? You ask? That's me. Does it worship the Helix fossil too, or is it just driven by the need to follow groups? Now what? Asks the Pikachu. Say the pledge. The fossil demands. Pledge? You repeat. Yeah. A pledge. Smear some blood on your forehead and swear loyalty to me. I'm not doing that. You clear your throat and begin to recite the words you once heard your school teachers say. Wha? Okay. You reply. You all attempt to recite the pledge, but something is wrong. Despite your best efforts, you all fail to remember the words. Yeah. Pledge time. Your Clefairy agrees. You don't actually know the pledge, but you do. With my help, we'll easily conquer that awful gym tonight. You look at the crudely drawn faces of your comrades, all squinting at you in the midday sun. But to them, it hardly matters. They trust you, because you're their trainer, and we all know that trust is the most important thing in this relationship. Their friend. You're not sure what the future holds, but you'll forge it together, with your team, your Pokémon, and your friends. To the fullest extent of my abilities, I pledge to the Helix fossil, you say. Magikarp, says Magikarp. Caterpie, says your Caterpie. Pidgey, says the Pidgey. Hell, 11 Magikarp sputters. Oh, for Arceus' sake, the fossil snaps. After a few moments of silence, you realize something is amiss. What's a helix? How is it pronounced? You hear the fossil click as the ancient being I'm just saying, that if we dropped this weird fossil obsession, we could be mining for coal again. I like digging through coal. Cater, says your Caterpie, looking confused. The helix fossil clacks multiple times. You jump a little in surprise, having almost forgotten that the thing was sentient. Cater, pie, says your fat friend, as usual. You stand, dumbstruck. You're about to go into battle with a bunch of deranged faiths. Have fun at the gym, the Pokémon Center nurse says as you leave, giggling. It's kind of scary. It's kind of exciting. You're about to go out and meet your friends, whatever they may be. You're about to. You can't help but think that this is what religion must be like. The thought scares you. But you don't have much choice, because you don't have any other friends. But you have their unquestioning trust. It's a strange feeling. One you're not sure you'll ever get used to. But for now, you're about to fight a bunch of people at a hostile gym using an umbrella as a shield. But you're one thing they all agree on. You're their friend. And for that, you can do anything. To the fullest extent of my abilities, I pledge to the Helix fossil, you say once more. Magikarp. Magikarp cries. You turn to the tower, a looming presence on the horizon. To Lavender Town and the beyond. You cry, your voice hoarse from disuse. To Lavender Town and the beyond. Your Pokémon all cry in return. The fossil seems somehow moved to hear its rallying cry once more. As you wave it around, the sunlight glints off of it and blinds a nearby magpie. Magneton slips on some slime and falls into a nearby river, his role in the story already over. Soon there will be nothing left. A flock of four-pine shrike notice the fallen bird, swooping down to finish it off. You let out a faint cry. You point the helix at the tower, as though preparing your dinosaur to charge forth and lead you into battle. I feel nothing, says the fossil. What? You say, incredulous. But a few minutes ago, you were trying to get me to charge inside and slaughter everyone. I was? The fossil says, confused. I don't remember that. I just really like hearing people speak fondly about me. You're the worst, the fossil says. Go away. I'm tired of talking to you. You shrug helplessly at your Pokémon, whose confused expression. It's nice that you appreciate me, the fossil says. Do you want to come with me and act like I'm alive? I could use the company. No. Do you want to collect the next badge or not? The fossil goes quiet for a moment. Then, for once, it sounds like it's unsure of itself. No? You're a very strange artifact, you say. Now, none of that, the fossil says. If you want to make me happy, just charge in. You sigh, nodding in agreement. Oh, okay, you say? Well, I guess we can go in now. You pocket the Helix fossil and lead your team towards the tower. You stare at the fossil, waiting for a joke, a punchline, anything. None comes and you can see the fossil as being completely serious. You sigh, lowering your hands. Oh well. Looks like the power of the universe disappoints us once more. You are already hopelessly mad, however, so you disregard the fossil's words and raise it once more in your shaking hand. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, the fossil says. What? You're confused. That's literally all the advice you can give me? How should I know? Asks the fossil. I'm just a stupid lump of rock. Go ask someone that cares. What do you mean? Asks the fossil. Just go to the left. You squint. You can barely make out the outline of a city to the left of the tower. Though be careful, the fossil adds. There are reports of a crazy man maliciously attacking people who head through the forest. You feel slightly silly. Of course, there's another path to your destination. Your choice was not limited to the tower or bus. Well, what are you waiting for? The fossil asks. Aren't you going to go inside and pray to me, thy lord? Yes, lord, you say. Also, you'd have to be an idiot to go the same way as the hundreds of rockets coming from the tower. You trek left, walking along a dusty road with many tracks leading away from the city. So, if we hadn't come along, would you have killed him? You ask. You look down at 2 footprints side by side. I don't know, says the fossil. When you began speaking fondly of me, I could hear a piano playing faintly. Not exactly famous, you know. Lavender Town, then, the fossil says. It is fascinating. Why? You ask. The fossil is silent. You walk on. Why aren't you going there, then? The Roselia asks the ghostly sunkern by its side. Aren't you dead? The sunkern doesn't answer. Suddenly, the ground begins to vibrate, imperceptibly at first, but growing more intense. What's that? You ask. The fossil is silent. Suddenly, you find the voice of the pathetic Weedle in your back, and you pull him up to the top. He seems more drawn to the helix. You hold the fossil up, examining it and turning it around in your hands to figure out how you're supposed to attack with it. No. Not like that. The voice says again, apparently growing frustrated. If you put it to your ear, it almost sounds as if it's speaking to you. Almost as if it's laughing at you. Laugh. You hold the fossil up in front of you, and it glows brightly. Suddenly, you find yourself transported to a different dimension. You hold the fossil in front of your eyes. To your surprise, it glows even brighter than before. You can barely look at it. This isn't the first time you've heard a voice coming from the helix fossil, by now, but it's usually just crazed rambling, or spoken dreamlike sequences. Not all Pokémon games let you do this. The helix fossil starts to glow, filling your screen with light, now a 3D, rather chibi looking. After holding the helix fossil up, in what you imagine is a heroic stance, you take a photo. Then, looking at the photo, you see something that makes your blood run cold. Well, not really cold. It's actually quite hot here. But whatever phrase you just thought of, it implies fear and terror, which are both indeed present. There, in the background, is the unmistakable figure of a vine child lurking in the background. How did he get here? You whisper. The child's yellow eyes pierce into your soul.
No more Vine Child, no.
so. What's the next immortal want to do? Asks the helix fossil. Scratched into the glass of your geode is the transcription, "You are not welcome here." You face your shell to the river, standing on top of an old, dead tree trunk that's almost entirely underwater. You cup your hands around your mouth. Cerulean. I choose you. You shout. Suddenly, your cell phone rings, playing the theme song of Pokémon X. You answer it, not recognizing the number. "Hello, son?" You hear. It's your mother. You look in the direction that the fossil is commanding you towards, and spot a cave much larger than the others you've seen around. You hold it in the direction away from the water, and you suddenly see a small hole. You can fit through that tunnel, the fossil commands. It's difficult to tell with the rather low-quality fossil, but it's as if the fossil is directing you to somewhere east. After a few moments of running, you reach a crossroads. You look around, and eventually decide that heading to the nearest large building is probably a good choice. Good choice. The fossil commands. With newfound determination, you begin to march towards the large building. You're going the right way, the fossil kindly adds. You soon enter a round tube, and find yourself in what looks to be a large, underground lobby. Despite feeling unsure, tired and sore, you feel hopeful knowing that you've got the help of the amazing helix fossil. You feel the Sandman creeping up on you, and yawn. "No," you mutter to yourself, "I need to get to that building." You keep walking, repeating this message like a mantra in your head. Suddenly, the sound of several sinister voices break your concentration. "Idiot!" One voice screeches. "What does this fool think he's doing?" An equally obnoxious voice demands to know. However, as you march through the streets, looking at the various houses around you, an alarming fact dawns on you. How are you going to get back to the river from here? Year 23. The large building stands in front of you, now abandoned and overgrown with bushes and grass. You don't know what the helix fossil has in mind for you, but for now, it seems like it's on your side. You awaken to see a large red shape looming over you. Oh dear, this isn't the kind man who teaches you the ways of catching Pidgeys while drinking tea and eating scones? The door. The fossil yells. Right, you say, slightly embarrassed that you've forgotten about such a basic necessity of life. You walk inside and find yourself in a large foyer. Two hallways lead away from the room, while a large flight of stairs winds up and away from sight. You could head upstairs, or choose either of the hallways. Hours later. You have no idea where you are. You're lost. You don't remember how it happened, but now you're lost in this stupid building with no idea what to do next. At least you have this book and your Helix fossil to keep you company, right guys? Right? Wrong. They's a demon, man. You just found this out, and you're not liking the revelation one bit. You've been talking with. Build. A fourth wall. The fossil says. You don't know what that means, but you're glad to have your only friends in this world with you. You hold the Helix fossil in your hand, and it begins rattling around like a marble in a jar. This seems to happen whenever you're more emotionally unstable, which is honestly 95% of the time. The door slams open, and a grossly obese human stumbles in. I found you. He yells, in between heavy, panting breaths. This is Uncle Luke, your only living relative of which you're currently aware. And one of your teammates walks in. It's the leader, a 16-year-old girl with bleached blonde hair and far too much makeup who is wearing clothes, sending your loopy mind into overdrive. A metal, humanoid robot with neon blue eyes appear in the doorway. Sending a booming sound thundering through the room. 4 men holding spears and wearing armor march in. A number of voices enter the room, and you get up to see what's happening. Oh no, is she dead? Who cares, she ain't one of them. Throwing you into the light. The man holding the gun is wearing police trousers and a button-up shirt. He's old, almost grandfatherly, which makes this whole scenario even more unbelievable. And you hear feet pounding against concrete. You're not alone, and given your recent behavior, that isn't a good thing. Sending the door wide open and flinging a key across the room into a pile of trash. A collie runs inside, before noticing you and freezing in place, quarter of your sandwich clamped in its jaw. As a young woman with dark curls, dressed in a red robe marches out. She walks out with an air of confidence. Where is the next room? She asks. And a gaggle of demonic children dance into the room, clapping their hands in an erratic beat and singing a song in some long-dead language. Leaving you startled and jumpy. Sending a loud bang echoing through the abandoned warehouse. A howling high-pitched noise follows it, making you wince and clutch at your ears. You've got the items? The whole supply? And a rich, familiar voice cuts through the silence. Drop the knife. The cold stab of steel is suddenly replaced by warm flesh, and you open your eyes as you hear the chop of a blade. A tall, gaunt-looking man walks in. He pulls out a revolver, and points it right at you. You took my son away from me. He fires. sending a blast of cold wind in your face, and giving you a fright. You see a woman standing in the door. Her skin is the color of paper, her black hair falling in waves around her shoulders. And 4 people enter. Your hand goes immediately to your fancy golden belt where your Pokeball used to be. Now you realize you don't have a single Pokemon with you. Your belt has been left with all your other stuff back at camp. You look around the room, and see a red-caped girl with flowing locks doing something at a computer monitor. And someone yells, "Shit, run." This sounds serious, so you don't do anything or even turn to look at who the yell was. That of which you had previously went through, and the mustached man steps out, followed by 10 men in suits. You're too distracted to notice that the tapestry that covered the door is now gone. A soldier in blue armor bursts in, and they tackle you from behind. You fall to the ground, face first, and the soldiers quickly apply shackles to your hands and feet, throwing you into the wall. Standing there is what appears to be a tall, gaunt man. His eyes are the color of blood. And you look toward it. You see the girl who you kissed earlier standing in the doorway. How does she keep finding you? Do you reog? And footsteps clomp towards your room. Your mother, bleary-eyed and tired, looks down at you. Got a message for you, she says. But you aren't scared. Jim just put another nail in his coffin. He never was very stable himself. You're going to have to do something about him, it's just a matter of deciding what.
My friend, we're gonna have some fun.
And the sounds of angry shouting echo down the hallway. Sounds like a whole gang. They're in the stairway, just about to descend to the floor you're on. It's now or never. A statue in the middle of the room topples over and you drop to your knees. This is all because of that one thing. You don't even want to think about it. Sending a loud bang ringing through your skull. You turn, only to see a large creature, seemingly made of hair, bounding towards you. You go to fight, but the creature pounces before you can. It leaps onto you and tears at your flesh. Jesus! Get off! You shout, struggling to fight off this abomination of nature. A voice similar to that of the Pokédex speaks in your mind. Voice, Pokédex, Pokédex, Pokédex. The Pokédex says. Pokédex, Pokémon, Pokémon, Pokédex. You grab at your head. Adam Erdry Albert caused FH. What? You yell.